just in. Reports of a disaster in Italy.
안녕하십니까. 이탈리아에서 들어온 지각이 폭발해 공중으로 떠오른 사건이 발생했습니다.
Sta galleggiando a 300 metri da terra.
Radianite may have been involved.
Kingdom, whose Radianite power program accounts for more than 3/4 of the world's energy production, have denied any connection to this disaster.
Anyone with information on the two...
We're bringing it in today. It is VOT. We've had a long run. And of course, that title everybody wants to try and get overseas.
And then get to play into the LCQ, and teams from there get to go into Champions. So that's ultimately what the goal is for everybody.
Great.
When it comes to Rain, you're going to see them become the true champs of those.
Walking to two players as well. Reveals himself over towards Noz. It's going to bring Signed and Dragon. Wow, that's a good free fire through the wall.
Bobo.
We're coming for the #1 spot for OC Champions.
In possession, but they are starting to fall. Signed with the bloody free go. He finds 3.
Bonkers.
And he's looking, he's clearing. He might be able to stop it. Maybe a
Honey Badgers.
Honestly think we're better than everyone else at the moment.
Touching around these boxes, bring around the Rosie. They're also looking at one-way. Milky 1v3.
Fun Crew.
And it's easy in a one-on-one against Under.
Oh my god, classic! He's done it!
Order.
We're expecting to come out on top of this qualifier, head back over to Asia and make the adjustments we need to make to hopefully head over to Europe.
Bronski is doing a good job of clearing out short. Knights come out after finding that hop shot, and all of a sudden it starts to fall back on its head, and that's going to be that.
May be able to bring this back to a 2-on-1. He will. Connection from Panic and another to finish.
Not a bad choice, is it? He's cleared out long now, knows where the offensive is going to come from. 2 line up, RDW. You get the sense that this is going to be a real back and forth game. So stop, the punter's gone deep. Snow getting on the defuse, the Panic on the protection scroll. Oh, he gets both of them through the smoke as well.
Do or die. Who will be crowned king? Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the VOT Oceanic Championship. Of course, I am Anthony Two-Tap, Tony McMullen. Joined for me this evening is Jake Kid Fox Punton. Jake, it's been so long. It's been so many stages, but we're finally here. The Oceanic VALORANT Championship. How are you?
Absolutely. My man, I am absolutely frothing. It's an absolute pleasure, as always, to be here alongside you, riding shotgun as we cast the creme de la creme of OCE VALORANT. We have got some amazing teams that are going to be featured in this VOT. And Tony, like I said, it's going to be one hell of a ride. So ladies and gents, strap yourselves in because this is going to be one hell of a show tonight.
A roller coaster ride, that's for sure. Big plays and big moments here. That's all we're after, of course. But let's take a step back. Before we get into the big action this evening, we've got to take a look at how this tournament all works.
Welcome to the 2022 VALORANT Oceania Tour, a year-long tournament circuit where the best players from Oceania battle it out for cash prizes, a place at the APAC playoffs with a chance to qualify for VALORANT Masters, and a shot at the global title. Teams can compete in up to 2 stages, consisting of open qualifiers, a regional group stage, and playoffs, each with their own AUD $25,000 prize pool. By placing high enough, they'll accumulate championship points to be one of the top teams fighting for a shot at the OCE Championship and a $30,000 prize pool. Those top teams go on to the APAC Last Chance qualifier, with the winning team invited to the VALORANT Champions, where the world's greatest compete to be named 2022's Global Champions, winning an as yet undisclosed prize pool and true gaming glory. For more information, head to LetsPlay.Live /2022 VOT.
It's where it all comes down. Of course, thank you to the Tournament Explainer for explaining how it all works. Of course, to give you a quick refresher, the top teams from Stage 1 and Stage 2, that was, of course, Bobo and Order, respectively, in both APAC playoffs, got to, show their medal, try to qualify for Masters, of course, just hit that short mark at the end of the day. But, of course, the top 6 teams here for the Oceanic VALORANT Championship can score themselves a spot at the APAC LCQ. And of course, the winner of said LCQ will then go on to get a shoo-in spot there at Champions and look to be crowned the best in the world.
That's it. You know, we saw Order go over there once upon a time as well, do fantastic. And will that be the same story again? Not only is there that LCQ, Tony, but there's also the massive prize pool, the dollarinos, the dosh, the shekels at the end of the day that these teams are playing for. There it is on your screen right now. You can see first place walking away with $11,000. Second place will take home $8,000. Third place, a cool $5K. Fourth, $3,000. And fifth and sixth, respectively, both getting $1,500 apiece. So you mentioned 6 teams. I see 6 figures there. So everybody that is featured in this tournament, Tony, walking away with some money in their back pocket at the end of the day.
Absolutely. Everybody gets a slice of the pie at the end of the day. And, well, we finally get to look at it. We take a look to our bracket here to see how this Oceanic Championship will unfold in front of you. Order versus Fun Crew, the top of the upper bracket there. Bobo versus Rain, of course, your 3rd, 4th seed coming in. And then Bonkers, the 5th seed. Honey Badgers there in that lower bracket. Whoever loses these 2 games this evening goes down to that lower bracket, and they have to face down some scary contenders. Bonkers and Honey Badgers looking to do some work in that lower bracket, that's for sure.
Yeah, it's like that show Gladiator where you'd run that gauntlet and you'd have to go through some absolute units, and those units are Bonkers and Honey Badgers. Yes, they're 5th and 6th seed, but don't let that fool you. They are absolute powerhouses, and that is one hell of a scary lower bracket. You don't want to find yourself in that situation. Tony, at the moment, though, we saw that, but the teams that will be featuring today will be Order going up against Fun Crew map in a best of 3. You can see right there on your screen now. That's kicking off at 6:30 p.m. Australian Eastern Standard Time. And if you're over across the pond, one of our friends in New Zealand, it'll be 8:30. Meanwhile, second match will be Bobo going up against Rain, also in a best of 3. That's going to be kicking off at 8:30 p.m. AEST. And if you're in New Zealand, that is 10:30. So make sure you've got the mockies on, the warm milk out if you're over in NZ. I hear it's a little bit chilly over there, but what better way to warm yourself in front of your computer or TV screen tonight as you watch these 4 teams duke it out here in the VOT.
Some hot Oceanic Valorant, that's for sure, underway. Of course, I want to take a broader look at these series individually. Of course, you said Order versus Fun Crew, first up off the plate. And, you know, this is a storied matchup. This goes way back all the way to the Oceanic Champs last year. Of course, Fun Crew, one of those very teams to upset Order. Even in Stage 2 alone, of course, we saw them the only team to put a map to Order's undefeated streak in that Stage 2. Of course, in the regional finals as well. Fun Crew, very, very strong roster on paper. But, of course, we have to look at Order first. Who represents the organization that went overseas? You see in front of your very eyes, Texter, Disco Maple, Ronsky, and RDW. Sharp-looking lads, but also sharp in the server.
Yeah, absolutely. You got to love those promo picks. It's a monstrous lineup. Just looking at these players and saying their names out loud really is enough to strike fear into the hearts of any opposition. Absolute veterans of the scene. It's not the Order that we're, have come to know and love since Valorant's initial stages. They've had a little bit of an injection here and there, but the additions of the likes of, RDW can just add so much to a team. And we saw that they did fantastic over in APAC. Maybe they've learned a few things that, other teams haven't had the opportunity to do so. And we'll just see if they can put them to work. But they are going up against, like you said, the only team that has basically found any cracks in the armor of Order. And I am talking about Fun Crew. And Fun Crew, the last time these guys met, it was way back when with a different look Order, but they did actually take a map off of the OCE champions. You can see right there, Easy, Fleshist, Andy, Lou, and Norson. Again, a little bit of a different look Fun Crew as well, but again, these are some massive names, and this is only the first map of the VOT, Tony.
Yeah, this is our first hurdle on such a big journey. You can see, of course, Fun Crew in front of you, Easy, Freshest, Andy, Lou, and Norson. Interestingly enough, of course, Yakuza no longer being in this Fun Crew roster. We've seen a lot of playmaking potential from him. We've seen a lot of the KO out of Yakuza recently, but they're bringing in Lou and looking to put some heavy work in. Of course, Andy always played a look for Freshest. We've seen Fun Crew, they've had their struggles, they've had their doubts throughout the year here for 2022. But of course, Freshest has always been a key point to look at. He's been consistency and of course consistent on the chamber. We've seen constantly crazy headshots, crazy clutches out of that man on that chamber. And it's going to be a crazy one this evening, that's for sure.
Absolutely, but we will take a look at two players now. Let's go head to head and just have a look at the what the Jet players can do here. Ronski going up against Andy, having a look at these stats here, Tony. Not much of a difference between the two. An average rating of 1.28 there for Ronski, over to 110 for Andy, but you can see Ronski just narrowly edging out Andy ever so slightly, but the Fun Crew man is going to be red hot on his heels, as you can see there. Stats don't lie, Tony. And Andy is a very, very worthy competitor, and that's why they're seated where they are here and why they're going up against Order in this first match.
Yeah, he's going up against a raid boss, though. Andy and the entire Fun Crew have to stare down the highest average combat score player from the APAC playoffs. Sorry, I get a little bit tongue-tied.
Throw that in the Twitter bio.
Put it in the bio as well. The Stage 2 VOT. Ronski led the numbers for ACS in that as well, 279 overall. The only player to really rival him was Duddy from Mindfreak at 1.18. This man is a monster. Ronski in the server, RD to just Order have the players on paper to do big things, and it's going to be a hard one for Fun Crew to deal with. But of course, we spoke to Order, we sat down with Texter, and he had a bit to say about this coming championship.
We're feeling pretty good. We just obviously came back from the APAC qualifier, so we were able to get like a lot of practice in over there. So feeling pretty confident coming back versus the Aussies.
Disco to win the third. We're back already. It's the 80s because this is the crew from Disco. The ace is there.
Pretty similar to what I expected, to be honest. Coming from my Counter-Strike background, we've gone over Asia a couple of times. Wasn't too much different from my CS experience. They play very aggressive and they're pretty heavy on their mechanics. The only difference in this game is they're a lot more gimmicky. They play different comps to other regions and things like that, and they're a lot more risk-takey. They're happy to like counter your comp and things like that.
No paranoia, it's going to be really difficult. Ronski with the blades though from the heavens. He does drop on down and he finds it. Disco found to get the closer as well.
I think our attack sides were pretty good, just more about defense. We just working our defense sides, to be honest. That was like the biggest takeaway, just being structured in our approach and just more gimmicky, just sort of matching their energy, like sort of just having more gimmicky setups and things where we can be a bit more creative.
2v2 right now. Disco though, not overextending his efforts, dealing with the turret. Both out of bullets now. Classic in hand, but RDW.
I think we obviously gained a bit of experience that first time around. We know what sort of adjustments to make. Leading into if we're able to make it again, to sort of take the dub next time around, because every game we played was very competitive. Like even with the scorelines were a bit whitewashed, like watching their games back in the rounds and things like that, they were very close. It just sort of was the micro details that we just sort of have to work on. So if we can nail those things, I think we can honestly do a lot of damage there and probably take that last chance spot over to Europe. I think Bobo again, to be honest. They're probably the second best team in Australia. They put in like a lot of practice. I don't really see any of the other teams putting in too much work. Anything can happen on the day, and similar to Asia, it's like Oz is very like mechanical based as well. So if the other teams come up and are shooting well on the day, they can definitely upset anyone.
Gimmicks, creativity, and anything can happen on the day. Some strong words from Texter there. As you can see, the Order roster in front of you looking very cool, calm, collected coming into this one. You can see all the players on cam, Ronski, Maple, Do, and of course Disco Texter. And it's of course a thing to note. We saw a lot of heavy, strong individual performance out of Ronski and RD, but as well, Disco had moments of prowess over in that APAC playoff and of course the APAC group stage. We saw a lot of individual plays, just a lot of micro, said Texter, of course, that went wrong during that stage. And of course, we take a look to our vetoes here as we've got them in front of us. It's Order, Fun Crew, of course. Order to ban out Icebox, Breeze being taken away in the pool. And then, of course, Order picking up Ascent, the first map. Fun Crew then to pick up Fracture. Very, very interesting pick. I haven't seen, maybe that's a little bit of a scream knowledge here, and a bit of scrim buffs coming in from the side of Fun Crew. Fracture being picked is not what I was expecting. Order then to take away Bind, Fun Crew taking away Split. They don't want to play that map. Split's kind of one of those maps that a few of these teams just don't want to touch all too much. And then as well, Haven being our decider. This is going to be an interesting one. Of course, Icebox being taken out of the pool, very smart ban by Order. They don't want to go against Fun Crew in that game, especially when they've been very chop and change. And of course, for the side of Fun Crew, taking away Breeze, a very, very strong ban in terms of how Order have been playing statistically and recently. Very much been first picking that Breeze, especially if Haven is left along the sides here. And they've been doing very well. 10-2, 83% win rate on Breeze. Very, very strong stuff out of the Order roster. Then, of course, Ascent being our first map here. It's a very interesting one. Fun Crew have a tendency to play that map, but of course, the side of Order, very, very structured roster, especially, you know, they've got so many games under their belt, 39 specifically, 28-11, 72% win rate. Been opting to play a lot of that fade in recent times, and of course, it's definitely been favoring them a lot, as we can see everybody getting ready, everybody getting warmed up and ready to go, and looking to get into this one. Of course, hopefully very soon we'll see these rosters go toe-to-toe. This one could be an upset of massive proportions and could be a strong one to look at, Kit. Oops. Okay, sorry about that. A few technical difficulties while we get Kit quickly back in, of course. Order versus Fun Crew Ascent being our first map. It's going to be interesting, and I feel it comes down to how these teams have adopted their play styles a little bit. We've seen a lot of Fade being heavily in the meta, a lot of KO as well being picked up, especially for the side of Order, and especially the side of Fun Crew. We saw Yakuza really pick that one up. Of course, we won't be seeing Yakuza this evening. We'll be seeing Lou. And of course, we will get. And of course, we've got Kit back. Kit, how are you feeling about this game? Ascent being our first map of this best of 3.
Well, once I've ironed out the creases here, we will. I will be ready to go in full flight. But Tony, I do apologize, but I'm ready once the game itself loads up. I seem to have sorted out all of the microphone broadcasty side. It's just the game itself.
Yeah, it's going to be an interesting one. I feel, you know, these vetoes not too bad for a team like Order who have shown flexibility. You look at their statistics down the pool, Kit. A ton of maps played on, a ton of games played on every sort of map. 54 games of bind, especially Fun Crew definitely don't want to go against that bind. But it was interesting enough, Order was the one to ban that out. One time ago, Order used to be that kind of stock standard bind pick team. Now they've moved on to the new way of thinking. They've moved on to a new way of play. Bringing in Ronsky and RDW has definitely shaped the roster a little bit differently, of course. The Order of old, Kit, you said, team launched way back in the day. Very veteran Counter-Strike names in that roster. But now we've kind of moved away from the CS play. We're into the new blood. We're into this new look Order. We're looking to make some magic yet again through this Oceanic Championship.
We are, and so are these teams. I mean, they're looking to carve their own path, and let's see what Order can do. Disco going straight onto the Killjoy. I really, really like that. On a map like Ascent, to start things off, you really want to control as much of a site as you can. And I think even though that they're on the Order lads. The Order lads will be more than adept at putting Killjoy to use, especially with that alarm bot to prevent any sort of flanks. Both teams locking in the Omen as the smoker of choice, but a Fade being locked in here for Maple. Meanwhile, Lou going to opt for that Chamber and try for the old hit it and quit it style of play, Tony.
Yeah, this is, I guess, a little bit of practice coming into play. These are, you know, not normally what we see out of Order. It's Ardu on the Omen. It's Disco on the Killjoy, and it's actually Texter on the KO. You know, I was expecting it from either Maple or Disco, kind of those two players that can either flex these kind of controllers or these kind of Sentinel players, but it's Texter going to be on the KO, and this is going to be an interesting one. A very in-your-face, aggressive comp to start it out on this attacking side for Order.
Yeah, Texter with that KO, it's a force to be reckoned with. We've seen what he can do. Fwesh's looking to lock that one in as well, potentially He was just taking his time. Maybe, hopefully it's not a disconnect. No, Fresh is going to lock that one in. The Sova play from Easy. Expect to see him over at B, potentially with an Odin in hand as well. It's a little bit of a cheese strap, but if it ain't broke, don't fix it. That's what I say, Tony. We'll have to just wait and see where they place their Sova on the side of Fun Crew. But here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Order versus Fun Crew. Map number 1 in this best of 3 series. We're going to start things out on Ascent here in the LPL Valorant Oceania Tour. My name is Kit Fox, joined by 2Tap Tony. Tony, I'm not saying that you're a betting man, but if you were, who would you be on to take this one out?
It's hard to pick, as we, of course, had our storyline pegged at the start of the broadcast here. Kit, Fun Crew, that upset-heavy team, and as Texter said it himself, any team could show up on any day and out-frag, outperform their opposition, and, well, looking at outperform the opposition Order, Fun Crew this evening. And it's going to be an interesting one. I have to say, of course, bringing in Lou for this Fun Crew roster, normally we see, you know, Ainsley kind of pick up the chamber, or Fresh pick up that chamber, but it's going to be Lou on the chamber. I haven't seen Lou in quite a while in the server, so this is going to be an interesting one for him, going up against a heavy team like Order. You can see early Knife coming out there. Fresh is getting some early info. And for the moment, very still Order, just playing a little bit more default and slowing down the style of play. They don't want to over-aggress against Fun Crew. We're looking to get aggressive up through mid.
See the Wombat going out over towards B. Fade just readying a little bit of util there. Over the top it goes. Ronski has a little bit of util of his own. Goes in, dodges the nano swarm. Spots the alarm bot. Dispatches it. A minute 10 left. Now they continue to aggress onto this B site here to Order. And Fun Crew more than happy just to peel off here. Haven't given away any frags. Easy over in the middle area. Gets spotted by Ronski. Meanwhile, flanking over through the A side down mid. 3 Fun Crew players. Good headshot there from Ronski. He's not done yet. Gets a few shots onto Fleshes before he dispatches him. Norson manages to catch Texter on the rotate. That's the spike down at A as well, Tony. RDW going to pick that up and throw out the dark cover. It's an Omen on Omen battle here, and the Frenzy at close range is going to win out. Norson finding himself staring at a spawn timer. It's a 2-on-3 situation. Now the rotate with spike in hand from RDW over towards B.
That was a great work from Ronski over to market. You saw that Fun Crew was so dashed for their hopes at that A site, they had to quickly rotate over, and then, you know, Order, they pull the rug out. They go straight back to B, and it's straight to an open site with the plant here for RDW. Go towards the wall bang, so if they need to go for a potential shot through that wall, they can. Knife out for Fresh, knows that nobody's towards logs, nobody's towards main. Gives some great info for Fun Crew now to walk on in. Lou with the rendezvous out, with the Headhunter 4 shots in the chamber. It could be fatal if they meet a Order play ahead. Freshest is very cautious of the market, still doesn't know exactly where Order are. 2 players back site and 1 in the corner. Disco going to be holding it. Lou with a perfect Headhunter. That's why it's called the Headhunter. Straight shot to the dome. Takes out Disco. Now Freshest looking to walk it up into the site. Headhunter still in play for Lou. Another shot. Freshest finds RDW. And Fun Crew are going to be picking up the pistol. Very, very close defuse, but 0.75 of a second. Fun Crew put the first on the board.
Bit of a nail biter there on the defuse, but you know what? It's a round on the board nevertheless. Great work there from Lou with that Headhunter. It took a little bit for Chamber to have a little bit of an impact on this game. We saw him aggress over towards mid very, very early, using the dark cover that was utilized over towards Garden, but didn't really spot anything. But then on that site retake, you can see him just doing work. 2 headshots and putting that rendezvous to use as well. So well done there from Fun Crew. They've drawn first blood here against the current champions Order, but they're not down and out yet. Looks like we've got a pause coming through.
Yeah, I believe we're just getting some issues sorted at the moment, but of course, this kind of gives Fun Crew a little bit of time to breathe. Order just sorting out the tech thing real quick. And I have to say, great shots from Lou there. Great adaptation there. You saw that Fun Crew, they knew that there was only 3. They knew they were at their disadvantage. They threw out the knife there. Fresh just got the info that there was nobody logged, nobody B main. All they had to do was really check market. And then, of course, the site clear was beautiful. You saw the peekaboo Disco a little bit out in the open. Could have played maybe towards lane, held a higher angle. And maybe Order would have been picking up that pistol. But great swings, great team play. Freshest and Lou on the board early to a piece. You can see the Spectres coming out to play straight away. Full shields. Sheriff here for Lou, because of course he's got that rendezvous. He saw what he could do with the Headhunter. Now he gets to do it with the pistol.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, look, Order had glimpses of brilliance in that round as well. We saw Maple put the Haunt to work several times on the fade. Didn't really catch anybody out because the peel that we mentioned from Fun Crew was just supreme. As soon as they heard footsteps over towards B, they heard way too many for their liking, and then they just backed it off, let them have the site. And look, it really could have gone either way at the end. It was, like you said, a sub 1 second diffuse coming across there at the end. But Fun Crew get the dub up. 2 frags for Lou, 2 for Freshest. Norson on the board as well. But do not discount Order yet. Very, very early stages here, 2Tap.
It's very early days, but, well, for Fun Crew, this might be the match that lit the flame here in this first map. Of course, Order, this is their pick. Fun Crew, not to pick the second map. Fracture, a very interesting one, I have to say, especially looking at statistically, Kit. Both of these teams have played Fracture 3 times total in the past 3 months, both with a 66% or 67% win rate overall, 2-1 on that map. Neither of these teams like playing Fracture, but their statistics wouldn't lie. It's not too bad for them.
Yeah, like we said earlier, Fracture's that map that's been adopted sort of from other regions. We're a little bit behind on the 8-ball when it comes to Fracture, but we're getting a little bit ahead of ourselves because meanwhile, Order, they continue once again over towards this B site, putting in lots of work, and just like the last round, Tony, complete deja vu. Fun Crew, they just peel off. They say, hang on, we haven't got the firepower or the manpower to deal with this at the moment.
Planted.
The wall over towards Mark, it gets taken out and dispatched with as the spike goes down. Time now working against Fun Crew. Oh, shot there from Andy onto Texter. Meanwhile, Easy and Maple duke it out. Easy comes up trumps on that one. Ooh, Lou with the swing. Takes down Ronsky. Damage going out there. Meanwhile, over towards Garage, it was RDW with the stinger of all things. Now we look at Disco, the lone defender on site. Fun Crew, they come in droves. The boys are all in, and Disco will be the one to get Andy, but not before Lou says, that's enough of that. Norson will stick the defuse, and Fun Crew, second round on the trot. We normally expect to see that. They'll take it to Order 2-zip.
Yeah, and it's an interesting one because Order opted to force buy into that one. Stinger, Spectres, anything they could muster to the table, and Fun Crew picking up that round means that Order now at kinda a little bit of a deficit in terms of the rounds to bring the rifles out. They have to save this one completely. Maybe a few Sheriffs, a few Light Shields here or there. And, you know, those pistols can look to do work, but 2-0 start for Fun Crew on this first map. And Lou leading the charge currently 4-0. Still yet to buy a gun. Keeping that Sheriff.
Well, that's what Chamber's good for, isn't it? Just stonks for days, and you can see that Headhunter, like we said, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. And it definitely ain't broke. Lou leading the charge. Another force by here from RDW with a stinger, but everybody else on Order forced onto the back foot here. You can see only Sheriffs out. They can do damage. Ronsky, Disco, Maple, and Texter need to channel the inner aim gods, because the location from Quest has just been revealed towards the short A connector. Just slow approach here this time from Order. We saw them hit the B site very aggressively. Oh, rendezvous forced out there from Lou. He took the better part of the paint shells, but in come Order. This time over towards A. Lou trying to thread this needle down towards the Rays. I believe it's Ronsky. Now Maple found Norson over towards the Gardens at the short A side. Maple just retreats back a little bit as dark cover provides some much needed respite. Spike now going down for Order. Now retake once again in the hands of Norson and the rest of Fun Crew, but they got to do it one man down, 2Tap.
Yeah, and especially with Lou on slither of HP, Ronsky down to 6-2. One bomber, one paint shells can meet a fatal player's demise. Easy. Not able to pick up Ronsky, the low HP taken out. Now you can see the Order hold towards short side. Texter with some textbook Sheriff shots. A third to close it. Easy falls, and Order get it done on the pistol. You can't doubt it. Every time you see the full Sheriff buy out, Order pick up their first here in this first map. And well, now we see guns to be brought to the plate. Some strong hold there from Order, I had to say. Holding short there in that kind of crossfire position really allowed them to stop Fun Crew from coming in.
The way that these rounds have gone so far, Tony, we're only 3 rounds in, and I can already tell that we are in for some crazy, crazy Valorant. Definitely not textbook stuff. You saw the force buy going in. It was unsuccessful, and Order against all odds with a stinger, and 4 Sheriffs managed to take the 3rd round. That really should have been Fun Crew's, but now we're going to see pretty much a full buy coming across here from Fun Crew. Heavy shields, Vandals across the board. Meanwhile, Order, they've cobbled something together. They just need to choose their approach. They're going to hit this site and they're going to hit it hard. We can see the grenades going out. They clear out all of the angles. Ronski blasts his way across towards the handle. Does actually get the door down before Andy dispatches him. It's a 1-for-1 trade, easy off the board. So that Sova util that would come in oh so handy when trying to retake a site is not going to be online for Fun Crew.
Yeah, getting that door down, even if it was a suicide mission, Ronski able to get that one down, shuts Fun Crew out from the retake immediately. They have to kind of regather the troops, rally the forces here towards the CT spawn. RD in a great position here, just off the stairs, just outside of Market. This knife will be looking to check, but they don't exactly know that RD's still in this corner. They might know that his logs, Texter, holding this close range. They can play these positions with these SMGs. You can see the quick one picked up by Andy, the walk-in on the Paranoia. Now it's a shot to come in. Disco looking to pick up the pieces of an already shattered puzzle. Fun Crew get it done yet again. The retake to be looking flawless, and Order, it's just looking rough, I have to say. They got the spike down, they had such good positions, but Fun Crew yet again getting it done.
Yeah, all 3 rounds on the board for Fun Crew at the moment have all been from retakes. They're just able to choose their moments at exactly the right time. They know when to disengage, when to re-engage, when to throw their util, and when to press together as a unit. We can see there the push that came through at simultaneous times there from Market and the D side connector, and it was just enough to dodge the util. You said Paranoia there, and just having a little bit of a whiff, and from all then it was just Fun Crew and Order. They're able to take these sites, but they just need to steal up their holds a little bit. Maybe they just need to go back to the pistols, Tony. It worked for them last time.
Yeah, get over down to Sheriff. Tour de Force out. Lou forced a rendezvous to safety. In Order, they've got big main control, but they need to be careful because that Tour de Force is still in play. Lou with a perfect shot to Maple, pinpoint precise, and you can see that Order now on the back foot early on. Andy coming out swinging the short, trades 1-for-1, but just lets Order know that they're not scared of them right now. They're playing so aggressive, taking so much map control just off of those early picks alone. The rotation comes over to A, and it's up to Norson to hold it down. Well-timed Paranoia forces the swing out, takes out Ronski. Norson only good for 1. No, the A site is now on play here for Order.
Spike is going to go down. Fun Crew, they've got the numbers advantage. 1 ult on the board. It's Lou. He's got that Tour de Force out. We've seen him already put it to use, getting at least 1 frag. RDW does have the From the Shadows, but it's not going to be of much use here. Lou just waiting. Fun Crew again, biding their time. This is what they do so well. RDW thinking about the From the Shadows is actually going to use it to teleport back through this door onto the site. So that's a big investment here from Order. A massive round for them because their credit situation isn't exactly the greatest. It's a good start though. RDW takes down Precious. It's now 2-on-2. Oh, but Lou pushing through, whips out the Headhunter after finding the kill with the Tour de Force. But RDW, 3 frags on the board. Once again, Order against all odds. They claw around back 3-2.
A game of millimeters, a game of just slight off fractions there. Lou almost hit that Headhunter shot, and that would have been disastrous for Order. They would have been staring down a 4-1 scoreline. Order, no, they're able to pick it up. They're able to rally back into it. 3-2 goes the scoreline. And Hardy, I have to say, an interesting play to go for the teleport, locking the door, locking a potential short push here for Fun Crew. They've got guns to work with. That hostile detected that 9, picks up 3, goes for the swing. Ronski going to be shut down this time, and not going to expect that Norson's in the corner for Precious to re-swing off of Norson's over-aggressive nature. Fun Crew pick apart Order at A main and lose already on this lurk.
Yeah, that was all from Norton with a fantastic use of the Omen into that winery. You could see him just throw it down range, and Order just lined up and were knocked over like dominoes. Disco and Maple, the last 2 remaining members. The spike is in their hand, and you can see now Maple, they just regroup. Sorry, he regroups with Disco. They've got the firepower, but it's going to be a tough ask because Fun Crew, they smell blood. There it is. Lou takes down Maple, and the push from Andy swings, and that was the easiest frag of his life. It's now 4-2, and Fun Crew is starting to get a little bit of momentum, you would think, Tony.
Yeah, no first map jitters, no first game jitters here for Fun Crew right now. Just hitting every single mark, taking so much aggression, and, well, Order, Texter said it himself, show up on the day, show up with some unexpected things in order, maybe not to expect it so far. Fun Crew, a strong start, 8-2 here for Lou. I have to say, filling Yakuza's shoes, not an easy task to muster. Lou's doing it perfectly right now. Order, they're stuck on a broken by yet again. A Stinger, a Sheriff. We've seen them do it before, but this time it's Fun Crew with the full cavalry, the full arsenal. They're going to give up A main for the moment, though.
Yeah, Ronsky uses himself as bait, knowing that Fun Crew have probably got to set up over towards A main, and they do, but they force Fun Crew back, and just with sheer aggression now, Order, you can see them throwing out the showstopper. Is it going to land?
Oh.
There's Norton on the site. He gets one. He's gotten the second. Now they just back off, do Order. That was enough for them. The spike's still in the hands of Texter, but Norton having a very good couple of rounds here. That's 2 in a row now, and I think he's chained together about 4 kills. Not bad at all. Easy. Shock dart across over towards Market. The flank now coming through here from Order. And it's read very well to Texter. Oh, give this man a Sheriff and watch him work miracles. 2 shots, 2 heads, go splat. It's now a 3-on-3, but as I say that, Lou pushes at the prime time. Gets Texter, but the RDW with the trigger discipline gets 1. And there he tags up the next one. Norson teleports back, that lockdown gets taken down, but RDW, what is happening here, Tony? Again, Order completely broken in terms of economy. They had nothing. There was classics, for God's sake, and now they just slap Fun Crew when they're not expecting it.
Like their name would suggest, looking to rule over an iron fist. Looking to make some magic kit. Of course, we love to see the Order hashtag coming through. That RD had no right winning that round. The lockdown came out. Order, they had control of the site. Fun Crew were able to frag back, but now it's Fun Crew in the back foot. It's a Vandal force. And face your fears, Andy. You're going to be staring down a lot of Order players in just a second. It's just Ronsky for the moment to lead the charge. As you see, the kind of front man for this Order roster. Texter able to find easy and open up the B site they have, but Freshers from Norson able to trade it back. Ronsky still looking for one and says see you later to Norson, looking to push through Mark. Freshers needs to be careful. Order have control, they have the retake, they have the resurrection, but they need to find the shots. Freshers coming through, but they don't even need to plant the spike. Order just find the kills on that B site. No retake this time, it's even up at 4-4.
Yeah, 2 in a row now. Your Order is up. Fun Crew, they're being served at the moment, 2 consecutive. That's the, well, I know that's early, Tony, but that's the, those 2 rounds right there are the most consecutive rounds we've had so far. And maybe Order have just got the fire in the belly that they were searching for. That was a dominant round. We know that they hit these sites very, very hard, but the way that they were able to round that out and just secure the kills, one after the other, it was like clockwork to watch. Now they come into this round with renewed vigor, and Fun Crew, they have to sit back and just reassess, because now having a look at their economy situation, it's do or die for them. Easy. There's that Omen cheese we were talking about, just putting it down through that wall over towards B site. A little bit of a friendly flash coming through there, but mid is completely exposed here, and Order are more than happy to just, you know, claim this land for their own.
Yeah, this is... Well, Fun Crew kind of giving up mid this time around. We saw a lot of aggression out of the A short players here for Fun Crew. Lou looking to aggress to the rendezvous. Not going to go off. They find the kill. Texter this time to lead it easy, though, with the Odin gets 3. That's the power of an SMG, a heavy machine gun, and that. It's not small, it's big, and it goes big for 3. Norson to find Ronsky as well, and up to Magic Man. Do to find it, but he will fall in the end. Fresh to come out through short. Just like that, Order, they found 2 consecutive, but they can't keep it together. Fun Crew able to find 5.
They needed that round, Tony. They needed that round like you need water in the desert. Their economy was absolutely tattered. They had nothing. Everybody was under 1k creds. It was not going to be a fun time coming into this round. Even though they are the Fun Crew, it was going to be a sad time, but they are more than happy that they get that breathing room now. And Order, having a look at them, they find themselves again on the back foot. It's do or die for them now. Like I said, Tony, some crazy, crazy rounds we have before us, and we have already witnessed, and we are not done yet. Util flies from both of the KOs, but great work there from Fleshist, actually spotting 4 members with the knife over towards the back of B, but Ronsky gets 2 before Andy swings out mid and takes him down, so it's a 2-for-2 trade when the dust settles. And Easy now putting this owl drone to work.
A battle of mid, this time actually both teams showing up to the battle, not just giving Order the control that they want. Fun Crew coming to the table. You can see The Prowler coming out from Maple. They're trying to scout this site. Easy has ducked to the back of it. He's just going to hold this close corner. Attempted wallbang on the door switch. Interesting one there from Andy. They are going to plan it for the wallbang, but nobody's going to know that Easy's still in the site. They haven't checked it. They haven't cleared it. And Easy gets uncontested for one. Tosses out the recon dart. It's going to know that RD's in the corner of this site. Out in the open. The shot flies left, right. RD able to find one. But Norset able to pick it up. It's back to winning ways here for Fun Crew as they now find 2 consecutively.
That was a very unorder thing to do, Tony. Not clearing the site completely and not going towards Boathouse, I think is I think that was a very unorder thing to do. Regardless, they'll be looking to put that round behind them. Now they've lost 2 on the trot. This is an insane scoreboard here. You can see Fun Crew with dollars to play with. 6-4 is the score. We could be going into this one even Stevens. Order, they find themselves we could argue, in a precarious position here, Tony, but, you know, they've won rounds from this multiple times in this game alone.
Yeah, we've seen it. Rounds like this, Sheriffs, when their back's against the wall, they somehow pull it out. The showstopper again for Ronski. Doesn't sink it yet again. It's so unfortunate to see this ultimate whiff, because that's a big space-making one at that. Ronski able to finally create it with the Sheriff shot to Andy. Blue, tour de force out. The Hunter's Fury all the way from spawn here for Easy. Shot, tour de force finds Ronski. Order looking to plant this spike down, but not without Fun Crew contention. Spike will go down. It's 2 players left here for Order to hold it.
Not a bad headhunter there for the trade out. 3 on 2. Order again, get the spike down. Pistols out. Time is in their favor, but Lou, he's got the gun. He's got the tour de force. Spot one over towards the archway and push through from Easy again. Sovers with an Odin. Name a more memorable combo. Oh wait, but Fun Crew, they take the round. It's going to be 7-4, and Order unable to work it 3 times in a row. Fun Crew just wisening up to their pistol tactics, but I think Order, you know, this is not what we expected from it, especially on attack. Ronski off the jet onto the Raze is a change that I liked. We don't really see this too often from Ronski. It's very map dependent. But look, he's putting in the work. It's not to say that anybody is doing bad, but Maple on this on the side of Order here needs to start stepping up for his team.
Yeah, the Fades had some good opening util. Of course, we've seen the Prowler come out, and you can see the footsteps come through. The Fades getting the info. It's just about finding the picks here. It's a rough start here for Maple, I have to say. It's no easy task playing this kind of new agent, playing this new style that Order are trying to do. Of course, you can see Dart out for the wall break, but a preemptive one back. There it is, Maple. 3rd to the board, and that's the way you want to do it. Get in the heads of Fun Crew. Wallbang the wallbanger. And Easy's not happy about that one. He drops a message in the chat. Of course, we need to cover it because these players get a little bit rowdy, but Order, that's the way they want to start it. Strong answer back from Precious, though.
Texter probably should have had that frag, that he was on the receiving end of it in that situation. Meanwhile, Order, they just reassess things. They were over towards B. That's where they picked up Easy. Now they're taking control of mid, over towards A. Short underarm flash from Fueshes is actually going to catch a couple members. But there it is, Maple stepping up what his team needs. Gets a frag. Norson answers it back relatively quickly, though, so it's still 3 on 3. Ronski leading the charge, taking point, pushing into this side. We can see the Nightfall now coming out, and that's going to catch a few members on the side of Fun Crew. In fact, this is just going to be Lou who gets caught, and he has to retreat, has to go back, but Andy is unfazed. We can see him pushing up over towards the Heaven area now, clears out window. Disco, he's watching this like a hawk, though, and all Andy needs to do is just reveal that lovely little pom-pom on top of Jet's head there. There it is. Bang! Oh, Andy manages to get Disco, so Heaven now in control of Andy, but there are still 2 members remaining. Let's go and have a look and see what Lou's doing. He's over towards the A short. The knives are out. Bladestorm straight away from Andy. A little bit of damage at A. The short swing coming through from Lou gets Ronski. Maple, though, underneath. The defuse being stuck from Andy, covered perfectly by Lou. And Fun Crew, they play this defuse just so well. Take notes if you're watching. Every single retake round here from Fun Crew is one to learn from.
It's absolutely one to learn from. You're seeing the team play. You're seeing the trade positions. Lou was able to hold Andy so well. He peeked main and then he held his under. They didn't even need to check the corners with Lou hitting some impressive shots and Andy having so much confidence in his teammate. Fun Crew, a different beast right now. A Panda leveled up. The Master of Oz, 8-4 here. Fun Crew closed the half in convincing fashion.
They do. They started it off well, but then we saw Order just clap back here and there, unable to chain more than 2 rounds in a row. But the latter stages, Fun Crew turned that snowball into an avalanche. 4 consecutive rounds. We haven't seen the likes of that so far. Like we have been saying over and over again, still very early stages. First map of a best of 3 and first game of the night here too in the opening round of the VOT. As Fun Crew again on the pistol round. What are they going to do? This time on attack, a bit of util going out over towards mid from Fade though. So gathers the info, and now, again, you can just see them clearing out the corners with the util. Andy dashes through onto this site, and Fun Crew, again, they catch Texter, who is just an absolute menace with this pistol here. He takes down Andy, but that paranoia, he's going to catch it with his teeth. Easy with the light swing. He takes him down, and Fueshas just didn't check the corner there. FPS Gaming 101, sometimes even the pros forget. Disco takes down Lou, and it's just trade up City here. When the dust settles, it will be Order to take this pistol round. So far, Tony, I feel like that's where they've been their best, when they're sort of, you know, up against the ropes, 1 or 2 players down. Pistols, no proper guns, even though that was the pistol round. I think that's sort of home turf for these guys at the moment.
Yeah, and it's interesting to see that was such discipline, I have to say, out of Texter, just holding for so long, sitting backside, not overswinging, tossing that flash to the left, just buying Order time is what that happened to do. Fun Crew, they fell apart and hit there, now forced to eco themselves. No fancy forces from them this time around. It's just going to be the straight up classics and a straight up ultimate orb trying to be picked up by Easy, trying to get the Hunter's Fury online, make some space. The Fun Crew falls early on, and well, they're going to have to give up the ult orb for the moment. They can't take it unless they want to meet another swing. Maple is feeling a little bit cocky now that Order has started to pick up the pistol and starting to look a little bit more great paint shots. Ronsky secures the frag on the freshest.
It was a monster nano swarm that came out there from Disco over towards A main, chunked Andy way down to about 35 HP, and then just the spray was able to pick up another cheeky frag. So 2 players falling, and RDW with this stinger. That's probably the 3rd time tonight he's put that to effect, opting for that one. Meanwhile, everybody else goes, nah, give me the Spectre. I don't know what I'm about, but there it is. Andy, 34 HP, over towards the winery. Knows that Texter is there with the Spectre in hand, and Fun Crew just struggling to find their footing in this second half so far, as Texter knows where the bodies are at. He knows that there's at least 1 player in winery. He knows that Norsen's probably not far behind, and the rest of Order, they start to converge on their position.
30 seconds
I'm pretty
left.
sure he also heard the spike be tossed across there by Andy. Norsen on the spike in his backpack right now. Disco, we're going to hold a very aggressive angle. The teleport into the smoke, but great clear. RD checks it so confidently, and he even expects Andy to come out wide of that smoke. Order aren't playing any games to start this second half off. 2 in a row consecutively. It's about finding that third, though. Fun Crew found 4 to close that half out. Now, plates on them. Order, they're under a little bit of pressure in these next few rounds. Of course, the Spectre Stingers going to be brought to play, but Fun Crew, they're on the rifles. They're on the trot here. They're looking to find that 9th, the potential 10, and really snowball a lead.
Yeah, this is a bonus round here for Order. They're more than happy to sit back and play this one on the cheap. Full shield buy coming through is something that we do need to pay attention to. Satchel pack coming across, and we can see, I believe, the rendezvous there from Lou getting taken down. So Fun Crew, just off the back of that play alone, just have to sit back and reassess the situation here. They know that Order are probably going to come running and gunning at them, but the answer is this time they're not. So Order, they've given them a taste of a gameplay style here, Fun Crew, and expecting them to expect it. And I think the mental is firmly in their favor here at the moment. Order, they know that something is up.
You can see the setup over towards the A side here by Disco, heavily towards the gen plant. Of course, that kind of leaves a gap towards the right side of the site if Fun Crew are able to take that position, but it's kind of hard to walk into the site normally with so many bits of util set up. You can see the swarms, the alarm, the turret, just everything in play for Disco. Can kind of solo hold this A site, not needing a teammate, allowing Texter, of course, to rotate over to hold this mid-market position. Can rotate back, though, as now the footsteps start to be heard. Fun Crew looking to make a move with 30 seconds.
That Nano Swarm coming through from Disco into that choke point, just going to prevent the assault coming through here from Fun Crew for a little bit. That will allow Order to converge. You can see the paint shells being exchanged here from Ronski, throws it down range. Now they go in. Everybody's throwing everything at this one. It will be Freshest picking up the first frag. Norson goes in and gets Texter, but Fun Crew, they've lit the fire, and it is smoking underneath Order here at the moment. Maple, the last player remaining, and Fun Crew, like a combine harvester, go right across this A site, get the round that they needed. Yes, they had the firepower. They only lost 2 members, Tony, but that was a dominating take.
Yeah, that was, I have to say, as Fun Crew as we've ever seen them so far, this game, just dominance being exuded over arguably the most dominant team in the region at the moment. This is not what I was expecting out of Fun Crew to start this series off. They've been putting in a lot of work. Look out Bobo, look out Order, and look out anybody in that lower bracket. Because Fun Crew looking to send Order maybe, but of course we're getting too ahead of ourselves. We're only map number 1 in. Fun Crew 3 rounds in the lead though.
Yeah, Fracture after this, it will be interesting, but have a look at the way Fun Crew are going about their business now. Very hard over towards A main, but there is Util waiting for them. A couple flashes, a Nano Swarm to boot. Meanwhile, Aldron goes in. Maple holds mouse 1, praise, and it is answered. He gets the head of Andy, but in come Fun Crew. 2 for them. Fleshes. Oh, he's got 2 for himself. Nice work. Norson supports him before being taken down. RDW and Ronski, the last 2 remaining members of Order. Again, they need to channel the Fun Crew from the previous round here in a retake scenario. 2 players remaining, they're up against it. Lou, the top fragger for Fun Crew, misses a rare shot there. Does Rendezvous out. Now RDW flanking back across spots. Lou, very nicely done. Throws out the Paranoia. Suspects somebody over towards the winery, and there it is. Easy takes him down. Shock Dart probably going to come through. Doesn't expect the player at health. Fleshes low HP. They're tagged up by Easy. The swing. Oh, Fleshes at the wrong time gets taken down by Ronski with the big 180. Shock Dart. Oh, Trigonometry Professor down to 2 HP. Oh no, Ronski. How did he win that? 2 HP. Oh, Tony. What is happening?
I was about to enroll, kid. I was ready. I got my bag packed. Back to school I go. Easy had the most insane Shock Dart lineup I've seen on the fly there towards the front of Jin. Took Ronski down to 2 HP, but Ronski's not scared. He's been in that position before. He's done it time and time again. Low HP doesn't deter Ronski. An all-star fragger puts 7 on the board for Order and forces the timeout out of Fun Crew.
Yeah, they need to breathe after that one, because that was a round that can break you, Tony. It really, really can. 2 HP. They did everything right, and it was just a little bit of luck there, and Ronski stepping up exactly when Order needed. We saw him whip a mad 180, and the arguably low HP Fleshes down towards the Hell area. Then just, I don't know, he had no right surviving that Shock Dart that came out. It was absolutely perfect there from Easy. And somehow, some way, Ronski manages to find the frag just when they need, and then the round. So now, even though Fun Crew find themselves 2 rounds up, they just need to breathe after that one. I can imagine that the adrenaline is pumping very, very severely at the moment.
Yeah, it's all about how you can calm down after a big round like that. That's what make or breaks a team. Sometimes, you know, you get that big clutch round in, you put a round on the board, but then you get over-aggressive, you get cocky, you start over-swinging things you probably shouldn't. All of a sudden, the rounds start to fall, the mental starts to crush. Order, it's all about keeping the mental in check for the moment, because there's still a lot of rounds to be played in this first map, and there's a lot of rounds for them to find if they want to go to even standings here with Fun Crew.
Paint shells coming out, doing a little bit of damage. We saw the Haunt as well. The Bomb Bot does spot 1 player. Meanwhile, Ronski uses that dart cover to his advantage. Flashbang's coming out here. Maple does find Andy, and Easy gets the trade back onto the fade. So a lot of important util down here for Order. But Ronski still unchecked, or is he? Again, deja vu round. Shock Dart's going his way. He eats 2 of them. Fleshes takes them. Oh my goodness, Norson with the Bulldog takes a fight out of Ronski over at the Vineyard, or the Winery, call it what you will. RDW and Disco, the last 2 remaining members here for Order and Fun Crew. The timeout has done them good, it would seem here, Tony. They've got 4 players remaining. They still yet to get this spike down. They're low HP, and they have to just think twice about any sort of approach they might push now onto this A side.
And we've had a change of storybooks here, kid. It's Fun Crew on the eco. In the most unlikely scenarios, they teleport to top of heaven. And Norson finds RD That's a brave teleport to go for, but no, Norson, not scared. Fun Crew, they get that spike down. Disco, gonna have to save for a very long while. Fun Crew, they've done it in the most unlikely of scenarios. They've stolen guns away, they've taken and picked apart Order. Exodia, not so great with just the left leg.
Yeah, very much the left leg here at the moment. No disrespect to Disco, but with the Killjoy, you don't exactly have the best util when you're trying to retake a site like this, especially when you're on defense. You usually throw it all into your eggs into one basket, and he did so over towards the B site this time. Should have been A, but was, you know, how could you tell, Tony? You really, really can't. This round is going to go over to Fun Crew. The spike is going to go bang, and all guns will be saved. So that's an important one there for Disco, because have a look at the economy of Order. It is, it's seen better days. Let's just say that. Ronsky probably the only member able to get a buy-in, a semi-decent buy-in this round anyway. I'd expect to see a couple Sheriffs come up here for Order. But like we said, they're more than comfortable in this scenario here, Tony. In fact, they rise to the occasion quite often.
Yeah, it's in shambles is their economy, but we've seen Order do it. You can see that Tex is looking a little bit frazzled on the cameras there. Was not expecting it. And I don't think anybody expected this out of Fun Crew this evening, of course. Recently injected Coach Arkin, I believe, to kind of really rally out the strategic play of Fun Crew, and it's definitely putting a lot of numbers on the server. 10-7 against the best team in the region. Fun Crew looking to take that mantle for their own. Andy missing a few shots though, and Order. They pick apart Andy top mid. Texter finds it with the classic.
Oh, you should have had that one there.
My.
And how low. Here come Order. Tony, blink and you'll miss it. Norson, the last remaining member. It's the Omen. Where is he? The answer is over towards the A short side, but Disco reads him like an open book. And Order, they just managed to compose themselves. They've got 5 ults coming into this next round as well, Tony, so they are not down and out yet. Yes, they found themselves still 2 rounds down on the scoreboard, but they go down. They are going to go down throwing punches at the moment. Fun Crew, they eat a couple of said punches. Only 2 ults of their own to play with, the Hunter Fury and the Blade Storm. So they're up against it too at the moment.
Yeah, they've got 2 ultimates. Expectations be damned. Order squeaking out around they shouldn't be. Fun Crew.
They've done that all night though, haven't they?
It's the story of this first map completely. Order squeaking away rounds they shouldn't be and staying competitive against Fun Crew. That's what you expect of the best in the region. You know, they get kicked down the mountain, they get back up, they get the ice picks out and they start climbing. Andy, Blazestorm close range could be meeting a Fatal and Ronsky on the other side of the smoke, but it gets spammed by Fresh's great game knowledge. Expecting an aggressive peek from Order and it gets dividends paid. Andy looking to walk it up, right click Blazestorm. It's textbook Andy back to the plate, and it's 2 players down for Order to start this round.
Again, just stranger things are happening. I know the finale was a couple days ago, but you know, we're season 5 right now, baby. Order, after taking a round that they shouldn't have, they probably should fare better this round. But Fun Crew say we're not having any of that. Norson leading the charge here for Fun Crew. Meanwhile, Andy putting one of the 2 ults that they have to use. Lou takes down Texter. Now 2 players remain here for Order. Fun Crew, they turn their attention over towards the A site. There's nobody there. Meanwhile, RDW from behind manages to take down Easy. Caught with the util out. So very easy task there for RDW. Now, a harder one stands in front of him though. As the spike now on the side. Order, it must be said, haven't been good in these retake scenarios. Disco from Heaven manages to get one, but Lou is there and waiting. So is Norson. And Fun Crew, they know the post plant like no other team here, Tony, be it on attack or defense. They secure the round, take their score to 11-8.
And this is the Fun Crew of old. This is the team that you get rallied around if you're a fan of the underdog. Fun Crew, 11, Order 8. It's going to be all 5 ultimates still on the table here for Order, but now Fun Crew, they've got an extra to the table. They've got 3, the Tour de Force, the Null Command, and the Hunter's Fury. They can look to make some aggressive space. Looking over towards top mid this time again. They weren't quite successful peaking that position, but this time they're going to be sending more than just 1.
You can see the util just drop in all the right places. The dark cover, the Haunt was coming out over the top there, but Lou, he ain't no fool. Now he rendezvous out, collects that, and Fun Crew say, you know what, let's just have a little bit of a looky-loo over towards A. 5 players just watching both angles, 3 down main, 2 over towards short, taking this one nice and slow, cool, calm, collected. They collected cool and calm. Lou, freshest and easy have got ults ready. Meanwhile, Order, those ults we spoke about, still waiting in the bandolier here for them to be used. RDW, he's anything but conventional. He buys a Stinger when everybody else buys a Spectre. He buys a Bulldog when everybody else buys a rifle. There we go. Hunter's Fury now coming through, and there's that Stinger I was just talking about there. Getting the frag onto Andy. So Fun Crew, all that work over towards A may be for nothing.
Yeah, the Hunter's Fury was expended just to burn the lockdown. Lou looking to make an aggressive play up through short, but that turret actually covers the position, and now Swarm's come out. Texter tucked in the corner. Fun Crew
30 seconds left.
looking a little bit rough for this 8 sake, and they're leaving it a little bit up to chance now, a little bit later than we normally see from Fun Crew, as it's 20 seconds now. The ultimate all going to be picked up by Fresh, just trying to get that null command back online as soon as possible. Can't use anything right now. The 0 point maybe towards the back of the side. RD and Texter holding this so well. 10 seconds left here. Fun Crew, what do? They call for the save 5, go 4, and Fun Crew not going to do anything about it. They're just going to save their weaponry, keep it for another day, or to pick up the round off the time.
Order absolutely immovable off that A site. And that's, we don't see that very often, Tony. We don't really see 4 players remain and get timed out. It is a very rare scenario, but this is a very, very weird game. It's been anything but textbook. And we see this just time and time again. And what better way to start things off here in the VOT? And what better of a co-caster to be alongside other than yourself, as these two teams are absolute titans. 11-9 is the scoreboard. Fun Crew, they're in double digits, but Order are not going down without a fight.
It's interesting to say the least. You can see the Order, they had to burn a lot of ultimates in that last round just to hold Fun Crew off. And well, for Fun Crew, back to B maybe for the time being. It's the first time we've seen them actually go for this kind of take. Disco and Maple, though, do not falter under the pressure. They aren't shaken, they aren't stirred, as they look to find Fun Crew all in the deep of hearts of B main. And the hearts are shattered, the hearts are broken. It's 10 to Order, to 11 still Fun Crew.
Yep, carnage over towards the B Garage side, and it was all Order on the kill feed. Now they're in double digits of their own. They've got 2 rounds chained together. They haven't done that for quite some time here. Now Fun Crew, they just start to look a little bit shaky, not in terms of economy, just in terms of their gameplay. They were very, very aggressive there. Yes, it was a tough round for them, but you saw the way that Texter was able to get in there. All of the util was just able to pin Fun Crew into corners and hold angles that they just did not want to be in. So, you know, in trying to stay safe, they sealed their fate. They put that nail in the coffin, and now you can see the tour de force coming through here from Lou. He aims it down mid, doesn't spot anybody because there is that dark cover, and Tony, heading into this round, it's a nail-biter already.
Yeah, this one round potentially make or breaks this entire map. One go Fun Crew, and they might be looking for the confidence to close it out. Order, they find 11. Fun Crew, their hopes may be in shambles, but their economy will not be. Fresh just able to find the first onto Texter. A little bit of spam on the wall. Fresh just, he's a little bit under shambles right now. It's a little bit chaotic, I have to say. I can't really blame him. Shot, tour de force, bang. Bronski's taken out 2, early 2, make it 3. Freshest able to find RD out in the open. Loot trades back on the Disco after Andy falls, and it's just Maple looking for the headshot onto the head. Hunter, Lou falls, and it's just Maple. 3 players to pick apart, 1 per site, and 1 over towards Spawn. The rotation that Maple's probably not expecting. He's looking top mid. We'll hear the footsteps in just a second. Flicks his aim over.
30
he has to be
seconds
cautious. Freshness has been on its tear this round so far. Maple caught looking the wrong way, and it's 3. It's a hat trick for the soccer player. Freshness finds 12 for Fun Crew.
Yeah, not exactly sure what Maple was going for there, but it puts Fun Crew onto match point regardless, and their economy is in a very prime position to take this one out. Meanwhile, Order, they have to chain something together. They should be able to do so relatively comfortably. Ronski with an operator now. He's not on the signature jet, but on the Rays, we'll just have to see what he can do. It could be the make or break round for them here, even though the last one was pretty much do or die. Now that Fun Crew find themselves on 12 rounds, there is no more safety net here for Order. They need to chain 3 rounds or more together here to be successful. 4 is the kicker, but if Fun Crew take this one and only one, they're going to take map number 1 here in this best of 3. The Jiggle Peak, ooh, coming over towards the back down of mid. Doesn't actually catch anybody, so lucky that they caught, well, they didn't get caught out by the operator. Speaking of the devil, There's Ronsky getting the frag on to Andy. Paint shell's going through. Prowler doesn't actually catch anybody. So Order still alive, still in it, still kicking.
It's a precarious position to be in right now. If you're easy, the flash comes out easy. He's able to get away by the skin of his teeth, by the hair of his chin. Artie bang the A site here. He's let Norson walk. The paranoia goes to short. Artie now needs to be cautious of back Chen. And Knives secures that they know that RD's in this back position, but Lou's caught looking heaven. Lou's not going to be checking for RD. Nobody is. It's going to be Texter to find Fresh just to pick up shot. Ronsky finds Norson. It's easy. Now to put it up the clutch against 4 Order players. Spike down. Ronsky scoped in. Not a chance. Easy walks out alive. It's 3 for Ronsky. It's 11 go Order, and we might be seeing overtime in this first map.
You can't be serious. I mean, that operator was the winning card that Order needed to play there, and they did so. I don't think Fun Crew were expecting it. We haven't really seen much operator play come out from Order. In fact, most of the sniper play has either been from Andy at the early rounds with that Marshall, or we see the tour de force coming out here from Lou. And now Ronsky whiffs out of his zone. In fact, I believe he's tossed that one away and maybe opting for both, but he does have the Vandal at his feet should he need it. That just goes to show you how well Order are doing here for economy. They need one more round. They cannot falter anymore. Ooh, they take a bit of chip damage from the shock dart coming through there courtesy of Easy. They will make a little bit of noise, grab that alt orb. Now the null command is online. Maybe this is what Fun Crew need to take out the first map.
Yeah, the null command shut down the util. You've seen Order. I like to dump it. Disco, we've seen time and time again over towards that A site. They've swapped up the setup here, though. Order like to play adaptive on the fly. They've sent Ronsky for an aggressive peek towards B main, and he's not going to budge until he finds a shot. I have to say, the discipline and, well, I guess the confidence to kind of stick that play and back yourself, and Fun Crew can really just send it at him in just a moment. Ronsky scoped in, walks up. Our drone will spot, and the recon to follow suit. Paint shells force them back, and you are powerless, Ronsky. No paint shells out. He's just going to have to go for the stray shot. It misses. Goes between Fun Crew, and now they look to light up this B site, but it's Order lighting up the kill feed. It's 2 from Disco, dropping Freshest and Easy. Util's now down heavily, but Lou lines up 2 shots, almost gets the transfer. Locked down. Norson 2v1 with 20 seconds to get that spike down. Does have the paranoia. Disco times out the kill to Freshest. 16 seconds. Norson has the spike. Needs to get out of the lockdown. He's got 12, make it almost 10. Order have his number. Norson not going to get a chance to get into the site. Go 5-4, and the time is gone. The plant is over. We're going to overtime, even if Norson finds this kill.
Map number 1, VOT. We are heading straight into overtime. Order versus Fun Crew. We didn't expect this, Tony. Honestly, we expected a little bit more out of Order, especially in the first half. It was not their day. It took a little bit of time for Maple just to spread those wings and warm up a little bit, but since he has, Order, they've gelled together as a unit. Voltron has been formed, and everybody has combined together as a unit, and Order just continue to just defy the odds here. They're taking rounds that they definitely should not be. That clutch from Ronsky on 2 HP, shock darts and all, was just insanity. Now we find ourselves right here, right now, and I can't split these two teams.
And I feel like it's a good time to mention, Kit, this is Order's map pick, and Fun Crew have been doing them dirty this entire map. Of course, Fun Crew, a 77% win rate on this map overall. Of course, the set hasn't looked too great for them in recent times, but that's kind of the story of Fun Crew. They haven't looked all too great in recent times. This is a different look Fun Crew. They've taken their time, they've taken a step back from stage 2, and they're like, you know what, we're going to put the hours in. It's worth it. Oceanic Champs is just around the corner, and they've been putting in the hard yards. You definitely see it in the server. Ronsky looking to take space up through market.
Shells go out, got the Vandal, but Andy has the Phantom and the angles, so well done. Fun Crew, man advantage now. Order need to manufacture something here. They've got to do it, you know, up against all odds, as they've done time and time again. The statistics have been at their disadvantage. You know, the firepower's been at their disadvantage, but true to the OCE spirit, I would say, they are the true underdogs in to the down sense of the word when it comes to these rounds. You know, pistols, no util, it doesn't matter. Freshest threads the needle though and takes down Texter. So one of said pistol gods is now off the board. It's 3-on-5. Tony, I think Fun Crew more than happy just to hold the angles that they need to here and let order come to them.
And this is a different look Fun Crew discipline being exceeded here. Astronomically, Artie has walked up market quick trade and he's already there to pounce. Lou back at the site with the rendezvous. Will be caught. Doesn't get pulled by the stick there from the Fade, but Disco able to find Lou and Andy out in the open. Disco down to 2. It's really up to Maple to get this one done. He is going to play off Disco, holding in the logs, the spawn peak to come through, but Norson is looking for a great flank here from B main. Maple has been picked up. He heard the sound cue of the alarm bot. It's up to Fun Crew. We've seen them retake the site time and time again. Defense round after defense round. It's Norson to find it, and the low Disco falls to Freshest. It's 13. It's match point yet again for Fun Crew. Just
They very nearly did it there, Tony. Disco on 2 HP, took down 2 members with him, and then almost clutching it out there onto Fweshes. Did chink him down to about 83 HP and 16 armor, but one bullet ain't going to do it against a fully armored robot, fully HP'd robot as well. So Fun Crew take the advantage now. Timeout coming across yet again from Fun Crew. Coach Arkin throwing in the towel for a little bit, saying, don't get ahead of ourselves, lads. That was a tough round. And you know what, Tony? That's been the story of the night so far. Both of these teams have done it tough. The rounds have gone right down to the wire. There's been very few steamrolls, and when those steamrolls have happened, it's usually because one team is trying something when they're on an eco or something like that. And just the sheer mental gaming going on here in this server at the moment is phenomenal.
Game of attrition. It's a game of mind games here. Arkin putting that brain to work. Fun Crew, they're 1 away from taking Order's pick, going to Fracture with a 1-0 lead in this series against the best team in the region in the upper bracket, opening best of 3. Not a sentence I ever thought I'd be uttering, Kit. And Fun Crew, they seem to just make these rounds work. They just seem to pull from thin air, it would seem, in Order. They're just not expecting it. As Texas said, anybody can show up on the day, in Fun Crew, they're definitely showing up to play in this first map.
They absolutely are, but Order, like we said, they're just clawing themselves back when they need to. They hold on by the skin of their teeth when they need to, which is not something we usually say about Order. They are usually the ones that are commanding the map. They are, driving the narrative here. At the moment, it's been all about Fun Crew and them, and it's been Order playing catch-up defense the entire time, so to speak. Now we're in overtime. Again, they find themselves in that defensive position, fighting for their life.
And it's times like these that Order have come out swinging. Of course, now to the defense side, Texter said as well that Order's defense was a little bit rough going into that APAC stage. Maybe they've put a lot of work in. Their defenses looked a lot better, especially in this first map, especially against side of Fun Crew, who have shown a little bit of a glimpse of the old Fun Crew, the team that's been very inconsistent as of late, but Lou's added some consistency to this roster. Yakuza out, Lou in, and I'm all about it. Lou top of the board at 22. Of course, 1 kill separates him and 3 other players in this server, 1 on his team and 2 on Order. Lou's definitely been putting up numbers on this chamber, and I have to say, it's not what we're expecting, especially, how we had our heads ahead. It was Ronsky versus Andy, and neither of them are doing all too much heavy fragging at the moment. It's a team effort.
It is. It absolutely is. And, like we said, it took a little bit of a while for Maple to arrive to the party, but he's done so very much so. Meanwhile, all of the fragment going to come out there and land firmly at the feet of Disco. He just was not expecting that. I don't even think he saw it. It was a lineup of the gods. Now it's a 4-on-4 situation, make it a 4-on-3. Oh, hello, here comes Order. And they put Fun Crew to the absolute sword over towards on this A site. Now it's all up to Lou. What can he do? Can he send Fun Crew into the next map with a 1-map advantage, or will we go into double OT? The defenders are going to get the defuse, and Texter rounds it out with 4 at the end of it, Tony. Fun Crew find themselves, again, struggling on attack. Defense seems to be where they're at.
Huge round there from Texter, 4 on the trot. You can see that's confidence being instilled in the Texter. He's had a bit of a quiet game. He's come up clutch in a few of these rounds that Order needed most. 19 to 18, 8 assists. You can see 13 to 13 our scoreline. Numbers being thrown at your, Kit, and of course 2 more between these 2 teams and going to our second map. 15, the magic number. Fun Crew for the defense to start at Order to the attack yet again. We've seen Fun Crew come out to a roaring start in the defense, I have to say.
Another one. Here we go. 13-13 is the score. Don't worry, ladies and gentlemen, it is still map number 1 here. We've got 2 games total tonight, and another map after this is freshest. Finds Texter. He spotted a couple more members over towards short A, and they just peel back off. Order on attack. Again, just struggling against this iron wall style defense that Fun Crew continuously put up. And look, even though it's overtime, they're going to find themselves starting out on defense at the start of this OTs time and time again. So Fun Crew, what better way to start off and then do what you do best and just lock down Order. But Texter, once he starts to get a bit of steam under that engine, like we saw with that 4 frag round just previously, you need to be careful, but he has been taken down in this one. So it's only 1 frag, Tony, but it means so much more than that.
Yeah, 1 frag could mean the difference between a lost and 1 round. Dart goes up top of the wall there to deter Order from walking into B site, but it's just these 2 players. It's RD and Disco kind of trying to make space towards this B site, sell the fate, but Fun Crew aren't fooled. It's freshest. Finding the first pick on a Maple. That spike is dropped, picked up by Ronsky, and over towards the B site they now have to go. The space is open for them. Fun Crew have given it, but we've seen what Fun Crew can do on this retake. We've seen them come absolutely colossal with the trades. Disco not going to expect this walk up from Andy. The dash forward to go for the aggressive players. Disco falling, and the spike plant will be tapped, but Ronsky's out in the open. It's flawless. Go Fun Crew for 14.
On defense, do you expect any less of Fun Crew? They were, you know, they peeled off the site, setting up for the post plant. They didn't have to because they had everybody ready and waiting. Order just didn't have the manpower. 2 guns against 5, always going to be a tough ask, but the positioning that came through from Fun Crew, it's just been supreme every single time, especially when they've been on defense. Order just struggled. They are a great attacking team. Order, do not discount them whatsoever. It's just Fun Crew are just that little bit better at holding and retaking and everything, doing everything right, in fact, on their defense. Maple resorting to the Haunt Odin situation over towards the B site. Haunt didn't actually catch anybody out, so even though no info was gained, info was gained. You get me?
I definitely get you, Kit. You can see that the info's come to play Lou. Of course, been missing a few of those shots recently, I have to say. Been going for some aggressive swings and hasn't been quite in the mark. This time he will. Ronsky is going to spot up Andy, a little bit shaky on the aim. The pressure definitely starting to get to a young lad like Ronsky, but he thrives under it. Norson falls, and now it's even standings, but it's more than doable here. Fun Crew, they've got 3 left alive. You can see the rotation towards the A site. It's scattered. Ronsky has dashed the hopes of Fun Crew for that B split. Freshest, he needs to be cautious. Ronsky hasn't moved a muscle.
Wait for me. My ult's ready.
And he didn't get the flick of the wrist across in time. Ronsky gets 3 for the round so far. Ace still very much on the cards here, but meanwhile, Fun Crew, they're over towards A, so that's where Ronsky needs to go. Order just sitting back here. They're just waiting. They know that they have to push aside. About 30 seconds remaining here as Easy dukes it out with Tex. The showstopper goes in, and Ronsky falls for the round. What can he do? He's freakish. He's inhuman. And Texter managed to get the frag onto Lou, so stealing away the ace, but keeping Order's hopes alive. Dastardly Texter. Another round of overtime, Tony, as we push on. Here we go. 14, 14, 16 now being the number that these teams vie for.
Blow for blow, call it a shonen anime. The story just gets that much better as the episodes progress, and it's 14-14. First to find 16. The first to find 15 match point. Vandals 5k per player, half-charge ultimates. It's the same story that we've known and loved for so many rounds so far in overtime. And, well, Order, this time, they're not going to expect maybe a Fun Crew push to mid. This is going to shake them up and stir them a little bit, and this is going to be finding shots. There's 2 players all the way back at Sport. It's 3 Fun Crew have found an Order. Weren't expecting that at all. Fun Crew, that's the way to start a defense. Just play aggressive, shake up Order's momentum. And this is just Texter and Ronsky left.
The best defense is a good offense, and the Fun Crew definitely put that to testament right there. Now 2 remaining members of Order. They can do this, especially when it's Ronsky and Texter, both gamers in their own rights, but like we said, the team effort from Order is what's been getting them over the line so far. Like you said, not the left or the right leg of Exodia, but the whole kit and caboodle. Now, the util flies over towards this B site. Ronsky and Texter still sitting back. They're making a lot of noise, but not a lot of ground being gained. Texter going in easy, making his presence known over towards the back of Boathouse. Reloads. Norton's actually going to get spotted just sitting up on the top of the box there at the B site. Easy at Boathouse, and now all of a sudden, Order up against the odds. Keep themselves alive yet again. They got one frag on the board, 25 seconds. Now it's up against them. Ronski gonna blast pack over, not onto this site, but over into the connector. Maybe gonna try and catch people and frag out the round here?
Oh, maybe. Well, Ronski able to find Anti, and now it's 10 seconds. Texas still needs to get to that site. We'll shut the door, Freshest. It's up to you, sir. His teammate a little bit further away. Was expecting the B plant to come through, but no seldom fake. It's Order taking control of the A site with 2 players now for the 2v2 post plant. Fun Crew knocking players this time to trade the kills out. It's Ronski in the 1v1. 3 kills to make it 4 to close this one for Order and find themselves match point. It's Easy. Aldro, the showstopper, pops. Easy wants to wait that one out. The fuse is a short one at that. And of course, the fuse will disappear. He's going to destroy. He's going to shoot himself. Ronski, no! Easy's going to tap it to half. All he needs to do is now just go for the swing, hit the shot. Easy. It's textbook. I'm enrolling in your class, Ferguson University. That's what you do. 15 rounds go Fun Crew. They do it yet again, kid. They break Order's momentum.
Switching sides.
He had it, Tony! He had the lineup! The fuse was ticking down at the exact moment he needed to throw it, but just whiffed it into the wall. Oh, the pressure of the situation. Ronski, we do not see that from him often. He goes to the top of the leaderboard, should have taken Order to match point, but alas, Fun Crew again hold firm. The immovable object, the raid boss here on defense on this first map of Ascent, and again they're on match point. Norson and the rest of the crew are doing just absolute work, and it's only map 1, my man.
That's heartbreaking. Anzi, blow for blow, and just kicks Ronski down when he's already doubting himself. Taken out of this round early on by Anti-Fun Crew. That's one to break the momentum. Order, you see, they're a little bit shaky now in their holds. The defense is looking a bit rough now. Fun Crew have complete control of mid. 2 players to hold this market and spawn across. Easy towards short side. Order can't go for an aggressive play because Fun Crew have got every angle locked.
And they've done it so well. Every single time. Fun Crew now on attack. And a rare advantage here. It's definitely been their Achilles heel when it comes to taking rounds, attacking, that's for sure. But with the advantage, could just be a little bit different. Fweshest swings out onto Disco. Disco was there and waiting, still couldn't convert, couldn't find the head.
30
now,
seconds.
mid-aggression coming through. Lou takes down Texter, and not like this. Order all of a sudden find themselves with 3 players remaining here on defense. Fun Crew, which side are they going to go? They can go any way they want here at the moment. They choose to go over towards B Maple, sitting in this dark cover. Is he going to swing out at the right time? He's going to catch people napping. There's one onto Lou. He swings around, doesn't quite get the frag. Only a couple hits into Maple, who converts it. Now they push in. Prowler goes across, but there's Fweshest holding firm. RDW and Disco. What can they do? Norson from behind! Disco reads him very well, though. Now it's 3-on-2. Order have done this before. RDW playing it nice and slow. Goes this one player towards the back of Boathouse. Easy playing towards the site. Was not expecting Andy. Flashes. Disco gets 2! And Order are still alive in a round again. Deja vu upon deja vu. They take a round that they just have no right to take. And Order... It's rare that I am speechless, Tony, but we are seeing what can only be described as divine intervention. You know, a couple times is a freakish coincidence. You know, a little bit more than that, you start to suspect something is up. But other than that, there is no other explanation.
Right, I don't think Pexter even expected that. He was leaning back in his chair. He's like, oh, they've got us. They've got us. We're caught. It's 15-15 though. Ought to keep going.
As we get back into this, the eyes narrow. Players, casters, obs lean forward in their seat. I'm sure the viewers are doing exactly the same thing, ever so narrowly. Util flying over towards the back of the A side. In fact, it's A main. Fweshest again with the swing. Them hips do not lie. And Ronski gets taken down. Fun Crew again on defense. They're bread and butter. They've got the slight advantage here over Order. With Disco, RDW, the heroes of the last round, still alive. Fire in their belly. Maple joining forces as well. Does have the spike all the way back at spawn, but Order shaping up to hit this B.
Yeah, and they have to deal with it. It's easy. This time with the Odin, we haven't seen it in quite so very long, and I don't think Order are going to expect it either. Walk into the crosshair, and it's just mouse one. Easy. Textbook gets it done. Maple falls 2, and the spike down picked up by RD. But there's 3 players coming from spawn. RD has been spotted on the darts up through market. It's Fun Crew putting a lot of pressure here, and RD can just look to wrap the spawn side here. Nobody's holding it. Fun Crew is through your spawn, so as the paranoia comes, and now the pie in the face. Fun Crew have let RD through spawn over towards the A site. Could look to plant with 20 seconds, and well, Fun Crew, they're gonna have to play the trades. They're gonna have to not give RD 4 individual 1v1s right now.
I mean, they are the kings of the retake, but how did they not hear that paranoia that just whistled past their ears behind them? That baffles me. They must be that zoned in and that focused. Anyway, RDW into the smoke. Aggressive play. Takes down Fleshes. Says, oh, we need to retreat. 30 HP. Doesn't even get the teleport off. Revealed by the dart. And Andy with the wallbang. RD, it would have taken some Omen brilliance. But again, Fun Crew on the retake. Still in this first map, ladies and gentlemen, of this first game of the first day of the VOT. What a way to start things off, and we are not done yet. Fun Crew continue to take bites out of Order, but they patch themselves back up. And on defense, whoever loses defense, you would seem, Tony, is going to be the team that goes down and out here.
A lot of firsts, call it my high school years, kid. We can see it. Maybe Fun Crew to find the first map of this series at 16, 15, 17 is the magical number we are looking for. And Order have been in this position time and time again. The attack is always where they come to shine and where they look to break Fun Crew. Fun Crew, so many rounds on that defense in overtime. It's just been picked piece by piece. Fun Crew, they've come so close to closing it. And that's got to weigh on the mental here. You really start to think about it when it gets this deep into the game.
And then eventually, Tony, this map is going to come to a conclusion. And then there's another game that these players have to reset for. So that's a massive, massive ask considering how this game has gone down. They must have the jitters. They must be jumping in their seats at the moment, these players. But alas, they must focus. They need to narrow themselves because Fun Crew, again, find themselves on match point. U2 are going to go back over towards the A site, and a bit of a push coming through there, but nobody is revealed. Texter just backs off. They time themselves out here, Tony, and this has been happening time and time again, round after round. There's a split second between, a jiggle peak connecting or, players running into each other thanks to timing, but it hasn't been so, we haven't seen it enough, and it's been there, but, that's just the way that these players are. They're not giving us the satisfaction.
Ooh, and nobody's going to be expecting that. Andy, given the satisfaction of finding Texter not check a corner, and that's been Order really slipping up in some of these rounds, not corner checking. Fun Crew go huge, the paint shells come. is amongst the smoke in the middle of the site, finally found by Freshness, not able to lurk around, not able to tiptoe through. Fun Crew, Lou finds it in, finds another, but Maple trades it back. We're gonna go big under the clutch. 10 seconds, the spike will go down, the Nightfall beholds. But now, do you frag in the dark? Maple not so. Lou finds it 17 to 15. Fun Crew finally close it. They take first map off of Order. Expectations be damned. Fun Crew, the King Killers.
Well, oh my God, that was absolutely incredible, Tony. That, like we said, it's not often that we are rendered speechless. And I said at the start that this game was going to be one that was a crazy one. It was going to be anything but vanilla. And I tell you what, it was Neapolitan. It was the whole freaking rainbow. We had an absolute roller coaster as we check out the highlights from the first map here, believe it or not, in the VOT. You can see just how Fun Crew are able to hold in such a defensive grip every single time. And then on attack, they just struggled a little bit, but round for round, tit for tat, blow for blow, you could not separate these teams.
Of course, we spoke about Lou so very often in the early stages, but it was Norton, it was Freshers, picking it up in those later stage rounds when Fun Crew needed it most. You saw that Lou looked a little bit shaky on the aim and looked a little bit shaky in the play, maybe needed some time to adjust, and Will definitely found the adjusted needing here for the side of Fun Crew. And Order, that's a rough blow. That is a heartbreaking finish to that map, and you can see that clutch there in round number 14, round number 29. That was a heartbreaker. That was a beautiful round being picked up here.
This was insane.
That was also insane. There were so many insane rounds, kid. This one map delivered almost an entire series worth of plays.
And that's what you want. And what better way to start things off, ladies and gentlemen? That was only map 1 of game 1 here in this opening night of the VOT. So we're going to take a very, very short break just while these players can compose and regather themselves. Then on the other side, we'll be bringing you map number 2. It will be Fracture of Order going up against Fun Crew.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Oceanic Championships, the VOT. Of course, I'm Two Tap Tony, joined by my lovely co-caster, Jake Kid Fox Punton, and what a first map we saw. As we said, an entire series worth of games. If you missed it, you got to go check the VOD after this one, because it was one you definitely didn't want to miss. We now go to Fracture as our second pick here. And interesting enough, it's Fun Cruise.
Which is interesting to say the least, because you know, that was Order's map, and they were put to the sword in the early stages of it. Now we go over to Fracture, which is, you know, a map that is relatively new to the competitive scene here in OCE. You know, the map has been out for a while, but it's sort of taken a little bit of time for it to sort of be adopted by these teams. It was often, you know, basically the Insta-ban that came out, but now that we've had a little bit of exposure towards the other regions, you know, with APAC and whatnot, I think we've adopted sort of a little bit more of their meta, which is why we're seeing maps like Fracture.
Yeah, it's interesting, of course, to look at it from a meta perspective as well, because what Fracture's done in terms of coming into the pool is made teams go away from double duelist compositions. You see a lot more Breach, Brimstone, you see a Sentinel in there as well, maybe you see a KO or a Fade, and, you know, it's all about the util, it's all about the team coordination, it's all about straight up execs over Ronski go kill or Andy go kill. It's about the team more so than the individual.
That's it, and it comes down to agent selection on this map as well. You know, it's a Viper's playground, it's a Cypher's playground. Breach has massive impact on a map like this as well. So because there are so many walls, so many nooks and crannies, you can even put Chamber to work, you know, down those narrow corridors. You know, a tour de force at mid-range is just as deadly as a rifle, you know, especially when you've got those rendezvous up. You can get in, get out, do your damage, and then dust your hands of it and go hit another site potentially. So we'll have to wait and see what these teams dish up for us here on Fracture. I'll be interested to see if Fun Crew do sort of stay around that composition that they come to know and love. They love to pick those three. In fact, that I just said, they love to pick the Cypher, the Brimstone, and not so much the Viper, but more so the Sage as well. You see the walls, especially when you're trying to defuse or plant the spike. It's kind of like Breeze, where you can place a Viper's wall to, you know, basically get your big toe over the line and plant the spike. We'll have to just wait and see if they do that on Fracture.
And of course, Order recently, you know, they've gone overseas. They've had that wealth of experience, as Tex has kind of said, but Fun Crew really shook them to the core in that first map.
Yes.
And Order maybe not expecting it. Of course, going into Fracture is going to be an interesting one, especially for a team like Order, who's been exposed to two kind of playstyles here: the Oceanic playstyle and the APAC playstyle. Of course, we saw Order go toe-to-toe against a few of the heavy favorites in the APAC region. Boom, Paper X, of course, Oasis as well in their debut overseas. And, you know, Fracture was that map to look at in their last series, that it was kind of Boom overclassing and outfragging Order, and that's not what you expect to see as we now go into our picks. And no bans, unfortunately, but this is an interesting one to look at. It's going to be Disco to Neon and Ronski to the Chamber.
Yeah, we are seeing a little bit of a different lineup here. Lou, no surprise, going to be doing Chamber yet again, because the way that he played on that first map was insane. Top of the leaderboard for quite some time. Andy, going to switch things up a little bit, going on to the Raze Easy. There it is on Breach. Lots of value on this map, but the Astra is a very interesting pick. We haven't seen our girl for quite some time, so let's see what RDW can do as a designated smoker. But Disco onto the Neon. And this composition that we're seeing come through here from Order is different to say the least, Tony.
Yeah, I have to say, it's, you know, it's Texter going back to his roots. Of course, Texter known for kind of playing these more Sentinel style of characters. Normally we see him on the Sage or the Astra, but Texter's kind of swapped it up. He's like, you know what? Somebody else play the Astra. Somebody else play the Sage. I want the Breach. Give me the Breach. Is it easy? Looking to pick the Breach as well. Freshest, gonna be back to the Sage. It's not every day we get to see a Freshest Sage, of course. We haven't seen Freshest on that Agent quite a while. Been playing the Chamber heavily, been playing kind of those more filler roles that Fun Crew are happy to give to him. Lou, of course, back on the Chamber for the second map. Fracture, kind of one of those maps that even on the defense side, you can get aggressive with this Chamber.
You can. You really, really can. So many points for Rendezvous, which puts you around right angles. And, you know, blink and you are literally holding another angle with a potential tour de force or headhunter waiting for the swing. And they just walk into your crosshairs. So do not discount the chambers on this map, expecting to have instantaneous value. But I'm really liking the breach pick. The Rolling Thunder can sweep across a site like a hurricane and just carve absolute carnage to whoever is in it. Not to mention so many points for Aftershock, especially in the post-plant scenario over towards this A side. If you can take the back of the upper A site, and you can get some absolutely nutty Aftershocks off. But we'll have to wait and see. As Order here on defense, staring down the barrel, they did go down in map number 1 of Ascent against Fun Crew. My name is Kip Fox, joined by 2Tap Tony. This is map number 2 of this best of 3 series here between these two juggernauts. We've got another map coming after this, but it is the Valorant Oceanic Tour, the VOT, the pinnacle of the mountain. Tony, who do you think is going to take this one?
Signs would point to Fun Crew, especially with that one map lead. Ronski, though, he says expectations out the window as Disco and Texter find a few more on Fun Crew. They've had a rude awakening already to start the pistol round off. It's one enemy remaining. As you can see now, it's just easy. Left in a duel of wits against Maple, and the teammates comes across. Everybody getting a piece of the pie. There's Order. They're going to be taking the first round this time. Pistol goes their way yet again.
Yeah, very aggressive, and everybody getting a chomp of the cheese. One frag apiece, and now... last time they lost the pistol round, Tony, they force bought into the round. They don't have to do that this time, and Fun Crew, I'm looking to play this one a little bit more passive as well. They're not force buying themselves into this one at all. Order, meanwhile, trying to put it to work. Ronski obviously going to utilize that headhunter. Doesn't really cost too much to buy some bullets for that. Meanwhile, the rest of Order fully investing into this heavy shield Spectre setup. So RDW, I'll be interested to see how he starts to play this Astra as the rounds progress.
Yeah, RD has kind of been one of those key players that you kind of throw on anything. Duelist, we've seen him, Sentinel sometimes, Controller even. RD can do it all, a man of many talents. Maple looking to walk up, but could expect Norson so deep in the corner. Free Spectre given over to Fun Crew. And they could look to give way over towards this B site, but Order, they're pulling a player over, Texter for the rotation. RD in this close corner, the wall to get them to cross for free, potentially. RD and Ronski able to find freshness, and now Artie's just going to swing, find a few easy pickings, some easy tags. Fun Crew all dropping like flies to RD, getting half charged that ultimate. The second round picked up. Order, they give away a few guns, they lose a few players. Fun Crew make it expensive, but still Order find the round.
Yeah, it started to look a little bit precarious there when Norson got that right click in the underpass and gave, secured that Spectre, but credit to Order, they hold firm. Now Fun Crew just unable to take that site. We saw them just get flanked, had their pants pulled down by Order there. They were just not expecting it. But now, as they get firepower under their belt, it'll be interesting to see how they work here, especially this Sage of Fweshus that's really, really catching my eye, so to speak, so far. Lou on the chamber, setting up towards the back of A. So a little bit of a split push and approach coming out here for Fun Crew to start things off.
Yeah, split push approach, and you can see that Ronski doesn't really need to bite on too much. The Headhunter can really do the work. 8 shots. And, 5 players, so you only really need to use 5 of the bullets. And of course, slow pace this time for Fun Crew. They know that they're kind of on a back foot. They don't want to give away an early gun. Great angle from Lou. Up on drop, Texter. Wasn't expecting Fun Crew to be playing with such discipline.
Yeah, he definitely practices his down lefts, that's for sure. Very, very nice thread of the needle there from Lou. That's what you expect from your chamber, someone who just has that pinpoint precision with their aim. As the util starts to come out, we can see the Astra smoke in the connector. Now we can hear the fault line coming out, and the trigger has been pulled. Aftershock, there it is. Just clears out that A site. The suck! Norson doesn't care. He's going to walk straight into it, supported by Lou and Order. Yes, this is bonus for Fun Crew, for Order. And Fun Crew more than happy to take this with 5 rifles into the next round. All they have to do is take down Maple, who's sitting there with a shorty. And he is not really much he can do in this position.
Yeah, he's kind of just... He's going to glide around. Use it as an extended pause, I guess. Use it to really talk through what went wrong. Of course, bonus there for Order. They're not going to be feeling too disheartened going into the 4th round. But for Fun Crew, a good one to pick up, and in flawless fashion, Lou gets the last kill of the round. First to Fun Crew. Now we've got a game on our hands. Of course, Order expected after the pistol they find the second. It's what we saw out of Fun Crew. But this is where the testament really gets tested here. This is where this could be make or break. Ronsky, Operator Light Shields, RD, Vandal Light Shields. Because, of course, Fun Crew, they've all got Vandals. One headshot is going to meet a fatal demise. Doesn't really need to full invest the shields.
Still Fun Crew just sending the chamber on the lurk as they did in the previous round. They've still got that firepower to play with, but Fwesh just investing the wall nice and early here. You can see him just making sure that Order just doesn't get overly aggressive. They're just sitting back, and Order, they do this very well, especially when they've got an operator in play, which they do now in the hands of Ronsky. Still a little bit away from the tour de force, but the rendezvous are there so he can get in and get out. Taking this one nice and slow. Fun Crew more than happy just to let Order maybe put a foot wrong. At least that's what they'll be hoping for them to do. A little bit of noise being made to get a potential bait out, but Order are not going to be drawn into that, although Sage has now rotated over towards B. They've got a four-man stack over towards that side, and poor old Chamber is left to defend that A side by his lonesome, but he does have a good angle.
I have to say, I'm really liking this boost wall that's coming out, especially from Fresh. Just able to hold a high angle, hold a player that's maybe over-aggressive towards that B main position, especially a Chamber like Ronsky. We've seen it go for some aggressive plays, but 40 seconds Fun Crew. Slow this one down a little bit. Keep Order guessing. Great fault line from Texas. Actually catches them off there. Great little Neon Util 2 to follow suit. And this slows down the hit from Fun Crew. Actually forces them to rotate out.
Yeah, Neon threw out the fast lane there and didn't really utilize it. Still a 5-on-5 situation as the hard rotate is now coming through from Fun Crew. I think the spike is still in their hands, but easy. Gets mown down by Maple. RDW is there in support, takes him down as well. And all of a sudden, these players just don't know what hit them. Fun Crew, blink and you'll miss it. They've lost 3. Fwesh's falls as well. Lou, Norson, the last 2 remaining members. That ult orb going to be consumed, but Norson is there and waiting. Lou gets 3. They're making it expensive here for Order. The operator from Ronsky falls as well. So even though the round goes over to Order, Fun Crew make them pay.
They definitely do make them pay. You now look at this economy, and Order, they're happy to win the round, but they've got a Bucky, they've got a few light shields, and I don't think Maple can afford a gun. This is rough. Great round there, great hold from Norsid towards A main, not even falling at the end of it either. It's Fun Crew in a good position for these next few rounds. The economy for Order, as we said, in shambles. Bulldog only for Maple. Ronsky, Headhunter Rendezvous. So we go to Lou, teleports out of A main. You can see that Order, they're putting a lot of aggression in, and this time they'll be punished. Fresh just able to find the first.
Fwesh's has been caught by that aggressive Chamber through B one too many times. Every single round, early wall, that boost up just to try and catch him out, and didn't even need the wall in that scenario. Ronsky was just a little bit late to the party, but still just played into the hands there of Fwesh's, and he's not going to let that happen to him more than, well, you know, what's probably already happened to him 50 times. That's why he stratted it and pracked it and doesn't want anybody coming through B. Order, man disadvantage. 3-1 is the score. Like we said, they did get the previous round, but they paid for it. Ronsky with that operator, that was the big one. You didn't want to see that one on the ground, but that's where they find themselves here at the moment. Fun Crew with the spike in hand. Easy going to get this one down, and that is a very, very good place to defend from, especially if you can line up an aftershock.
Yeah, you can see there's no no shock darts this time for Easy. Aftershocks this time around, and for Order, extended save. Don't really want to go for that reinstate day. It's kind of a hard site to retake, especially when you can hold so many different nooks and crannies. Top of site, back of site, over towards sand, over towards main, and Order, as we expected, of course, with their broken economy, are going to be keeping the guns to the next round. Great round to pick up for Fun Crew. Almost even up the score and get themselves within breathing distance of Order.
Yeah, Order. Look, they've done their best work in pistols when they're up against the grain so far, but why not take a little bit of firepower into the next round? They were only on light shields, like I said, the last round, very, very, very expensive for them, and they'll be just happy to breathe a little bit there and recoup their financial situation ever so slightly. RD does have the Cosmic Divide available, so keep your eye on that. Norson, meanwhile, with that Orbital, a very, very strong ult from Brimstone, especially on this map. because there's so many places that it can just flush out. A whole site can be taken out by this. Now Fueshis does have the revive, so even though Fun Crew might be seeming at a disadvantage, they do have the ability to bring a player back, and he's still yet to hit the board, which is interesting.
Yeah, a player we had pitted in our heads ahead. There it is. He starts it. You'd speak on his name, and Andy finds his fame. A quick blow to RD. And that's a lot of util down now for Order. You can see that they're kind of playing a more passive style of composition. Andy finding another on a disco, but quick trades back with the quarter, of course, from Runsky. Leaves Norton and leaves Lou in the 3v2. Maple is going to go for the swing. Norton saw it too. He's going to go out with the shots. Norton goes down with the ship though. Texter comes from up top a rope and rains down hell. 4 rounds go Order, but a close one came down to the 1v1 there. Fun Crew, they're not going to be feeling too much hurt of that one. They still have so much money to invest into this one. Order, they're going to need to find a more convincing lead than that.
They are. They're doing it, but only just at the moment. Order, like you mentioned, their economy is definitely bearing the brunt of these rounds. They're throwing everything they've got at Fun Crew, kitchen sink and all. But Fun Crew are just more than happy. They've got the baseball mitts on. They're just catching it, throwing it back. And Order, if they're not careful, they just maybe hit for a home run. Great wall coming out here from Maple just to delay any sort of B push. And, that's a gamble that you take on this map. There are 4 points that you can attack from, even more when you count the underpass, etc. But you throw out your util at one of those and you pray that it has value. In this stage, for that Sage wall, the answer is yes. Fueshist didn't actually pop his own because here we go. Get ready. Andy and Norson waiting with the util. You can see Brim charging up these smokes. There they go. The booster wall comes out straight over the top. Maple eats the flash, has no choice but to retreat. Paint shells are there, has to go in. Andy trying to commando his way up, but runs headfirst into Maple, who eats the rolling thunder, but is not too phased by it. 2 frags for him. RD pushes in onto this site with a Spectre and a Dream, and Fun Crew just fall over in a heap as Order frag out the round here. 2-tap, 5-2.
That's a huge round for Maple. You saw not expecting the counter wall, but ready to counter the play. Great round. Order back to winning form, it would seem. 5-2 goes the scoreline, and, well, as well, back to winning form, back to winning economy here. As you can see, Fun Crew, they're on a bit of a rough buy now.
A gift. They are. Oh, how the turns have tabled. Fun Crew, they need to be careful here because even though they can probably cobble together a couple more rounds, it's very easy for those damn walls to be broken, and all of a sudden you open up your wallet and a butterfly or a moth flies out, and you think, how did I get here? We see the util coming out here from Disco, has a little bit of a peek, doesn't really find anybody with the relay bolt. And a very slow approach here from Fun Crew as we approach this, I believe, the 8th round. This is the 8th round. Astra throwing out the util, RD. This is why I'm starting to see why Astra was chosen on this map, that full map coverage. You don't have to invest a Brimstone at close range or a Omen. Now they try to push in yet again, but you see Ronsky fall.
Oh, great flash into the Gravity Well combo. Order playing their util to perfection. Fast lane goes up, the Disco to walk out, but Lou able to trade back Texter. You can see that Fun Crew now set their sights on a different site. It's over towards the B site. As Maple looks to trade it back, Disco can hear the footsteps. He knows that Norson is now creeping through Spawn. The Resurrection comes through, and Resurrection back from Order. You can do that too. We can do that. You can see Fun Crew able to get the spike down, but they need to be cautious. Disco's coming quick from this flank. Able to use the high gear to kick it up and kick it off. Disco able to find Freshness too, and now only one player, Norson, stuck into his own smoke. As Disco looks to walk it up, finds the shot to Maple. He's trying to find the Disco, but that one will do, I guess. Order able to read safe though perfectly. A great flank for Disco, I have to say. And Order, they're back. And where have they been, kid?
They were sleeping. That's what. Poor Maple was collateral damage there. He was not aiming for him. He was going for Disco, but it is what it is. Maple, he has to buy back into this one, but I don't know. Order, out of nowhere, Arkin, for the 3rd time tonight from Fun Crew, the coach, going to throw in the towel, buy a minute just to chat to his lads. And you know what, Tony? Every time the timeout's been called so far in this game, Fun Crew have picked up at least the next round. So it does wonders not only for the tactical mind, but also for the I guess the physicality of it as well. You might be a little bit jittery, your hands might be sweaty. You know, you just have to wipe it off and say, this was a close round. We're still in this. We can't allow Order to just get away from us now. It's 6-2. It's not, you know, it's not the worst situation that I'm sure Fun Crew have found themselves in, but any further, and they just may have to start reassessing things.
Yeah, it's interesting as well to point out that Order haven't called a tactical pause. It's been all Fun Crew this entire series so far, and you know, as you said, interesting statistic arc. And well, after a pause, the boys find around. Fun Crew, you can see a lot of practice has been put in. This is not the Fun Crew we saw stage 1 or even stage 2. This is a completely different roster. This is a completely different team than we saw right there. This is the Fun Crew of old. This is Fun Crew of 2021. This is the Titan Slayer team. And it's Order looking to be the Titans towering over the little folk that are Fun Crew right now. 6-2, a very strong scoreline. And especially as well, on the defense side, Order definitely shaking off that last map very well.
Good shot there from Ronski. Hit it and quit it, and Easy is forced back to the bench. Order, even though the timeout was called in favor of Fun Crew, they've lost a member early in Order with the advantage. Make that a two-man advantage as Fleshist was not expecting Disco, and this is the power of Neon and Sage. And Ronski still just carving them up there like a Thanksgiving turkey with this operator. Norson at close range takes him down, but it's all up to Seth Brim. What can he do? The daddy. The Big Daddy Brim. His players that was a double doors, swings over towards Texter. He did have the support there of, I believe, RDW, but not this time, Tony. So there goes that stat. 7-2 is the score. And Order have chained together 4 consecutive rounds. Fun Crew on their map, they're just being made a fool of a little bit.
Yeah, you can definitely tell that, you know, Order after their loss to Boom, they were like, all right, maybe our fraction needs a lot of work. They maybe been putting in the scrim hours, and it's paying off. For the moment, Fun Crew, they've been putting in the scrim hours and it paid off in that first map. But Order, this is where we expected them to be. This is the King of O's, after all. This is the team that represented us overseas and almost made it all the way. The furthest the O's team went overseas, and in terms of Valorant, you can see, well, Fun Crew now back to the trot. They go 2 ultimates apiece for both rosters. And also, I have to say, the top of the board with the Brimstone, not what you want to see right now. We need some more out of Andy and Easy.
Need some more out of quite a few members on the side of Fun Crew. Freshest, even though he's nailing these walls, nailing this util, you need to convert at the end of the day. There's only so much an assist can get you. We need big kills, we need frags. The wall, as we can see there, very, very good. It was from Maple. I'm going to wait for this one to drop, I think. They're fully invested at the back of A here, have Fun Crew. So this will either be pay dividends or fall over in a steaming heap. And in about 10 seconds, we'll find out as Ronski gets the frag onto Lou. Here we go. The walls go in. The rocket is out. Showstopper, nobody to be found, though. So Spike going to go down. So that's an ult wasted. Doesn't matter, because that is what they're after. Oh, the shot through the smoke coming out. Just actually takes a bit of damage. The spike goes down nevertheless. Fun Crew with a man disadvantage, force Order into a retake.
And luckily enough, Freshest has that heal. Still to expend. Order have to bust down this wall. They also have to hold strong towards main Ronski. Another leg shot to Andy this time, and the Headhunter's pulled out for the headshot to be found. Fast lane is in, and Order are all in to this retake right now. Freshest falls. A quick trade back onto Andy. Two players now left for Fun Crew. The orbital strike well expended. Easy. Not quite able to hit the spray, but we'll find Texter on the fadeaway. And you can see the aftershock through. Nobody is defusing the spike. If Dawson has anything to say about it with Easy. But Maple and RD combine it, and 8 rounds go Order. This is an unstoppable defense almost being put up.
We saw a lot of ults being thrown out there too, Tap. We saw a Cosmic Divide. We saw an Orbital. What else did we see? We saw I believe the Rolling Thunder as well, potentially. It was monstrous. In the end, though, it will be Order who start to stamp their authority here on this map. I mean, 8-2 is the score, and all of a sudden they're just starting to run away with it a little bit. What can Fun Crew do? They've got no answer here. Order, they've just got everything, just dishing it out. And Fun Crew just don't have the answers. They've got they've got nothing, Tony. That's it. The tank is absolutely empty.
Yeah, it might be one of those scenarios where you kind of just, you throw the last few rounds into the mix and go to the next half with a different mindset. Maple and the rest of Water just playing so aggressive towards either side of the site and either side of the map right now. Yankee able to pay the aggression forward. Maple will be falling, and you see how cautious still Fun Crew are playing. Great aftershock from Texter, able to catch off Norson in the corner. Ronski's just walking up with the tour de force, not even scoped in, just holding the barrel of the gun out, waiting for Fun Crew to peek it. And well, for Fun Crew, they're forced off, lose deeper spawn towards B-Link, but it's going to be expected a few auto plays in just a second. Here's the slide from Disco, and Fun Crew might have a B site plan.
Yeah, this is all that they've got here, Tony. They've got no credits after this, but that's a little bit of a boost to the economy from the spike plant there. Now we can see Fault Line being charged up. This is really the last roll of the dice here from Fun Crew. I said that they've got nothing left, but they've got a hope and a dream. It's a 1-for-1 trade. Ronski takes down Easy, but not before he can pick one up. RD and Ronski, two remaining members here of Order, the top two fraggers here on the retake. Lou does have full HP though, and all the timing from these chambers. Ronski makes the conversion at the end of the day. That smoke is going to be used well by Andy. Ronski at close range. Can't make it work. Now it's a one-on-one, but Andy has his position revealed. The sucker's going to go in, and RD does the rest. And does he have the time left on the defuse? It's going to be a close one. Just in the nick of time. Very, very, very close. But Order continue to push this scoreline out. 9-2, and Fun Crew, they've got no answers. That was it, Tones. What can they do here? They're going to cobble together a couple rifles, breaking the piggy banks here. But Order are sitting pretty on the top of their gold piles, and a 9-2 scoreline to boot. This would be crazy if they go into double digits here in the first half.
Yeah, that would be the most blowout first half we've seen so far in this series. Of course, Order a little bit closer than Fun Crew in that last one. We saw 0.75. That one was 0.40. Oh, just a fraction of a second, and Fun Crew could have been finding themselves a third. But Order, this is a statement first half to be making, especially on Fun Crew's map. We go to Third Haven, and it's anyone's playground at that. So you can see Fun Crew again just playing so passive, expecting Order to swing to them, and they know that they can't be affording to take these aggressive fights right now.
Vicious Guardian too. Bronski might actually pick a frag up here, but have a look at how these two gamers hold these angles. Norson is on the other side there. Bronski actually going to get the lineup, but Norson is there and waiting. Meanwhile, Texter over towards this A site takes down Easy and Lou. And all of a sudden, the advantage that Fun Crew thought they had, it is no more. Texter still going strong. Gets a third before Andy just applies the brakes to that little rampage. Vicious and Andy, the last two remaining members. Relay Bolt goes out. Does actually catch Andy, but not before he can plant one between Disco's eyes. Spike is going to go down, so Fun Crew still in this one. RD and Maple need to combine.
Yeah, you can see playing off of each other. Showstopper's pulled in. He's looking the wrong way, though. They're both coming towards main. Freshest has given the call out to his teammate. And a little bit shaky on the aim, Maple, a little bit shaky on the slow orb too, but RD wraps around rope and puts the chains to Andy. Shackled our Fun Crew right now. The Pandas need to escape their enclosure. There's Order. They make a closure to the half. 10-2. Most dominant we've seen, and this time it's defense side first for Order to get it done. And, it's almost like first map didn't happen, Kit. Ascent well and truly out of Order's minds right now.
Yeah, we're seeing APAC Order here at the moment, and it's very eerily similar to the way that they played when they were over there. This is where they're definitely strongest, so Fun Crew just missing a trick here. Remember, ladies and gents, this was Fun Crew's map pick, as Ascent was Order's on the previous map, but this one is comfortably, at this stage, going over to Order. 10-2 is the scoreline, and it's not very often, especially at this level, Tony, that we see a team go into double digits in the first half, but Order was snoozing on Ascent. That's the only answer that we have. Maybe they've finally awoken, because yeah, it's a very, very dominating scoreline. It's scary.
Yeah, they had a bit of a rude awakening, but I guess, sometimes you hit the snooze on the alarm button and sometimes you jump straight out of bed. This time, Order, they've jumped straight out of bed and come to play in this one. Now to the attack side, Fun Crew get to defend this time and maybe looking to do the same aggression that Order went for. You can see, though, we're formatting towards the satellite dish here. Pinging where the fast lane to go. Disco sets that one up perfectly. An interesting little lineup that he went for. Let's Order cross completely unscathed. The double wall too. The Sage barrier wall being invested, and you can see Order have freedom to take the site. Plant Lou. Oh no, not like this. Caught 4K crash. It's caught Lou lacking, and now it's up to Fun Crew to try and retake. Andy's found one. Freshest found another. Disco with the frenzy. Getting up close and personal. But the gravity well slows it down. Ronsky goes deep for the flank. Finds Freshest, and it's down just Andy. Frenzy in his hands. Paint shells out towards the back of the site, but Order, they've got such great positioning to hold it down. The fault line and the Ude still has just been on point for Order. As you can see, the cross is being held. Everybody knows exactly where Andy is now. Some shots come out, but not a chance to swing it at 3 players and come out with all 3. It's going to be 11 Order, and looking in well true form to close this one.
Yeah, Fun Crew are looking like they're more than happy to GG go next to this one. Easy, Fleshest, and, you know, to a lesser extent, Lou. We saw him, like you said, lacking in 4K. A rare moment of panic coming out from Lou there with that Headhunter. Normally it's 1 shot, 1 kill, but then it was, you know, press mouse 1 a couple times and hopefully 1 connects. But Order, meanwhile, it's a different story for them. The bullets curve around corners, it would seem, the way that these guys are going about their business here. They're making this map their own, and they would have been licking their lips when they saw Fun Crew pick this one.
You can now see Fun Crew kind of forced to force into this one. If they lose this round, it's 12. It's more than assuredly going to be lights out. Order, they look to walk to the B site. This is a different style of play. I like it. Disco on the duelist. Disco leading the charge this time. Shot out from the Bucky of Norsen. The aftershock forces Norsen off. And he knows exactly that Ronsky misses the shot. Norsen! He's going to get another with the Bucky. Ronsky, given a player on a silver platter. Norsen, no way he gets that kill. Texter now looking to find Norsen yet again, this time called the smokes. And Texter will be the one to pick it. Long range go the Spectre. RD has found Lou over the wall here, and he's just peeking, playing with that Sage Wall so aggressively, but Freshest, Stinger better than Spectre. Float like a Cadillac and sting like a bee. Freshest with the Stinger gets it done on 3 HP to find Fun Crew their 3rd round.
He retrieves a slightly more aesthetically pleasing Spectre for his troubles, but it was aggressive and expensive also from Fun Crew. You said they had to force themselves into this one, but have a look at the safety net, the massive buffer that Order have in terms of rounds here. They just can't afford to let the economy of Fun Crew become a problem for them. At the moment, they can, you know, like I said, they've got a couple rounds to play with, so they won't be too phased by that one. Is it the start of a comeback miracle? We will just have to wait and see, but you know what, I hate to burst people's bubbles, but at the way that Order are playing at the moment, you know, that round be damned. Their first half was out of this world.
The way Order played it was textbook. Andy, the double swing for Lou, able to find Maple towards Dish, and this is, well, now that Order have lost their player over towards Dish, they think that site take might be not what they're after right now. You can see that Ronsky walking up with his Headhunter to lead the charge with the fault line and Texture. The relay potentially come out here from Disco, looking to walk up easy. He's not going to expect it with that quick smoke cover given. It's the power of the Astra. He can kind of peek quickly into these smokes. Lou just going to be unchecked. The long range stinger. Ronsky, he does him wrong. He does him dirty. Lou able to trade it back to Texter, but Ronsky's still in the mix here with 13 HP. End ahead. Hunter will be found finally by Lou. Shut it down, do Fun Crew. But they lost a lot of players in that engagement. They lost 2. They lost a few bits of credits here or there, and were forced to invest into this one with Order. Just a bonus thrown by the wayside.
It was a complete eco there from Order, nothing but pistols coming into that round. And I tell you what, Tony, our Rob's crash is going to make a few enemies, I think, after this tournament tonight. Catching these gamers slipping on a international stage in the biggest competition in the region. We love his work, and definitely capturing all the best moments if you're a viewer, but if you're a gamer, it's one you probably don't want to put in your highlight reel. But shout out to Crash, shout out to Temple, shout out to all the admins and obs that do all the hard work in these tournaments. They're the real MVPs. 11-4 is the scoreline at the moment, and Order, again, with rounds to play with. That was a classic eco for them, remember. Now they've got a few guns under their belt, and Texter also has that rolling thunder. There it is, straight into the site. Counter slow orb coming through here from Fleshes. We see the relay, so the relay dart as well as the fast lane coming out here. Paint shell frag there from Andy onto Ronski. Disco with the judge and 6 HP. He's not phased whatsoever. He removes Freshest from this equation. Now he's at 12. He's got the bomb bot there he has to contend with. Norson though, lurking, the boogeyman from the sides, takes down Disco and Texter. And Order, all of a sudden, they start to look a little bit shaky here. Fun Crew's starting to chain 2 rounds together, seemingly a third now. Order, they can't afford to let this one slip through their fingers.
Yeah, I was astounded Maple got that spike. It was out in the open. There was a player holding there from towards Cade Scene. Norson had his eyes peeled and peered onto Maple, picking that spike up. And the rotation's over. Lou in a great position though. Up, Rendezvous. Can take a shot, get out scot-free. This is what they're after right now. Spots the shoulder and Lou, yet again, just missing shots you don't expect. He's the top fragger of the last game, and especially came clutch when Fun Crew needed it. He's panicking right now. This is not what Fun Crew need, especially in such a do-or-die Australia. You can see Andy a little bit more cool, calm, collected, able to find the crossfire shot for Norson to pick up the third. Lou can't be doing that right now. It's very dire straits on this fracture map here on this second one. It's Fun Crew's pick in Order. That's why they've been fighting so many rounds. Lou's just looking a little bit shaky. Fun Crew looked a little bit out of sorts. But now they've put Order in a rough spot. It's forced to save 3 ultimates though. Ronski does have the tour de force.
This is great play here from Norson on the Brimstone as well. Normally we see Brim, towards the middle, lower end of the table, but not Norson. He is well out in front in terms of frags here for Fun Crew. But having said that, the rest of the scoreboard isn't really much to smile about. You can see Easy only 3 frags for the server here at the moment, and Freshest on 7. They really need to start stepping up here. They've got 3 rounds in a row, so things just maybe a glimmer of hope is all that they need. Maybe just things start to brighten on their horizon. Order again forced into a hard eco here. We see a couple shields, 2 heavies, 3 lights. The rest, the whole pistols though, Tony. So they're going to struggle to take a site here.
Yeah, definitely struggling right now. I'm just going to re-smoke towards A main.
Ronski tour though.
Ronski tour de force. Yeah, that could be very big in terms of the hit here for Order, but you can see that Freshest is so disciplinedly holding out that wall, waiting for the footsteps, waiting for the sound cues. That wall perfectly cuts. The Order takes short. He can just throw us an orb down, a collateral from Lou. Looking for another on the eco. He hits the shots. This time, doesn't miss on the eco, and that's when you don't want to miss, especially going for a headhunter. Wall playing shot, and Lou's found fort. This goes out towards A. Nobody here for Fun Crew. Spikes well in their hands, and well, Lou's looking for that ace especially. You can hear kicking in the high gear as Disco through spawn, and Lou has spotted it, and there it is. Flick on, it's the mark this time. It's the first ace here, the Oceanic Championship. It's to Lou, of all people. Fun Crew finds 6, but Order not far behind. They're now on a bye, and this is where they could look to potentially close it out yet again.
I'll tell you what, somebody must have messaged Lou and said that we were talking smack about him. He missed a couple easy shots in the last couple rounds. Let's not sugarcoat it, but he made us eat them words with a fantastic, beautifully mastercrafted ace with that operator. Ronski, it was a tough order for him, but Lou is putting on a class here. So, as far as the chamber duels go here at the moment, I was going to say it was all Lou, but Ronski has something to say about that as he takes down Andy here on approach.
And that's what we expected out of a player like Ronski, an aggressive playmaker. And of course, we got to see Order really put Ronski to work and put him through the hard yards. And it was always a question to ask once Order picked Ronski up was, how are they going to work his aggressive playmaking into it? Are they going to force him to take a little bit more of a back foot? No, they're just going to let Ronski put his foot on the gas in Order. They put their foot on the gas to ace site. Nobody here for Fun Crew. They're going to have to play for the retake. RD able to pick apart Easy on the lurk. Now is going to go help Ronski over towards the dish. And Fun Crew, they've got a tall retake to work here.
Ronski, 2 frags, 2 shots with that operator. doing fantastic stuff here. There's lots of rounds for Order to play with, like we said, but if they keep doing this, there won't be many more rounds in this game, full stop, period. Lou, though, just applies the brakes with an operator of his own. FunCrew still very, very much in this, but Order with momentum, with rounds, with money. Texter has the fault line. The orbital was dodged. Now Order hold this site. Fueshis and Norson, though, they swing it for 2-on-2. Fueshis gets 2, he's still going. Disco has got the Sheriff. Will the spike get going up? Yes, it will. Woo-hoo-hoo, Tony. Clutch round coming through there from Order. 12-6 is the scoreline we stare at now. Everybody loses everything. Match point here for Order to take us to a 1-1 best of 3.
Stop the clock. No clutch defuse this time. Impressive shots for FunCrew. But now, staring down the barrel of a shotgun, 12-6. In Order looking to take ownership here of Fracture. Send us to Haven in quick fashion. But not if FunCrew have anything to say about it. We've got Lou with the tour de force, Indy with the showstopper. Maple, a resurrection in hands, and Order. This time, just going to be playing default, of course. It's FunCrew to push to them. Early wall comes out. For an early molly from Norson. Freshest is going to peek off from that wall, use it perfectly. Able to pull the gun back out, even get a bit of tagging onto Texter. Forces FunCrew back for the moment, but great kills early on here by Freshest. That's what FunCrew are after.
Could have very easily had the third there. Maple investing the revive. They want to round this one out right here and now here to Order. Norson has something to say though. Domes Maple into submission. It's now a 4-on-3 situation. Order with the disadvantage. Showstopper is popped close range. Or Texter catches it with his teeth, but Ronsky is there and he is still going, but RDW swings and takes him down. What can this player do? He's got 1 of 3. Now he has to take down Norson and Easy. Spike retrieved, hoofing it all the way back through the attacker spawn to over towards B. 45 seconds. Time is not a problem here for RD. The big problem, though, is Norson. The top fragger, not only for FunCrew, but on this server at the moment, is still alive, as is Easy. And you can never underestimate the power of this breach util.
And you can see RD smokes himself off to cross here. He can look to play an aggressive angle with over towards the generator, but we're back off the tower. Star on top of the spike. Can use the gravity well or the Nova pulse. Buddy, just gonna take it slow and steady. That's how you win the race. 1 round away from closing this one out. RD waiting for the first peak, first contact given, and the gravity well now comes out. Vulnerable to up. Norson needs to stick this defuse, and RD's just playing this so perfectly, jiggling it out, and perfect shot to clutch it up, close it out. 3K wrap it up in a silver bow. Order take Fracture with textbook clutch there from RD, and you can see, not even a pop-off. He's just cool, he's calm, and he gets it done when Order need it. Fracture in the books. We go to third now, Kit.
Absolute scenes here. After that first map, Tony, I thought this was going to be a one hell of a different story. Considering that was FunCrew's map pick as well, we did not expect that out of Order. I don't think FunCrew expected that out of Order, and they step up exactly when they need to. As we have a quick look at these replays and just the doming that comes out here from RD. When Order need it, that set them off on the right foot here, but then they just continued to chain themselves, just to chain rounds together rather. But then FunCrew, like we said, just throwing a spanner in the works when Order were not expecting it. A couple rounds back here and there, but Order, that dominating first half really set them on the path that they needed to be on to secure this map.
And I have to say, RD just looks so comfortable on this Astra, and well, maybe look to see that be picked in the future maps and the future series here for Order. Of course, FunCrew, a few missed shots, a few missed opportunities, especially that one where they took away all of Order's guns early on. This ace from Lou, almost the kind of stepping stone that FunCrew needed to put themselves back in contention. But you can see the final replay here, RD jiggling it so perfectly, just so calm under the pressure. And that's what Order are about. Calm under the pressure when it really comes down to it. We saw it in that first map. We saw it in this second. Order, they might be looking for Haven, and they might be looking to move on through this upper bracket.
That's exactly it. The jiggling like jello there at the end was RD, managing to get the win for Order as we head now into a break. We'll be back shortly, ladies and gentlemen, with map number 3. It will be Haven, and you'll be joined here by Kit Fox and 2Tap right after the break here at the VALORANT VOT.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. If you missed it, I would have hated to. We saw an absolute clinic being put on by Order in that second map. Fracture went 13-6. And now, Kit, we go on to our third map here in the VOT for our opening series, and it's all three. It's Haven for our final. And this is a little bit of an interesting one. Of course, Fun Crew, they've struggled a little bit on Haven, but historically, Haven's been not too bad a map for them.
Yeah, I mean, neither has it been for Order. I mean, Haven is a map that's been around since the start of Valorant, and Order, in some way, shape, or form, have also been around since the start. So this map, you know, given that it's got three sides, three-pronged approach, I think Order, I'm going to have to back them into this one. We've seen them do some absolute, some absolutely phenomenal things on a stage like this throughout Valorant's history. So I'm expecting some similar things here, even though it is a bit of a new look Order here, Tony. I can expect some very similar styles of gameplay. I think the crux of that organ, the crux of that team is still there.
And of course, we take a look at our vetoes. We take a step back to see how it all started. What happened in the planning phase here, as we can see the maps in front of you. Of course, Icebox being taken, Breeze being taken out. And then Fun Crew, they picked up Ascent, a very close one, I have to say, 5 times overtime. Fun Crew really had to work for it. Order didn't really have to work all too hard for that one, I have to say. Fracture, in terms of just the raw strategic play that came out there, Order just looked like the better team. And, of course, they swung together. They played the util perfectly. Disco on the Duelist is something I'd love to see again, especially going into now Haven, which at 3 sites, Disco could be anywhere with that Neon. And maybe we see it, maybe we don't. Who knows what Order have in store. But for Fun Crew, they're going to have to bounce back. They're going to have to mentally reset like Order did after their lost map. And, well, for Fun Crew, hopefully they've had a talking to Coach Arkin in the server with them. And, it's interesting to see that Order, after that shake-up on that first map, they looked absolutely in tune with each other. Dick Stacy, their coach, didn't even need to call a timeout. He hasn't called a timeout this entire series. Order just so confident that they're able to bounce back after a rough one.
Yeah, former player for Order as well, Dick Stacy. So the man definitely knows the squad. He knows the strats, and definitely would be imparting his wisdom. Not only, a massive Valorant gamer, but also previous titles. The man is a FPS royalty, and he also speaks very fast as Dick Stacy. So you might not even need a timeout. He can rattle off a whole strategy within about 10 seconds flat. So don't underestimate the power that Order have, not only on the front lines, but also in the back seats as well, the ones with the clipboard calling the shots. So let's see what these teams lock in terms of agent selection. Now, on a map like this, we know teams lean heavily in towards the Cypher, and, Order are no exception to that usually.
Yeah, Order, they kind of like to play the Cypher. It's, I guess, it's kind of textbook RDW. If you knew him before his Order days, you knew him on his wildcard, you knew him on his Mystery Inc., RD was the certainly player. It's always a lookout to see his Cypher in action, and of course maybe we'll see it, maybe we won't. Disco though, back to the Neon. Ronsky gonna be back to the Chamber, more his kind of style of play. We sort of struggle on the Raze a little bit. Interesting to see that Ronsky not bringing out the Jet. Maybe they're saving that one for a rainy day, Kit. And of course Fun Crew, they're locking it in. Lou to the Chamber, Norson maybe to the Omen. This time we get to see Andy back on the Jet, and it's gonna be interesting to see what Fun Crew look to bring. Maybe we see the freshest Sky. We've seen so many different kind of agent picks here from Freshest. He's shown that he's flexible to play any kind of role here for Fun Crew, and that's what you need. A player that's consistent, but also a player that can show a bit of flexibility.
I do need to apologize. When looking at the stats before, I said that Order leaned heavily into the Cypher. They do not. That was actually Fun Crew. And having a look at their lineup here, they have not done that this time. We're just actually opting for the Sky. So very interesting to note. But RD going to play that Astra again. And you're going to get your wish, my man. Disco going to be rolling out again, almost literally, on this Neon. So a little bit of almost an exact similar composition to what we had over on Fracture, with the exception of Server coming in this time instead of the Sage. So let's see what Order can do here. It's do or die time, ladies and gentlemen. Map 3 in this best of 3 series. It's one apiece here. Both teams taking each other's maps out from under them. My name's Kit Fox, joined by 2Tap. You're watching the OCE, well, basically the best in the region. It is the VOT, the Valorant Oceania Tour. The winner of this gets a chomp at a 30k prize pool, as well as that coveted spot over at the LCQ. Tony, we find ourselves in this position after a 5 OT first map, a stomp of a second map. This one really could go either way on a knife's edge.
Yeah, and well, if you like stories, if you like you know, a good read, I'd love to see an overtime here. Haven, one of those maps that has the potential here, especially if we see the Fun crew from that first map show up here. Hopefully they've shaken off the nerves here, because they're going against the big bad juggernauts, the best in the Oceanic region, the team that represented us last stage for APAC VCT. It's Order. 1-1 apiece here. Order looked very dominant on that last map, and maybe looking to start it off. Ronsky getting aggressive. And this time he's going to be paid for that aggression. Norson picks apart Ronsky like he's a herd in the litter.
Yeah, I mean, Lou just sitting back as well in spawn. Great trigger discipline. You can see Fwesh is going to run headfirst into Disco here if they're not careful. The util is out, and Fwesh gets caught with it. But Lou, being very, very slow, probably could have saved here. Does finally find the doming onto Disco. The spike, meanwhile, has gone down as Maple dispatches Andy. They go in nice and close. That right click from Norson pays dividends. Texter falls, trying to push up through A main. RDW, though, 1-2. Can't get past Lou. Holding over towards the elbow, down towards Sewer now. He rendezvous out, and it's a one-on-one. Maple, look at the flick of that wrist. Lou putting on an absolute class here. 3-0, great start. Fun crew take the first.
Yeah, Lou don't miss this time, and especially third map when Fun crew need him not to. Great shot there from Lou, and look at that flick of the wrist. Perfect with the headhunter. And a perfect start. Fun crew pick up the pistol. We trade pistol for pistol in these maps. Fun crew found the first on the first map, and Order found the first on the second. Now it's Fun crew back again to pistol winning ways, and a forced out Vandal light shield already for Norson. He doesn't want to waste any time getting the guns in.
I was wondering if Order would go into a force buy. I mean, it's not really a force for Order. They know exactly what they're doing. Andy with a Marshall knows what he's doing and takes down Disco in this third map. Starting, and it's popping off already here. Second round, Norson finds Maple. Oh, Andy takes down Texter, anticipating that they probably wouldn't have any armor. Does find the frag now. It's all up to RDW. He's got to go through 5 members of Fun Crew. Can't get through 1. Norson finishes the round with 3. And Andy, how about the man with the Marshall, just making it his own? You ain't no sheriff in town when you've got Andy. Just kick back, relax, he's got it sorted. 2 frags for him that round. 2 rounds on the board here for Fun Crew and Order now. They'll buy themselves back in. So bonus for Fun Crew, but Order, they want to make a statement.
Yeah, Order looking to make quick work of this third round. They want to do it as convincingly as possible. Take away the guns, make Fun Crew really invest their credits deep into this first half. Because we're only early days, early start. Fun Crew expected after pistol to find the second. Order a force buy into the third. Vandals across the entire board. Not a single Phantom in sight, interestingly enough. Of course, we saw Fun Crew opt to bring a Phantom to play that aftershock to the backside. Forces Norson not to teleport. The From the Shadows expended. Fun Crew still trying to walk it up after losing a player. And you can see so many members of Order have eyes on the spike. They have Fun Crew locked in this cubby, and they've got this site completely unlocked. Fun Crew, they don't even have the From the Shadows to retrieve that spike now. They're just going to go dry peeking, and Lou is going to be falling. Another shot, Goronski for 3. And it's just an Orson stuck in that corner, can't even cross either, because Order, all eyes on the ball this time around, not letting anything slip in their grasp. It's Norson back against the wall. We've seen him find a few exit kills here or there, especially with this Vandal that was forced out from the second round. Want to get as many kills as possible with it. Make it expensive for Order, keep their credits low. 33 seconds and the spike's still well in the hands of Order.
I think he's happy just to sit back with this Vandal, because that spike, I mean, like you said, they tried to walk it up after losing 1 member. Sad for them that that member was the spike carrier, and now Fun Crew, they're doing it tough, even though it is bonus. Order have lost 2 members, so slightly expensive for them, but that bomb drop, the placement of it was just,
10 seconds left.
You know, it couldn't have been much better for them. Now Order hold this site with an iron fist. 5 seconds remaining, gonna tick down. Norson actually going for a hunt here, knows that Ronsky and Maple are lurking somewhere. Nice and slow. Norson being very aggressive here. Would have expected him to hold on to this gun, but gives it away in the end.
Yeah, it's an interesting one, I have to say, from Norson. Could have kept that, could have made it less expensive, because you see now Fun Crew have to fully force into this one if they want to keep the lead going. Order, great hold there to the C site. You saw such a quick rotate come through. They had 4 players to the site before Fun Crew even knew what happened, before they even knew that that spike was down out in the open. Order were there to answer straight away. You can see now 3 towards this A site for an aggressive pick. It's actually 4 players investing the fault line, investing the flash. Sky coming in here for the side of Fun Crew. It's Norson yet again to find this entry pick to Sewer, but it's a quick trade back from RD.
Very nicely done. Smooth work there over in the Sewer. RD takes his place at the top of the leaderboard here for Order. Meanwhile, the rounds, though, in advantage of Fun Crew. We saw them pick up the first 2, and that was a tough one that Order just picked up then. They would need a little bit more of that magic, because there's still a long way to go. They've already come a long way, and still the summit has not yet been reached. We are at the best of 3. We could go into overtime if the first map is anything to go by, but Lou, again, just manages to find these flicks. You can tell the difference between a player that, you know, practices on things like Kovacs and whatnot, and a player that doesn't. And I can tell you right now, Lou is a walking advertisement.
A walking billboard for Kovacs. Of course. Or AimLab. You can use either of the two. Either of the two, not too bad. But of course, now the retake in Order, 3 members. Of course, a low RD, but well divided. And now the fights are split. Fun Crew, how do they do it? It's easy. Lou, both going for the swings, but Maple able to get the transfer onto Lou. As Fresh as falls to Lou. Maple now the easy, playing on the other side of this wall so perfectly, and Maple repositions so well. He reads easy like a book, an open one at that. Order, they're able to find their champion moment. They're able to find that second round.
The Cosmic Divide is such a powerful ult because not only does it cut off, you know, the sight, it also nullifies the sounds as well. And, you know, without sound, this game becomes significantly harder. And the way that Maple was just able to reposition there was textbook. So well done there to Order. They level it up now. It's 2 apiece. And Fun Crew, you spoke a little bit about how they were forcing themselves into that round on the bye, and they needed to because now they're in a world of pain in terms of economy. They've only got enough money to buy 2 Vandals. We've got 2 Sheriffs, and Lou, I believe, has a Tour de Force available. So slight firepower, but not at the level they would hope. Brodsky almost had 2. He takes down Fueshis, but Lou, that's the power of the Tour de Force.
Yeah, Frenchman wielding a big sniper. You don't want to play against it. Disco. It'll find easy and without fear, tosses down everything. The fast lane, the relay, Texter, able to find Andy, but Fun Crew, they're already out scot-free. Norse and Lou on the way to the A side. Texter high flashes. This could be a setup. Great for Lou. The fault line, though, going to stop the peak for the moment. Rendezvous tossed down. Lou able to teleport out of the aftershock. Able to get into a better position to take this fight against Texter because he's putting the pressure on. You can see the shots to the wall bang. Lou able to tuck into the corner for just the moment. The paranoia supported by Norson. The shot missed by Lou. Not this time. Not right now, Lou. You need to be hitting those. Texter walks it up. So much confidence in this man. He's done it before. Texter finds the first to Lou. Taps the spike that's planted for Norson up in heaven. He's going to go for the swing as Texter tries to stick it fully. Pros don't fake, and Norson knows that. 3 rounds go Fun Crew.
He very nearly had that too, but how about the fearless play from Texter? Just walks up straight onto that site, knows that there's 2 members there, and that duel that he had with, I believe, Lou was just incredible. All the way from sewers up onto the site. You'll love to see it. 2-3 is the scoreline now. Fun Crew with a slight advantage. 3 odds apiece for these teams to play with coming into this one, but Order are on struggle streak. They've only got Sheriffs. I think there was, nope, we're going to sell the Spectre off, and they're going to do this one tough. But Tony, they like this position. They love being the underdog, and they are more than happy to come into this one with very little firepower. As you can see, the util now coming out, being thrown over towards the sewer area. Cloudburst, Paranoia, Fault Line, and we'll now see a flash. Another counter Fault Line now coming out. Ooh, bad luck for Ronsky. Drop checking the corners there. Overdrive coming in from Disco. Takes down easy, but not before Lou answers one. It's all up to the last remaining member in Maple who takes takes down Norsen. He now has to get through Lou, Andy, and Fueshis. He's had the hors d'oeuvres. Now he needs the entree, main, and dessert. Maple, a different story than what we've seen the last two. A different Maple story than what we've seen over the last couple of maps. He's at the top, and that's where he needs to be. At the moment, though, momentum firmly in the favor of Fun Crew. Lou again. He either sticks him or he doesn't, Tony. He's either brilliant or we're left wondering.
It's consistently inconsistent, I have to say. Sometimes he hits and sometimes he doesn't. And when he hits, he really does. And you can feel it in the server. Maple can't afford to go for this one. It's kind of too far gone at this stage. Fun Crew, though, definitely had their work cut out for them. That aggressive play there, you can see that Order is so in tune with Texture on this Breach and Disco on this Neon. It's just textbook now aggression on the defensive for them. Round will go to Fun Crew. They take a 2-round lead, and they'll be able to keep all their guns in play and keep the money high. That's what Order are after right now. That's why Maple's gone for the save. But I have to say, Fun Crew showing up to play in this third map.
Yeah, they most certainly are. Glimpses of the first map about them. You know, that's where they were the most successful. Let's put Fracture at the back of our minds. At least that's what they'll be saying in their team chat. Coach Arkin will be drumming that into the chat at the moment because now they reset. There is a brand new map. Everybody's 0-0. The money's the same. And let's see what they can do when these two bulls lock horns. At the moment, it's Fun Crew that are just edging them out on top here as we tick down now into the 7th round. And Arkin just having a little bit of trouble keeping himself in the server at the moment. That's okay. Coach can sit back and relax. Now aggression again over towards Sewers here from Fun Crew, but read by RD.
It's a great read, and you can see that Order, after that first pick, they continue to put the pressure on. That's all they're about right now. Ronsky just finding Andy and Precious for free. Easy has walked up the C site. 2 players left for Fun Crew. Just Lou and Easy. They're the only players left. Lou able to find that first on Oronsky. Easy can't stick the spike because he's got 2 players to deal with from Garage and 2 players deal with coming from Spawn. A great pinch maneuver there for Order, putting the pressure on. Fun Crew this time they crumble.
Order again, still in it. We said that a lot in the first map because somehow they took rounds that they shouldn't have. At the moment, it's a little bit more vanilla, Tony. A little bit more. A little bit more what we would expect here from a competitive Valorant map. It's, you know, the pistols going the way that they should. Teams are going tit for tat, very, very close. Nobody's still yet to break away. Who will be that team? Who will break away from the peloton? Who will take well, not only the map, but the match here. We are in map 3. As again, they push over towards the sewers area. A lot of info being gathered, and you can see the flashes, and the Astra-Util goes in. Disco does the rest off the back of a fantastic relay bolt. And Order looking very, very dangerous in this round.
Yeah, it's just util dump. You can see the power of the effective funneling of all the flashes and all the smokes, all the concussions and everything. Disco. Confidence right now on this Neon. Expects to know where Easy is. He finds 2. Makes it expensive for Order. And take money off of the 2 players with the least credits. And you can see Order, though, they tie it up 4-4. Fun Crew could look to call a pause in the next few rounds. We've seen them do it in the last few maps.
Right there.
And it doesn't look like it's going their way.
Right there.
They take a step back. They reevaluate what's going on. But I have to say, Norsen has been impressing me so far this series. Atop of the board, on the control, and on the play. The smokes have been great. The util and the setup for Fun Crew to take sides. Norsen definitely in a world of his own right now.
You know, played a fantastic Brimstone as well, so definitely knows what's what. Norsen. And his Omen, though. That's where we loved him. Now, Disco just makes us shut up about that. He says, you need to talk about me a little bit more. Ronsky relocates back up towards the top of the C site. Spray down range from the back of C. Through that Astra smoke. Doesn't really convert anyone. Oh, Lou has to jiggle out. Ronsky, very aggressive. Headhunter out. Aftershock will displace them from Cubby. But Order, more than happy to sit back there. Flash will now go out. Allows Ronsky to swing, but Lou, flashbang, no problem. Manages to take him down. So, aggression there from Order just doesn't pay off in this situation.
Swing. Oh, RD. Hits the mark. Hits the home run. Looking for his 3rd. Fresh just tucked in the corner with 30 HP. No heal left, and unfortunately can't really heal himself either. will have to take the fight, takes out Texter. But Order, yet again, Disco playing with the utmost of confidence with this Neon. I have to say, kind of allows him to as well. Disco takes his fights as he pleases. He can dash back if he wants to. He can slide out, or he can kick it in the high and you run straight at them with that overdrive. Disco 10-7. Not far behind. There are a few Fun Crew players. 10-6 for Lou, 10-7 for Norsen. But Order, one round up here. One map apiece between both these teams. Haven decides who we see move on through this upper bracket and who we see go down to face Bonkers in that lower bracket. Oh.
Ooh, and like we said, it's a scary lower bracket. You do not want to find yourself there, even if you're Order. But at the moment, we still can't split these teams. Even a hot knife through butter is struggling at the moment. See the util just being dumped over towards this B side. The Cloudburst goes out, as did the Aftershock, and he does the rest himself with the stinger of all things. Fueshist, Eco no problem, pulls out the Sheriff, and Lou with the Headhunter. Here we go, Norsen. We've seen him whip out this Bulldog a few times in this series so far, and that was a thrifty, basically flawless round there coming through from Fun Crew. And how do they find themselves at 5 apiece? Maybe they've taken a page out of Order's books from the first map of Ascent and they're just taking rounds where they shouldn't.
Yeah, that is, well, it's Fun Crew flipping the script. It was Order kind of doing that in the first map and then the second, and when they needed it most. Fun Crew able to pick it up, even it up, and Order
right there.
Kind of going for a bonus. I feel these players still kind of have money to buy those Vandals and Phantoms into the next round. So Disco just going to be on the frenzy, playing that close range as possible. You can kick it into high gear, slide into the face of a Fun Crew player, but it's Maple taking the duel against Lou with that tour de force.
He couldn't quite land the flick that time. It would have been one for the highlight reel, that's for sure, if Lou stuck that, but we are going to be left wondering as Order take a man advantage. That's the top fragger for Fun Crew, who now sits on the bench, but Norsen is still kicking, the equal top fragger. We cannot discount the man on Omen, who's having a wild game so far. We just need a little bit more from Fueshist and Easy, who's just been sitting out the back here, throwing out and putting the Sky util to work. We've seen a Seekers used to great effect. Lots of guiding lights, and now Fun Crew just reassess. Now the fault line goes over towards the sewers area, but have a look at the angle being held there by Disco. Counter fault line coming out, and Disco plays off that. Now relay bolt going out. Very, very strong at that right angle there, but Fun Crew not going to be baited into it this time, and they're going to rotate through mid.
Off your feet! You can see Rolling Thunder sent through
30 seconds left.
Garage completely. Ronski's out in the plateau, misses the timing and caught out in the open. That's not the position you want to be in, especially if you've got a sniper in play. Texter, though, comes back. Norsen able to hit the shot and sliding out Disco, but the rest of Order are there to trade it completely out. Fun Crew, such a great opening to that site, but they're not able to convert it when it matters most. And great trades, great position, great discipline. Order, pick 6 to their side.
And it is still map 1, ladies and gentlemen. We will be starting the next match at the conclusion of this one, but who will it be at the moment? That is anybody's guess. Order going up against Fun Crew. 3 ults to play with here for Order. Disco tried to slide into that C site and get the flashy kill there. Overdrive, guns are blazing. Finger guns go pew pew, but they got sent promptly to the spawn. And now, what can they do? Fun Crew need a couple more rounds if they're to be successful. On attack on Haven, you'd probably, say that 6 is probably a little bit lackluster. You'd argue that this is an attacker-sided map just because there's so many ways that you can approach from. Hunter's Fury going to be thrown out. Why not? Tags one up, forces out the tailwind from, it was the dash from Disco. And no, it was the tailwind from Andy out the back there of the spawn. Flick from Ronski finds its mark. Norsen down in sewer, as is Easy's also there to support, so they're not completely out of the woods yet here at Order over towards this A side.
I have to say, Order are spending a lot of ultimates early on. They used the Rolling Thunder and the Hunter's Fury just to force Fun Crew into a tight position. Of course, nobody fell victim to those ultimates, but of course, it allowed Oronsky to take such a forward angle there in terms of the short corner here. So the ping, the fault line's being lined up here by Easy. He knows there might be a player lurking back aside. There is a player down to the far right. Disco has stuck into the corner. Text able to find it. Nobody's going to check that corner. Disco's completely clear. To fire away, it pleases. The Cosmic Divide 2 just for good measure. Order able to flex their ultimates and expend their util to bleed Fun Crew dry. It's just Lou
10 seconds left.
with 5 players staring down. Not Spike in hand. Flawless go Order to close the half out. 7-5 is the scoreline. Order just able to squeak out that one more.
Yeah, Fun Crew will be a little bit disappointed with that, but if there are centers anything to go by, Tony, we know they love playing on defense. Maybe, well, for their sake, let's hope that it's the same story, you know, the same story, just a different cover on the book. But Fun Crew, they'll be up against it here as Order. For, you know, apart from Fracture, they've struggled to get the first couple rounds and have a good half. But Fracture was their map. No ifs, buts, or maybes about it. But Ascent, that's what I'm drawing the comparisons to here. They've definitely turned it around since then. It was map 2 where they got the chance to spread their wings, and maybe they were just snoozing. Maybe it took them that warm-up round to start things off. Maybe Texter got into the ears of the lads during the map break and said, come on guys, is this really what we're about? We know he would have been disappointed with that. Shout out to him for sharing his thoughts with us in the video beforehand. Also, Ronsky down over towards C, gets 2 before he rendezvous out, and he'll retrieve those. Says thank you very much. And now Order, all of a sudden, off the back of those 2 frags, you'd think they've opened up the site, but this is Haven. Lots of ground can be covered.
You know what's playing in Ronsky's ears right now? Bang Bang by Jesse J. Those were some great shots for the Headhunter, and that's what Order need to kick it off on their attacking side. They looked very rough in that first map. Because Fracture, a little bit of a completely different story. There's everybody from Order really showing up to the table here. Easy could be meeting a player in just a second. The Frenzy close range against Disco will hit the mark. Able to pick up another player here. Fun Grenade it. RD finding Precious and Andy on this flank, and bang goes Ronsky with the Headhunter yet again. This time it's a headshot, and it's an 8th round to Order. They're starting to look like the Order from Fracture. They're starting to look like the Order we expected to show up to the series. The first map way behind them now.
They're starting to look like the Order that represented OCE at the APAC qualifiers. That's exactly what we're seeing here at the moment, Tony. They're stepping up to the plate. 8-5 is the scoreline. Great pistol round for them to start off the second half. And now, Fun Crew, what is their answer? Do they try to force themselves into a bite? Looks like we're going to have a shorty come in, as well as a stinger from Andy, but Disco, we can see him just charging up this high gear. Relay dart over towards the sewer area, still holding onto what I believe a fast lane. Algarone going to be completely taken down. Andy holds firm, retreats. Dart cover over towards the A site. They're still making a lot of noise here, banging on the doors. They're huffing and puffing over towards this A site. Will they make the call to blow the house down, though? At the moment, Fun Crew, they haven't been baited into a complete rotation. 1 player holding B, 1 player holding C. So there aren't really 3 members for Fun Crew holding this A side at the moment. The problem for them is they haven't really got much information gathering potential here over towards this A. They don't know how many Order players are still lurking. Guiding Light will go in, and Fueshas puts the pedal to the metal, goes in, misses the shots, and Texter does not. He converts. He finds Andy. Disco. He smells blood. He's hunting. He's lurking. In goes Fueshas. He takes down Texter. Disco still on fire. The spike goes down. Disco picks it back up. Maple gets beat from Fueshas as he came into that site, but Maple does manage to get the frag. RD takes down Lou, and it's all up to Norson. He's got to do this tough up against 4 members here of Order. The spike downski, so money flowing here for Order. And if they don't lose any more members, they'll be sitting pretty coming into the next round following this.
The rendezvous placed. Ronsky punished for that one. Norson able to hit the double dink. Does still have the paranoia. Could look to expend it, but he probably wants to save it for a future round. Put up. Gotta give up maybe 1 more player, but other than that, they don't want to lose these guns. They don't want to give over a Spectre or a Vandal to Norse, and you can see that he is slowly creeping up, trying to find another kill. It will be Maple to close it. 9 go Order. And Pistol into a second round. It's nothing more than you can be expecting here in this game. But Order starting to pick these rounds up piece by piece and crawling their way to a potential 2-1 victory.
Well, it's their bonus here at the moment, and Ronsky just seemingly forgot that a little bit there. I think he was going to buy an operator, but he is going to opt into the Marshal instead. So smart play, because Fun Crew, this is where they throw all the dollars that they've got at Order. and hope that I hope that something sticks. I was going to say, but you know, hopefully the money talks. There we go. We'll roll with that one. Fun Crew started off fantastically though. Lou getting the first frag onto Texter.
You can see great start for Fun Crew. And it's Lou. Consistently inconsistent. That's what we like to see out of him. Here, 2 Marshall shots waiting out.
Ready.
We're waiting to see what Order's next move will be. Been thwarted early on this time by Fun Crew. This girl's going to take some space up through Garage, just to make some noise, just to draw a rotation here, but you can see Fun Crew not moving this time.
Nice and slow approach here from Order. Now they make their presence known over towards A-Long. The util's going to come in, counted up. Oh, Recon Dart actually revealing easy towards the back of the site there. Pushing in is Ronski with the Headhunter. Gets 1, gets 2. Ronski on fire here over towards this A site. Still alive, still kicking. Picks up a Phantom for his troubles. And now Order. Remember, this was bonus. Oh, Ronski gets taken down by Lou. This is very, very good. 2 on 3, Fun Crew on the retake where they find themselves, you know, they're good in this position. I reckon they can take it here, but they push in all together. But it will be a 1-for-1 trade. There's still RD left to contend with on this site. Lou and Norse, and they push in. And it will, in fact, be the round going over to Fun Crew. So even though it was Order's bonus, it was a very expensive round for Fun Crew. 2 rifles to play with, so Order will be pretty pleased with themselves.
I was to say, Texter, you can now see a different mood. We saw it was all business on Ascent. Now, of course, we looked to Fracture. We saw Order smiling a lot. We saw them, you know, having some in-jokes, having some giggles, having some laughs, and that's the kind of team environment you want. That's the kind of team environment that wins games, and that's a definite team environment that Order want to be keeping going into the later stage of Haven, because Fun Crew, they're out for blood, and there it is. We finally see a tactical timeout here by Coach Arkin. Fun Crew, they just needed to find that first for Arkin to pull the trigger on the timeout. How do they approach these next few? Order, they've looked like the team to dictate the pace. They look like the team to take fights, take space, use so much util, and force Fun Crew into rough positions, rough fights. And ultimately, that's what's been winning Order rounds, is this great util, this great team play that's come to fruition in the last kind of parts of this series.
Yeah, I mean, look, let's throw the timeout gets around theory out the window. But at the moment, I think what Arkin will be saying to Fun Crew is, boys, we can't let this get too far away from ourselves. Yes, we picked up the round there, but we only came out with 2 rifles. Now it's expensive. Don't be discouraged, but don't get too far ahead either. This is still very much in the balance, this game. Order, all they need is maybe 2 more rounds consecutively, and then I think they'll run away with it. But at the moment, Fun Crew, they're still holding on. They pulled off an absolute miracle on Ascent. Can they do it again? Can they knock off the OCE champions? The answer at the moment is still yes, very much so, but it's starting to slip away from them ever so slightly.
You want to play? Let's play.
You want to play? Let's play. Lou rendezvous out to safety. Very scared of what Ronski's capable of with that tour de force, and we can't really blame him. Ronski has been on a tear ever since he swapped over to the Chamber. The Duelist, more a Sentinel player, it would seem now. Ronski, his ways have been changed. It's the Order way for Ronski. Rendezvous to creep up through a long loop. He's going to be backing off, puts his Rendezvous in aggressive position. You can see the fast lane, the fast track to the C Psycho Order, and income crawling through a gravity well is Disco. Just takes out easy, traded easily by Lou, but I have to say the ball's on Disco to go for that play. Order showing no fear.
None at all. I mean, that's the way that Disco plays, especially when he's on the Neon. That Fracture was a testament game to, as the flank comes through there from Andy. I was going to say it's a testament game to how he wants to play. And at the moment, he's doing exactly that, and nobody can stop him. But as I say that, he did get taken down. But Lou, he's still a menace as well. As Ronski causing all kinds of problems. 1, 2, 3, whips out the Headhunter, but it doesn't matter. Maple sprays down Lou. And that will be a round to Order. Fun Crew, they looked good that round, Tony. They really, really did. But then Ronski just said, hold my beer.
Yeah, Ronski stealing the spotlight as Ronski does. We always get to see it out of him. And, well, we get to see it. A clinical performance on Haven from Ronski on the Chamber. And I have to say, starting to get rough now for Fun Crew. They've already used the timeout for the half. They only get one kit, so Fun Crew, it's all about what they can muster. It's all about what the teams can do in this last stage here. Order. Looking to go for some early aggression mid. The overdrive being expended by Disco. He's just looking to put so much fear early on. You hear that ultimate, you hear it's Disco's, and you're like, alright, I'm getting the hell out of here.
Yeah, he has no choice but to either get in or get out, and that ult is going to be absolutely wasted. The smoke was enough to deter him from pushing over towards B. Meanwhile, Lou holding up this position in sewer on the back of the boxes. The Aldro not actually going to spot him out there, and Lou has all the time in the world to line up the shot onto Texter. It's always hard to land a shot onto a falling enemy, rather. And Texter was unable to do so in that occasion, but double-digit order, still very vulnerable as they lose that member. 4 to 5 is the man situation. Guiding Light, though, going in from Fwesh, just catching a couple members at the back of A-Long. Disco just toying with his food here at the moment, you would think.
Let's see. Unfortunately, losing Texter means that they don't have the Rolling Thunder to just really straight up execute a site here. They kind of have to take it a little bit slower. That's what they're after right now. The fast lane Disco is going to be triggered by the trap. Maybe get spiked down with the help of RD on this Astra. The smokes are great, kicks it into high gear, but Disco doesn't actually run away for the moment. Tucks himself into the corner of the front of his site. Or to have all the positioning to work with now for this post play. It's up to Fun Crew to take the fights against Order. Flush them out of these angles, flush them out of these positions. Disco able to find one, traded back by Freshest, then Lou with the jump. Knives, Andy, that's a classic Blade Storm maneuver. The right click, we've seen it a little bit rough, but we always pray to the Church of Right. It is going to be another round to Fun Crew. 10 to 7, the Thrifty picked up.
Yeah, we testify here in this region, that's for sure. We love a bit of right-click jet action. And it is always very easy on the eyes, isn't it? And that situation was no different. 10 to 7 is the scoreline. Fun Crew still in this order. Not home and hosed just yet. Remember, we had, a quadruple overtime in that first map of Ascent. Maybe, just maybe, we may see that here again, and what better way to end only the first the first match here of the tournament. We've still got another one after this, but that was time will tell who will take that one out. Bobo versus Rain. It's going to be a good one, but at the moment it's all about Order and Fun Crew as the U2 gets dumped over towards a aggressive play from Disco that has the big don't argue applied by Fweshes, who gets 2 frags. Andy's there as well, and Fun Crew, where have they been? They've turned up to play in this round all of a sudden, but here comes RD and Maple. 1 frag apiece. Andy's still there causing all kinds of problems here for Order. All up to Maple. What can he do? The answer? Not much. Easy swings the box, finds the head, and Fun Crew dominate the round there. The big risky play roll of the dice from Disco did not pay off in that occasion.
You got to be respectable of Andy's op sometimes. You can't just go dry swinging into that one. Andy just holding that line perfectly towards A. And Order just stroll on up to the plate. 10 to 8. The scoreline gets a little bit closer, and Order forced to eco. This is where Fun Crew can even it back up. They could look to take control of this map. They had control of it for the early stages of the first half, but then ever since it's been Order really dictating the pace, flexing their dominance here. The fast lane, Lou forced Rendezvous out, and now the high gear is kicked. Disco's into the site with the frenzy. The rest of the team shortly to follow. Of course, Disco can get there before everybody else, so kind of need to slow it down a little bit. The spike will go down. The aftershock gets a little bit of tagging on the Texter, and well, Order, they've got the spike down, and they've got themselves a pretty good position for the post plant.
Ronsi got the Headhunter out as well, and ooh, I was going to say, need to respect that, but there it is. Andy takes him down now. Fweshest gets a frag for himself as well. Rolling Thunder coming through here, so investment here from Easy to retake this side. It's Texter with the aftershock kill. Very sneaky indeed. Still alive, has the Sheriff out, trying to make it work. Unfortunately can't do so. RD going in. Just had way too many angles to check with, a split second left on the defuse timer. Fun Crew bring themselves back into this one. Yes, that was an eco there from Order. The gap is narrowing here to tap 10 to 9.
10 to 9, and well, the gap seems to be closing as well. If you take an overall look at this one, Fun Crew going up against the best team in the region, the team that represented OS for the APAC playoffs. This is Fun Crew really showing that the gap's not so big. Order aren't so high on that pedestal. There's a few teams looking to take them off of it and claim the championship themselves. Of course, Texas spoke highly of Bobo, but maybe has to speak highly of Fun Crew if they're able to pick up these next few rounds.
Lots of util invested over towards C. The same is being said for A. Ronski with the opening frag onto Norse, and Hunter's Fury deals a little bit of chip damage. Nothing that Fun Crew can't deal with. Spike goes down, Ski over towards the C side. Now the 5-on-4 Fun Crew, they love a retake scenario, but normally if they've got a full 5-man stack going in, we'll see the flash coming through as well as the Sky util. Now Maple, Order, they just combined Maple, Disco, RD. It's an Order fiesta here on the kill feed. Andy, the last player remaining, operator in hand, very expensive rifle. Says, I don't think I can contend with this one, lads, and just retreats, tailwinds away, and Order will take this round comfortably, only losing one member as well.
Yeah, you can see that Order, that's the confidence coming to play. Just when they're down, they're not been kicked out. 11-9 go the score line. Fun Crew. Narrow margins now, no room for mistake in these next few, as they've to reinvest. They've got to force themselves into that more aggressive style that we saw from them. They take fights against Order so willingly on that first map. It's gone missing since. Fun Crew are giving too much respect to Order, and Order are just making them crumble under that pressure.
They certainly are, and they can't afford to let that get any further away from them right now. 11-9, it's do or die time. They've got a little bit of a safety net left here, do Fun Crew, but it's not much. They need something here. They need to basically get a big risky play, you would feel at this stage, something to rattle Order, because at the moment it's Order are the ones that are making all these big plays, the big PogChamp plays. Lou is there and takes down Texter. In comes Disco, but it can't get through Lou, and there it is. Stack yourselves over towards the C side. Almost a collapse there for RD, but Norson did well. Lou gets 3. It was the Lou and Norson show over towards that C site, and Fun Crew keep their hopes and dreams alive with a round under their belt. 11-10 now is the scoreline. They come into this round with a From the Shadows. Not exactly the greatest ult if you're a defending team, but I'm sure they'll find a way to make it work.
Oh, absolutely. They'll find a way to make it work. Fun Crew, they've been finding a way to make these rounds work, but just when you think Order's finally found the foothold to close this one out, Fun Crew come knocking on the door yet again. Lou, operator in hands, 20 kills. He's been consistently inconsistent, but he still puts up the numbers that Fun Crew need. And of course, a little bit of wallbanging early on towards Garage. Order just going to go for this straight up B execute that they can go for free, because nobody for Fun Crew wants to play that side. They're more than happy to play for the read, sec the fault line. Aftershocks are available. If Easy wants to pop them, Order, they get the plant and they get out.
Yeah, Disco had the overdrive up and ready to go as well, so that's now off the table. He has to sit back, but his job is done. He managed to dump the util, get the spike down. Now, Ronski says, you know what, take a seat, I'll do the rest. In he comes with that Vandal, at very, very close range. 1, flicks up to the top, can't get the second. In comes Lou, in goes the Aftershock as well. Fun Crew are dumping everything here. Fresh just on the flank, and he gets 2 for his troubles. Mabel and Texter not expecting it. It's all up to Disco, a classic. What can he do? The answer, gets 1, but not much else. Didn't buy enough time either. This spike is going to go over to Fun Crew. They take us back 11 apiece. Tony, remember, Fun Crew were about 3 or 4 rounds down in the early stages of this second half. Now they've leveled it up. We could see overtime yet again. They are playing for a chomp at a 30k prize pool and an LCQ spot, and they are going down throwing haymakers.
Not only that, they're playing for a chance to not have to go against Bonkers in that lower bracket. Order. They've been pushed to their limits by the upset Kings of Fun Crew, and 2 rounds separate who we see move on through that upper bracket, who we see get a shot and a second chance as well in this overall Oceanic Championship. And Kit, it's been a marathon of a series so far. We've got Bobo Rain just after this, and what better way to kick off our first night. 11-11 Order. Fun Crew on the final map. That outro gives space for Lou to almost line up a collateral, but finds the first. Maple down, Texter 2, Enzy with the op. There's double ops in play, and Fun Crew are just running amok.
Order were not expecting that. They've only seen one op so far. The big double of Lou and Andy, just the left-right, now looking to administer the good night. 3 players of order remaining. Maybe they'll catch this one on the chin. If Fun Crew have anything to say about it. Easy playing close range here in this Astra Smoke. 3 ults here for Fun Crew. Should they decide, they could always just leave this back for the next round as well. At the moment, with the advantage, you know, the need to throw out an ult is a little bit low as that smoke dissipates. Easy was, you know, quite fortunate that RD wasn't peeking Gong there. Now Util goes in, Guiding Light doesn't reveal anything. 35 seconds remaining, Spike in the hand all the way back with Disco and Fun Crew locking down these sites, but thinking that Order thinking they have ground covered over towards this B, just maybe the telling fact here.
Disco looking to plant. Aftershock, fault line concussion. Disco is able to secure the plant. Ronsky secures the pick on the freshest. Here's another operator come out, another shot come through, traded out to the Vandal, and Andy finds Ronsky. Now the pressure is on Order. 2 players to hold down this side. Andy finds the flick on a Disco. RD, we've seen him clutch it up before in a 1v2, but not with his gun, not with enough bullets in the chamber. Norson will find Fun Crew match and series point and dropping a little bit of BM at the end loop. It's 12, Fun Crew, and they could be moving on through this upper bracket. They could be sending Order to the lower.
What words just came out of your mouth? Order in the lower bracket? Unheard of.
Not a chance.
And not if they have anything to say about it here too, Tap. They have still got 1 round to play with. If they get this one, they cruise on through. If they don't, I shudder to think, but we're going to have to go into overtime. After that marathon we had in the first one, Fracture was a little bit more palatable if you're an Order fan. This one, not so much. Fun Crew on match, series point, and a big prize pool coming their way. They're going over towards the C site this time. Order wasting absolutely no time. This is where they play their best, when they're aggressive. Balls to the wall style play. Now Disco, though, gets taken down. Norson and Lua there. They're waiting. Norson is the boogeyman on the C side. He's got 2, and they've now been spotted. Ronsky coming in from the flank, but Norson times him out. Oh, you are in his house now, son. Norson single-handedly getting it done for Fun Crew. Out goes the Trailblazer from Sky. Precious needs to find RD, the last remaining member of Order, has a Vandal in his hands. What can he do? 74 HP, eats a Guiding Light and Lou through the smoke. Again, probably shouldn't have been a frag, but Fun Crew have done the unthinkable. They have slain God. David has beaten Goliath, and Order, the current OCE champions, have been knocked down into the lower bracket in this first map of the VOT. Wow.
Absolutely wow. Kings will crumble. Titans will bleed. The King Slayers, we saw them do it. Stage 2, the only team to beat Order all the way back in Stage 2. The only one to contest their undefeated streak. Take the series off of Order. They send them to the lower bracket. They send them for do or die against Bonkers. And look at this replay. It was Lou starting to hit the shots. We saw it so inconsistent from him. Ronsky as well. It was chamber after chamber. It was pick after pick. Multi-frag from both chambers. And I have to say, look at upper bracket teams, because Fun Crew have shaken it up completely.
Yeah, definitely thrown a little bit of spice into this game. Fun Crew out of nowhere. We've said it before, we'll say it again. They have slain the Titans. Order in a very unfamiliar position, and you can see the reactions on their player cams there at the end, Tony. That was interesting for them. They're not used to being in this scenario, but the replays on screen now, I mean, you can just see how close this game was, rather. On Ronsky with a nice twofer there over towards the C site, but then it was very much back and forth, and just when we thought we were going into overtime, you know, players like Ronsky stood up, and how about Norson? He can hold his head up high that he got that over the line there for Fun Crew at the end, so well done to Fun Crew, very much deserved, hard fought. Now they can sit back, kick their legs up, and know that they've secured, at a minimum, I believe, 3K.
Yeah, they've secured themselves at a minimum a second chance too, even if they were to fall in the upper bracket to a team like Bobo or a team like Rain. you know, they've still got a second chance. They get to make the lower bracket run and maybe meet Order down in that lower bracket. That would be a crazy storyline to look at. But if Fun Crew go all the way to the grand final, another even crazy storyline. Kid, what a crazy series that was. I have to say, absolutely speechless is the only way to describe what we just saw.
Yeah, absolutely insane. But I do believe that we have a special guest going to be joining us on the line here, Tony. It's Lou. Lou, my man, congratulations. You got the boys over the line. How do you feel? You have literally just knocked off the current OCE champs.
Yeah, pretty good, to be honest.
Man, a few words. You know what? You must be exhausted after that game, man. What was going through your mind? I mean, let's not sugarcoat it. You got absolutely stomped on Fracture. What was going through your mind after being on the end of such a ferocious effort from Order?
Well, on Fracture we have Fweshist on Sage for some reason. Not too sure why. That's it. That's all I have to say for Fracture. But yeah, not much in my head. Just killing them. The usual.
Yeah, might have to talk to Arkin about that one. I don't know about Freshest on Stage not been too bad.
Nah, Freshest historics. I would do things to that man for sure.
he's a good looking lad. I can't lie myself, Lou. Of course, I have to. We draw back to Fracture. We also draw back to Ascent. You guys came out to such a swinging start. What was the momentum going into that? What was the kind of mental fortitude being brought to the server there on such a hard fought game like that first map was?
I don't know. I just got home like 10 minutes before. I ate some McDonald's and then we just hopped on. It was pretty the spirits were pretty high, but other than that, we were just in the zone. Comms were all right, just chilling.
Your noties are popping off too, man. We'll let you get back to that, dude. Thank you so much for joining us. Congratulations on the victory. We'll leave you there. Enjoy the drink. You've definitely earned it.
Lou, a man of few words, but a man of confidence. He just got home 10 minutes before their game against Order and absolutely fragged up a storm there on Ascent, I have to say. Fracture looked a little bit rough for Fun Crew, but they shake it off. They go deep into Haven and they get it done. I have to say, Lou and the rest of Fun Crew, look out the rest of this bracket because Fun Crew are on some sort of Cinderella run right now and we're just witnesses to it.
That's exactly right. So don't go far, ladies and gentlemen. We have just hit the halfway mark of our broadcast tonight. You saw Order going down in an upset to Fun Crew, but next we will be having Bobo going up against Rain in a best of 3. So do not go anywhere. We'll see you very shortly.
pilot spotted at the scene is being asked to come forward.
Finally! About time you showed up.
We're picking up gunfire. Did you locate the spike?
That would be a yes?
Stay close. Weapons ready.
I was born ready.
This way.
Hey, take a look.
It's stealing radionite from the environment. How do we stop it?
I'm on it.
You'll need a radicore to power the heat signal.
I got this.
Phoenix, wait!
Hands up, come on. You should see your face.
Come on. Did you find a power source?
Here.
Let's go, let's go.
Adapt! Not enough power.
It needs to be superheated.
Get that here.
I honestly didn't expect that to work.
Really? So, maybe give us a heads up next time?
Sign secure. We're coming home.
That the big man. Tell him I need answers this time.
What is your problem? We crushed it.
Phoenix got a look in the mirror.
How come they look like us? And what do they want our radiant at for?
I'll talk to Brimstone. It's time we filled you in.
Yo, we got problems.
We? You're the one that screwed up.
You serious? You had it easy, Jet. You know they're bringing whole teams now, right?
And so will we.
Yeah, boom! You line them up, I burn them down. Really, I could do this all day.
Congratulations. You were undefeated at target practice.
Oh, target practice? KO, are you shading the king?
You're not the king. You have the same score as the rest of us. How about a game where the bot shoots back?
I'll bring the fire in any game you want.
Please, be my guest.
Okay, any other game?
Let's dance. Yeah. Say hello to MaxBot. A perfect blend of tactics and firepower. Now you can train against, well, you.
My money's on the machine.
You got this, pretty boy.
Lucky for you, I buy these by the dozen.
Out of my way, Your Majesty.
Somebody call the doctor. Makes me so rich.
Oh, I should have picked this game.
Winning requires sacrifice. Not really your style.
Hey fam, let's go again. That bot owes me a code. My turn. Team Forge, baby! What the?
All right. Playtime's over. Ready up!
Team Forge? Really?
What? Fire and steel. Come on. Hey, wait. Ooh. You're quick. How about Firewire? Robo Squad?
Oh, the Swagger Express. Roaster and Toaster. You know I'm programmed to kill you, right? Come on, that was a good one.
Egal was so geschieden, schön, dass es dich gibt. Ja, du bleibst, ja, das wär welches
Had some trouble.
denn alles ist smooth, so, ist relaxed, perfekt, genau so.
Countdown initiated.
Cypher to all stations. I have a signal. Our blackmailer is headed east.
Leon, this is Sova. Confirm you have target visual.
Yep, got him.
Ground team, collapse and converge on Sector 4.
I've seen your darkest fears. Mine would eat them alive.
Covering! Chamber, it's on you!
You can tell a person's character by their first action. Check me then, eh?
Only type of light that I ever hide from. Cause I'm red and blue lights, I don't sing their song. I don't. Where you at, yeah, where you come from?
Last enough.
Who you wanna become?
You dead.
Move your body, move a leg. Everybody here.
Welcome to gravity.
One to the right, down, one to the left. Never stay still. Move again.
We saw the beginning and the continuation. of them.
Anything I want, baby, gonna take that. Too much I want, so I'm never leaving. Whole team
Better
with me,
luck
could never
next
break
life.
that. Protect at all costs, yeah, like a wave cat.
Relax, my friend. Time and space, they know what you think.
Today is VOT. We've had a long run. And of course, that title everybody wants to try and get overseas.
And then gets played into the LCQ, and teams from there get to go into champions. So that's ultimately what the goal is for everybody.
Great. When it comes to Rain, you're going to see them become the true champs of those.
Walking to two players as well, reveals himself over towards Noz. It's going to bring Signed and Dragon. Wow, that's a good free fire through the wall.
Bobo.
We're coming for the #1 spot for OC champions.
In possession, but they are starting to fall. Signed with the bloody free go. He finds 3.
Bonkers.
And he's looking, he's clearing, he might be able to stop it. Maybe it's
Honey Badgers.
Honestly think we're better than everyone else at the moment.
Touching around these boxes, ring around the Rosie, and also looking at one-way Milky 1v3.
Fun Crew.
And it's easy in a one-on-one against Under. Oh my God, that's a classic! He's done it!
Order.
We're expecting to come out on top of this qualifier, head back over to Asia and make the adjustments we need to make to hopefully head over to Europe.
Bronski is doing a good job of clearing out short. Knights come out after finding that off shot, and all of a sudden it starts to fall back on its head, and that's going to be that.
May be able to bring this back to a 2-on-1. He will. Connection for Panic and another to finish.
Not a bad choice, is it? He's cleared out long, now knows where the offensive is going to come from. 2 line up, RDW. You get the sense that this is going to be a real back and forth game. Showstop, the punt has gone deep.
Snow getting on the defuse, Panic on the protection squad. And he gets both of them through the smoke as well.
What a night it has been, and it doesn't get any bit better than that. A 3-map banger for our first. We now move to the second. It's Bobo versus Rain for our second matchup. Kit, we don't want to waste any time. We had such a long first series, and I imagine these teams have been itching at the bit to play.
Yeah, they've been very, very patient, as is everybody out there in chat, but I'm sure that that wait wasn't in vain, because what a game we had. Let's have a quick look at the bracket if you have just joined us, just to see how that unfolded. And yes, your eyes are not deceiving you. That is in fact Order, the current champs, knocked down into the lower bracket at the hands of Fun Crew. It was an absolute marathon, Tony, a quad overtime in the first map. The second map was a stomp, we'll forget about that. And then the third map all the way down to the wire as well, and it was just narrowly Fun Crew edging out Order. But their journey is not over. They are going up against Bonkers, as you see there in the lower bracket, but that is a gauntlet that I do not wish upon my worst enemy.
Yeah, that's some sort of anime revenge arc here. Order knocked to the lower bracket and ready to go on a tear down there, I imagine. Of course, we look at our second series now, Bobo versus Rain, and of course we have to take a look at the rosters in front of you. It's Bobo, the former core of Bonkers, the former Stage 1 VCT APAC representatives, and of course we've had a few shakeups in the mix. Ticks gone and now in favor of Nice Hats. This is going to be an added firepower to an already stacked Bobo roster, I feel.
Yeah, there's some great injection there with Nice Hats. We know what these players can do, and when you know, we've said time and time again, when you get a good group of players together, it's all about the gelling, it's all about meshing. It's not about, you know, who has the most, you know, frags, or, you know, who got the most amazing plays. It's all about how many rounds you pick up as a unit. It is a team game, and, you know, all of these guys, Bobo, they're here because they they gel so well as a unit. With Nice Axe thrown into the mix as well, we know he's adaptable. We know that he's more than capable of just, basically molding himself into whatever team he finds himself in. And now that he's on Bobo, I tell you what, this team is definitely a force to be reckoned with. But they are going to go up against Rain here, Tony. And Tony, this is a team that I've been really excited about.
You and me both, kid. We've actually, had the chance to see Rain grow as they've come to formation here. Of course, the former With You, With Me roster and Iconic mesh together now under the same banner in Rain. Of course, just recently dropping Panic Minimize now for the 5th slot here. Of course, you've got very respectable names. We've got My Shoe, El Snow or JTXU, Punda, and of course, recent addition as well, Exus. I have to say, been doing absolutely marvelous work on the KO, and Rain have just went from strength to strength, even though they've had to drop a player here or there.
Yeah, that's it. They recently picked up a coach in Mythic as well. Not sure if he's here tonight, but that extra, experience on the team is always welcome. But let's have a look at two players that we chose here, Tony. We've gone to see what these two Sova mains can do. It is Scrawl going head-to-head against My Shoe, and you can see the Rain player My Shoe posting a pretty impressive combat score there of 230, just narrowly edging out Scrawl.
Yeah, I have to say, when Mai's on, Mai is definitely on. And Scroll kind of plays a little bit more of a util style of Sova, whereas Mai, he's in the fray. He's the one entering, he's the one opening up the sights for Rain to take over. And of course, look out for him to be one of those players that really leads the charge here for Rain tonight. For Bobo, of course, it could be anyone here for their roster. Of course, we had to pick Scrawl. The Sova v Sova action's kind of a little bit of an interesting duel to note. Who can get the better shock dart lineups? We've already seen some crazy ones out of Easy in that first map or the first series. If you missed it, of course, you want to go back and check it after this one, you're more than welcome to. The bot will be up for your viewing pleasure. But Bobo versus Rain. This is an interesting one to look at. Of course, we had a chat to minimize the recent addition to this Rain roster. Let's see what he had to say.
Well, I just joined the team recently. We've been practicing, I think we'll have 2 weeks of practice leading up to this stage, but they've been practicing as a team together for a while. They've got some good ideas, some good ways they play the game, so looking forward to, seeing how we go against the other top teams in the region.
So we had a little break after stage 2, but we're now back into practice, practicing hard, getting ready for OC champs.
Looks like Dragon is going to be prepared with the tour de force. Woo!
We got some new comps and some new ways to play the game, and hopefully that is better than the way that everyone else is playing the game, right?
Tix had to kind of bench himself for personal reasons, and we brought on Nice Axe. Yeah. He's been doing really well in scrims. We're looking forward to playing with him and getting those officials in with him. There's been a few role changes, but he's slid on his most preferred role.
I think every roster is a bit different this stage compared to the last, and honestly, it's looking pretty close-knit. I think every team at this stage is actually looking pretty good.
Like, they've recently picked up Minimize. I think he's going to add a lot to that team as an IGL. But again, I still think we're still the better team.
Bobo, honestly, they have a lot of my ex-teammates. Got a lot of respect for them. But obviously, that's who we're trying to beat. I think they got a lot of sharp players again. They just had a roster change, so I think they're going to be a little bit not have the depth. They kind of bombed out in the last 2 stages. I had a lot higher expectations for them. They practice a lot and they put in a lot of work, and I don't think they've been able to show what they're fully capable of yet, so maybe they'll show at this stage.
We're feeling really confident. We expect to be in the grand final at least. I think it'll be a bit more challenging than last stage, but I think we'll still make it.
A lot of words back and forth there. A lot of respect being shown by former ex-teammates there, Noz and Minimize, of course, on opposite sides of the server now. And this is going to be an interesting one. It's the former... It's all of the Bonkers lads. It's the team that went overseas. It's a few of them. Nice Hacks, unfortunately, didn't get to go overseas with him, but he's now back in the roster with, a few of his ex-teammates. And, I feel like it's not going to take too long for Nice Hacks to gel in this roster. And I feel like, they've had a few weeks to practice, Minimize said. It's going to be who can really put it all on the table here. As, of course, we heard Dexter gave a lot of credit to Bobo and a team that's been putting in a lot of work recently, and I imagine Rain have been as well.
You know, Texter was that's slightly bit cocky when he said, you know, we expect to go over, we expect to qualify, you know, and hopefully make adjustments. And while also, like you said, throwing out the respect to the teams like Bobo, he definitely reckons that this is a team to be reckoned with. And I have no doubt that Niceax will gel very well. But let's have a quick look at the vetoes here. You can see split. These two teams do not want to tussle with that. Bobo took that one out lickety split. And then Rain decided to take away Icebox, a map which has been adopted very heavily, especially by a team like Rain themselves. So maybe they know something we don't about Bobo and how good they are on Icebox as well. But the map number one that we will be playing will be Bind, which I really like. If a team can really use those teleporters to full effect, it can cause all kinds of problems for the opposition. But map number two, we'll be going over to Haven. The second time we've actually seen Haven tonight. Let's see if it's going to, you know, basically deliver as much as the first time.
I like this second pick of Haven here, especially for a team like Rain, who we've shown some great results. We've seen some fantastic stuff out of Haven from Rain, and I have to say, of course, recent edition Minimize just looking to add to really an already stacked kind of win rate that Rain have been going for in a map like Haven. They've taken it against some really respectable teams. Of course, Fun Crew we saw just dethrone Order, and, you know, Rain got the better of them, I believe, in a previous tournament, and, you know, maybe looking to go on a revenge arc of their own, Rain through this upper bracket, meet Fun Crew in that upper bracket final. That'd be crazy. That'd be something we weren't expecting at all. But of course, you know, it's interesting to see as we see Bind, Haven, Ascent, and then Breeze being taken out of the pool. I respect the Ascent ban out of the side of Bobo. Know that, you know, maybe the side of Rain very comfortable on a map like Ascent, Breeze especially, a map that Bobo have been playing a lot recently. So Fracture going to be our final map. It's kind of who's got the better strats pulled over from that old Bonkers roster going into Fracture now.
Yeah, so it's been weird. So what's happened here is that Icebox is actually Bobo's most played map, but it's not their best map. Meanwhile, Ascent is probably their best map. They've got about a 75 to 76% win-loss ratio on that map. But so Rain decided to take that away from Bobo. So I like it. The game starts right here. You know, we're not even in Agent Select yet, and already these teams have shown us that they've done their work. So I can't wait to see what they dish up. Rain, an exciting team, like we've spoken about. We've seen them grow. We've seen them grow from basically nothing, literally from a sprout in the soil to this massive team here, currently playing in the VOT Champs, picked up by an org which is based out of America, of all things, San Antonio, Texas, of all places. They do have an Australian office here, headed up by none other than Whippy. So Rain have basically invested into OCE Valorant in full force, and as we head into Bind, they'll be hoping that their team can pick up the dub here to start things off.
Yeah, I'm all about it. I respect, you know, orgs getting involved in our ever-growing scene and our ever-so-talented pool of players and teams in this roster. We saw, as, you know, even Minimize and, of course, Noz said, these teams, it's anybody's game. It's anybody's bracket to take, and, well, this is going to be an interesting one. Bind to start it off, Bobo getting to play that attacking side, whereas Rain, they get to start off on the defense. You see, phase for both rosters, it's not Sova for either My Shoe nor Scroll, it's Fade for both of them.
We gas that up only to be left wondering. Maybe we'll see it in the next map, Tony. There is at least one more coming our way. But this is it, ladies and gentlemen. It's the second half of the night. Match one done and dusted. We're now heading into match two. It is Rain going up against Bobo here in the Valorant Oceania Tour. The championships. Whoever will be winning this will get that spot at the last chance qualifier and a chomp at a 30k prize pool. My name is Kit Fox, joined by two Tap Tony, Crash and Temporal on OBS. Ladies and gents, strap yourselves in, because if the first match is anything to go by, we are in for one hell of a roller coaster. Let's see how these teams start off.
It's, you know, it's an interesting thing to look at already from agent selection here. Different kind of comps being run. The Breach Brim, of course, we expect to see, but different duelists here. One only for the side of Bobo as they come storming into the sights. Dragon on the Neon looking to kick it into high gear, shuffling into the back of sight. And the play will go actually towards the front. Rain have taken complete shower control, and Elsno able to find the first on a Niceax to start it.
Yeah, straight in, wasting absolutely no time, and that's what you love to see. Already an advantage over towards Rain. You saw You saw them say that they've got a little bit to prove here, but a good answer back here from Dragon. Takes down Punda. So now we find ourselves at a 4-on-4. Spike's still ticking away here. Fault line over towards Lamps. Push in from the bathroom area. Minimize tries the retake, but Noz is there and waiting. In goes the Haunt, but Exus and JTX/Elsno, they go in 2 apiece over towards Lamps. And a great defuse coming across the line here, you would think, for Rain. So good start to the pistol here. Great way to open their campaign here in the VOT. And Rain off on the right foot, 1-0.
And a great hold. I had to say, you saw nobody in that Showers position over peak. They didn't have to. They just played the win conditions. They sat in Shower for so long and forced Bobo to come to them, or forced Bobo to fall to them from not expecting them in that position. Rain up 1-0 to start it, and what a way to start it, especially on the first map. You want to get as much confidence in play as soon as possible. We saw it from Fun Crew on that first map, and that's why we went so deep into overtime, because Fun Crew were feeling it. Rain might be feeling it too.
They are. The Haunt is going to go in, which will make sure that nobody's waiting towards the right-hand side there of the Showers area. That's the power of this fade. You don't need to check a corner if you plant your util in the right spots, but JTXU is just sitting at the back there, throws the bomb bot out. There are 3 players there, doesn't actually get through the doorway. Would have revealed and probably dealt damage to a couple Bobo members there, but they survive to live another day, and slight damage already dealt courtesy of those paint shells. So Bobo just forced to sit back on this one, because remember, they did lose that first round, so the firepower isn't exactly in their favor, as the 45 HP Scrawl tosses over the Sheriff to the much better faring Nice Hacks, signed there on the breach.
Yeah, and it's interesting to see, looking at Bobo when they got signed as to opposed to now, they've kind of let him fall back to what he knows best. It's the breach, it's the kind of util play to set up for the rest of Bobo's aggressive takes here. Scroll gonna be lining up a nice little eye over there to get the info for Dragon to come sliding in, but Punda roars back with a Bulldog. Dragon it's taken out. Dog chomps the head and the tail off of the Dragon. Scroll putting a flash here, Minimize looking to peek up into U-Haul, but it's 3 players stacked at the fault line. The aftershock, the concussion, throwing everything at it, but still falls. Minimize, unfortunately, taking it out there, and Bobo just holding it on lock here from U-Haul, but Exus has something to say about it. Able to take out Sign 2, it's just Scroll left to hold it down. He's able to get the dink off. Exus falls, and now it's the 1v1. Wasn't expecting this position to be in. It's Fade v Fade. It's head-to-head pitted against each other. Scroll looking for some taps, looking for the jump peak, the hard tap to come in from Mai, but he can't stick it full. He needs to go now. He needs to find this kill. Will be able to find it. Mai, a narrow margin, a narrow tick of the clock, but will be able to get it with a 0.125 on it. Rain find the second.
Extremely expensive round there for Rain, but they'll take the dub nevertheless, because this one was going to be their bonus anyway, so they'll be more than happy just to sit back and let the cash roll in. They do have 1 Spectre, so that's some kind of, I don't want to say consolation prize because they won the round, but, you know, in terms of the way the future unfolds, Bobo definitely have the advantage now. You can see a full shield buy up and Vandals to boot with 1 Phantom thrown in there. Scroll almost did that. He made great use of the Fade util as well as that classic. Got 1, almost the second, unable to clutch it out, but Bobo, very early stages for them as we see, again, more Fade util, the Haunt being thrown down. I'll tell you what, 2-tap, new Yoru, actually useful.
Yeah, new Yoru kind of hit different than old one. And I'll be interested to see how Punda puts that to play. I was expecting maybe a raise out of him this one. We've known what Punda's capable of. That movement, that man, he's been sitting in the service for very long. In the customs, in the range, just hitting the movement time and time again. Maybe we'll see it in a future map to come. But of course, for the moment, Punda's all the way deep at spawn. He's got this deep flank on to Bobo, who currently trying to make a move towards the B site, and they will be able to find it. Dragon opening it up with an explosive towards Hookah.
We can see the relay dart going in towards the back there. Doesn't actually reveal anybody or deal any damage, but Dragon does the rest himself. puts it to minimize, and that's 3 frags for him so far. So fantastic work. We've seen Neon have the instantaneous effect no matter who's playing him, but Punda, with a good gate crash that we saw down into the backs of the D side spawn, is just unable to make anything more of it. And Nice Hacks was waiting for the cross there from Elsno, and that is a very easy round, a comfortable round there from Bobo, as we expect, considering it cost them 4 members and 4 guns last round to pick up the, the second round after pistol. And now Bobo, they'll be happy with that one. Didn't cost them a cent other than what they came into the round with. Now they'll be able to buy their util, come into this one very, very strong. Expect this round to go over to them, but Rain, they're a dominant team, and they buy that back into this one hard.
Yeah, straight to the Vandals and one at Phantom Might. Pretty good on the spray sometimes. We've seen some crazy transfers out of that man, and hopefully we're going to do a lot more here tonight. You see, taking aggressive B long control are Bobo. They're able to do so with the relay bolts. The teleport out from Punda's great, able to stave off this aggressive onslaught that Bobo are going for. They grab the ultimate orb, and now they sit and wait. Expect Rain to overswing, and they will. Nice Hacks. Great low position to pick up Elsno, and that's just a player over at the A site, so maybe Bobo can rotate over, who knows? Still have to deal with a few players over at B though. Yeah,
it was so good that he was up on top of the box there. It's just that little slight adjustment that, if you're coming into that situation already staring down the barrel, you're not expecting the player to be there. Speaking of players being there, Bunda is over towards the hookah area. He doesn't even care that Sign comes in with the Molotov, and Exus does the rest himself, so well done. He takes down Noz. You can hear that. The spike is down over in the hookah area. It's well in control of Rain here at the moment. In goes Sprawl off the back of this Dragon fast lane. They make it work. They combine very, very well here, do Bobo, but here comes Minimize, pushing back through the teleporter. Mouth through hookah has a little bit of a spray towards the container. Gives a little bit of chip damage towards Dragon, who has ult available. Aftershock going in there. Again, he's trying to spray. Nightfall now goes out. Minimize manages to force Dragon out, knows that Scroll is now on site, and now it's a one-on-one situation. The Decay doing work, but Minimize doesn't care. He hits the frag onto Scroll, and this will be a round going over to Rain. He's going to take a... Whoa, hey! Let's just say he took the Vandal and forget about it, as this defuse is going to come across here. Minimize, getting it done. Well done there for Rain. Looked very, very testy there for a little bit two-tap, but a dub is a dub. 3-1 is now the current scoreline. Ults to boot for both of these teams.
Yeah, it's a game of revenge for me, being Minimized. You saw him spray the hearts, it's all love at the end, it's all goodwill, no ill intent. The Minimize getting a clutch against his former team. Very nice stuff to keep Bobo out of this game for the moment. Rain, a strong lead now being developed. 3-1 starts defense side off. I have to say, aggressive take from Bobo almost paid off. They were able to take so much long control, and then it just all slipped at the last margins. We now go in with Bobo, still fully invested to this one. Dragon, the only one rocking the pistol because he's got the overdrive. Brimstone ultimate comes out. Orbital strike to force Exus out, but now the return of the Rolling Thunder. Rain still have great position to hold down this side.
Yeah, the fast lane goes in, but wasn't really followed up upon. It's still a 5-on-5. X has taken a lot of damage on the back of that site. Bobo in a good position. They've still got a split play here. You can see Chamber just goblining his way around the middle, where 2 Rain members are in fact still there, and now they're actually not sure where Bobo are going, so they're going to send Breach back across as well. So Minimize just out of position. You can hear the Orbital Strike. No, in fact, the Rolling Thunder going in off the back of that Dragon, plays it to perfection, gets the frag onto Exus. All of a sudden, this B site has just opened up. We're going to see the flash towards the back of this site. The smokes are going to go down in elbow, and here comes MyShoot. Nightfall going in. They need to play off the back of this, but Elsno is there. Great use of the paint shells, takes down Scroll. In comes Punda. Does have the gate crasher available should he decide to get out of it, but there's MyShoot taking down Dragon, but not before Nice Axe gets Elsno. It's 3-on-3, still anybody's game. It's another tit for tat. Noz and MyShoot trade up kills for themselves, but Punda gets the advantage over towards Rain. Well done there from MyShoot. Good little flick over towards Hookah from back of sight, and good hold nevertheless. They were unsure, it must be said, Tony. They did not know where Bobo were. They were sending a rotator back around, but the trigger was pulled at just the right time, and they were able to hold and re-rotate back. Well done, Rain.
I'll tell you what, Kit, they were unsure, I was unsure. Shout out to Crash yet again on the obs, catching all of the chaos as well. Temporal for a lovely third-person perspectives, I have to say. Some neat little angles I didn't expect to see on some of these maps, and Of course, we always got to shout out our observers. They make the show run so smoothly. For us casters to just talk over the game and in front of the action, you can see though, Elsa looking to get aggressive. Paint shells, pots, and bang goes Dragon for 3. Brings fire down the neck of Rain as they're starting to show their dominance. Dragon frags it back, and Bobo now have a free A site for the taking.
Yep, it's all open, and you can see the last 2 remaining members of Rain, Maishu and Exus, do not want a bar of it. They're huddled up like scared little puppy dogs at the back of that B site, not wanting a bar of this at all. The spike is going to go down, and we will let time do its thing. So, Tony, let's just analyze that. The gate crasher play from Punda came in, but Dragon was there and waiting. He managed to take down Elsno with relative ease, got caught with the paint shells out, easy frag, right? But then how about the flick of the wrist there to take down Punda? He heard the gate crash come through, and he was all over it. Then Minimize fell down in a heap, and it's just been all Bobo ever since. So even though it's taken them a while to get a couple, a round, they've lost the first 2, then picked one up, then lost the second 2. But I think this is just going to put a little bit more momentum in their favor, the wind in their sails.
Yeah, the wind back in the sails of Bobo, and of course, Minimize and Rain were looking to crush that early on, give no early momentum to Bobo, but for the moment, second round Bobo take, and well, hadn't really no right taking. He kind of didn't expect this kind of half buy out of Bobo to really pay off all too much, but Rain, they fall victim to that one, and now stuck in a little bit of an economic deficit themselves. You can see Stinger Sheriff, only light armors here for El Snow Punda. Minimize, he's thinking long and hard what he brings to the table. Bobo, back to rifles, 2 Spectres, of course, to keep the cash flowing. Bobo, they can look to even it up here.
Yeah, Bobo, they're sitting pretty in terms of economy here at the moment. It's a desperate play here from Rain. See that shorty coming out from Minimize. Either it pays off or it doesn't. At the moment, he's more than happy to sit back and just do breach things, and that's just throw out the util. Knows that there's probably a player over towards the showers. Nice hacks it's going to be. Paint shells are going to go in fault line, but he's able to rendezvous away if he needs. He doesn't matter. He takes the fight, and he holds firm. Well done there. Minimize retrieves a gun. The shorty pays off. Punda with the stinger and lamps. Gets one, swings back around, but does manage to teleport away. Minimize with that retrieved Vandal puts it to immediate use and takes down Nice Axe. It's now a 3-on-2 situation in favor of Rain, who are doing this on, let's say, a semi-thrifty round. It was a desperation attempt from them, and that shorty from Minimize, one of the lower cost efforts of the round, Tony, actually paying up huge.
I'll tell you what, Kit, we must have missed the memo. Our mailboxes must have been cluttered with too much junk, because the Stinger is just admirably better than every other gun in this game, and it would seem Exus with the Vandal out to play against Signed in the 1v1, the Breach Flash, the Fault Line hits, the Pistol Whip as well, HP, put bullets, I mean Exus. You'll send Signed 6 foot under as Rain pick up another round at 5-2. They shut it down, they shut Bobo down for the moment, they keep their lead going.
Yeah, probably, I think Bobo expected a little bit more from themselves here in the early stages of this half. As we get into the second half of the half, the quarter, if you will. It's 5-2 on the scoreline, and Rain, they're starting to dominate this game in fashions that are just suppressing Bobo out of it. You know, they need to chain, maybe 1 or 2 more rounds together, and all of a sudden, Bobo are going to be on welfare. They're going to be lining up at Centrelink. They won't have any money to feed themselves, let alone buy some hardware. So now, Rain, all they need to do is just keep this ball rolling. Bobo have to come to them. They're holding the angles. They're throwing the util out at the right time. And there it is. Nice hacks. Just gets caught napping. Not expecting the very aggressive play there from El Snow, who's been, it must be said, he's played that one pretty passively up until this round.
Yeah, he's been very adamant about kind of just sitting back, waiting for Rain to come to them. But well, this time, Rain are playing the patient game. Dragon, group up with Signed. Bobo looking to explode a hit towards this A site, and Punda starting to sense it. It's going to swap up position, jump peek towards short, smoke off. He's going to be sending the gate crash through. Very interesting play to be going for. Dragon tries to slide through to the back of site, but Rain read it like a book. Perfect shot, Punda as well. It would take that gate crash now to the back of short, and we'll scroll. We've seen him clutch it up before, 1v3s, 1v4s. We've seen some crazy stuff out of him, but of course, This is Rain with eyes on the spike. Not a chance really Scroll can pick it up without being answered. It has spotted Exos in the corner but can't hit the quick flick. Exos takes out Scroll. And Brimstones do it better than everyone else. 8-4 for Exos and 6-2 go the scoreline from Rain, and we already see the timeout for Bobo.
Yeah, Coach Senpai says we just need to compose ourselves a little bit because this scoreline is just starting to blow out a little bit. You have press tab, you have a look, it's 2-1, 2-1, 2. That could very easily become 3 and 4 if Rain have their way here, Tony. Economy in their favor, and that came down to, I believe, the 4th round where they were on the back foot because the bonus round was very, very expensive, and they did manage to claw their way back into that one. And luckily for them, they were able to, get around. They probably shouldn't have, and since then they've been able to ride this game and control the narrative. Bobo, meanwhile, they have to sit back. They have to basically come into this one with an eco. They haven't really got much going in terms of bankroll. They do have the Dragon ult. That's probably the only thing they've got going for them, though.
Yeah, it's really the only thing Dragon has to bring to the table here. You can see Bobo, this is kind of an early pause. This is for the future rounds. This isn't really for this one, I feel. Rain, they get some time to talk to. It's the beauty of a tactical timeout. Both teams kind of get the opportunity to break down what's going wrong. Rain, it's not a whole lot going wrong for the moment. Maybe some overswings, maybe some over-aggression. But other than that, they've been holding these sites almost flawlessly. Bobo, we need a little bit more in the chamber for these executes, I have to say.
Yeah, everybody's turning up for Rain as well. There isn't a single player that hasn't contributed both in terms of utility and on the scoreboard, be it information or getting just the frags. Everybody from Rain has turned up to play here today. The Dragon with the overdrive straight onto that site, takes down My Shoe. So this is a good start here for Bobo. They need to redeem themselves. And Senpai, he's a master of the talks. It must be said, we've seen him do this a little bit out through the Summer Cup and other previous tournaments as well, that Senpai is the voice of reason when it comes to this team. So let's see what Bobo can do. Spike now down, man advantage, ticking away. I think Rain almost a little bit lost here, taking him a while to recover. 2 players on the site, one still sitting back. Punda doesn't know what he should do. And now you can see Dragon just makes the decision to bail out in there. But here comes Exus and Punda. They combine. All of a sudden, this is swung on its head here. And Rain have the advantage, but Side is there and waiting. He's got the Sheriff out. Exus and Minimize combining. Oh, big breach. And Daddy Brim. They have to go through Scroll, though. The spike is going to be the biggest problem they have to face here. But Scroll does it himself.
Ooh.
3 frags, narrowly dodges the explosion radius, and that is a much needed round here for Bobo.
That's put some life, that's put some wind to their sails. So now Bobo, a big clutch from Scroll, I have to say. Always a player we look for to find those clutches if you're the side of Bobo. Of course, for the side of Rain, not going to be feeling too disheartened about that one. They felt like it was a 1 round, but still they can buy into this one. 3 ultimates either side. We've got Fade ult here, the Nightfall for Scroll. Rolling Thunder, the Orbital Strike signed to Noz. Of course, so to the side of Rain, they've got the Orbital and the Rolling Thunder too.
Speaking of Rolling Thunder, one goes out, courtesy of Exus. They're being very aggressive here of Rain. Ooh, the fake out actually going to be taken down. And Dragon just gives his position away. So activating the trap card there of Yoru. He still has the ult available as well, should he decide to use it. 3 ults, meanwhile, on the side of Bobo, and they take this one nice and slow, and nice hacks. Misses a rare shot there.
That's unfortunate. An uncharacter-like whiff. Nice hacks normally very adamant at finding those entry picks, and it was always a question to ask, how do Bobo implement nice hacks? As you said, a very adaptable player he is individually, but Bobo, a heavy strategic style, and Nice Hacks one of those players that kind of likes to just let loose and find an entry pick.
A little bit of unwanted damage being taken there by Dragon. In comes Noz, though, taking down Punda. It's now a 4-on-5. Bobo with the advantage. They need to get the spike down. Rolling Thunder goes in, courtesy of Sign, buys his team a little bit of time. But the Heaven push is coming through here from Rain. The Haunt going to go out, and is actually going to spot a couple members. The Decay starts doing its thing, and Scroll just holds Mouse 1. Connects with Minimize. Now, Rain, they're going to struggle here because the spike has gone down, but in comes El Snow. Has a little bit of something to say about that, and Exus joins him. 2 frags for those players, but Scroll's waiting off to the side here. The Showstopper applies the brakes to his rampage, but My Shoe has got work to do here. Nice Hacks very, very low. Taken down to basically a hair here. Maishu makes a bit of noise on the spike. Dragon lurking through the lamps area makes noise, but as is Nice Hacks, they're just making sure that he doesn't have enough time to defuse here. Maishu in two minds. What should he do? Does he stick it? In goes the slide here from Dragon, but Nice Hacks, 1 HP. Literally 1. Down was short A. He gets the frag and recovers with the operator as well. So well done, Bobo. 2 consecutive rounds in a row, the biggest they've had so far.
And 2 consecutive rounds that have stalled the clock of that spike out. You saw that it's come down to the wire, and Rain just can't quite stick with so many players still up. Bobo's still able to peek, stop them from defusing fully. It's rough for Rain now going into the last few rounds of this half. You can see only light shields across the board. 2 Sheriffs, 2 Spectres, 1 Guardian. Look to hit some headshots. We're seeing some crazy stuff out of these thrifty buys for a few of these teams. But of course, Bobo will guns themselves toward a force for Nice Hacks, getting his money for the rest of the half. Always good to see Chamber kind of being that kind of bankroll character.
Yeah, the rich Frenchman, never underestimate him. If he's not getting frags for your team, he's funding them with weaponry, and that's exactly what he did to Sign. Toss that operator over to him and says, you know what, I have le tout de force. That's very, very comfortable for him. And now they've got 2 snipers in play and causing all kinds of issues for Rain, who, you know, the last couple rounds have looked a little bit shaky. It must be said, Bobo have basically breathed a new breath of life into themselves. This one, Rain, even though they're on a, well, it's basically a 4 spy with a Guardian and 2 Spectres, they're taking this one nice and slow, 2-tap.
They're all about slow and methodical here. As you can see, let the Nightmare take them over towards the B site. Exus able to find Dragon, the quick flick. Vandal picks up. Exus now can put this gun to work. You see the tour de force. Nice Hacks, his barrel's a bit big. It's Warbang tagged up, this time taken out. Bunda just giving the info with the dimensional drift. He's spam pinging. He's like, he's right here. He's in the corner. Give him a flash. Give him a shot. Just kill him right now. The swing comes through. Bunda spraying down with that Spectre. Sign, not a damn thing he can do about it. The right click. Bunda finds it in musical fashion. Takes out a final player of Bobo, and an explosive hold. Rain get it done on a very dodgy buy.
It's like, fight me, no you fight me, no you fight me. It was just timing City over towards the garden area, garden dance party. But it will be a round, a much needed round there for Rain. They stem the tide that Bobo was about to crash over them with. I mean, that was, it was interesting because Rain, they didn't have much going their way in terms of economy. We said it was a semi-eco. They only had 2 Spectres and, you know, a little bit of a luck going their way, but they needed it, and they got it nevertheless. Bobo now coming into this round, finding themselves in a precarious position of their own. You can see Scroll only able to afford a Sheriff. The Fade Util much more important at this stage of the game.
Much more important. Rounds of the utmost important. Teleport out. Of course, not going to be available here for Rain. They didn't opt to bring the chamber to this map, so they're just going to be forced to walk out, and luckily enough, Bobo aren't putting up too much pressure towards Long for the moment, but they are all stacked over towards that side of the map. You can see, as are Rain. 2 players stacked to the back of the side, Exus and Mai. We're going to hold it down once again. That Prowler does scout out a few players. Bobo, once again, with this more slow and attempted methodical approach.
Yeah, so info gathered there by Scroll. Sorry, by Maishu. Now they're just shaping up over towards this B push again. We see this time and time again. The fast lane out from Hookah, but gets mown down by a Minimize. Run heads first into a Vandal. Now Bobo just have to rethink as Nice Hacks is going for the flank. The teleporter has been initiated here. Spike in the hands of Scroll. Sign now coming across in support, and Rain have no choice but to rotate on through. Slight advantage here to Bobo. They get 2 frags for their troubles. Bunda and Elsno getting taken down, but Maishu arrives on scene, supported by Exus. They answer back. In comes Bobo. Sign leading the charge. Rolling Thunder now coming across. Maishu stands into it and doesn't move. He's not phased whatsoever. Minimize does the rest, and it will be a round for Rain now on the board. That takes the score, Tony, to 8-4. Very, very nicely done to round out the half. You may as well have thrown it out there, because as we now head into the second half, everybody settles. Everybody's 0 again. The money's the same. Everybody just resets.
The one thing that's not reset, though, is Reign's momentum right now. They're feeling confident going into the second half with an 8-4 scoreline on a map such as Bind. Always great to see the team do so well on the defense side. Of course, this is Bobo's pick, and Reign are really taking them for a run for their money in this first one, I have to say. Bind, always expected to be a good pick for Bobo, but Reign show that they've able to learn a few maps with the implementation of Minimize now to the roster.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, Minimize is, he's got experience about him. When you inject that experience into an already stacked lineup, strange things have happened, but Dragon puts the fast lane to work straight down A mid. He gets a frag, but does get taken down, so that's the top fragger down there for Bobo, so Reign, you'd have to argue, has the advantage, but the Haunt comes out and does actually catch Nice Hacks. Reign faking the spike plant, knowing that there's probably a player in Lamb. So the right click there from Exus. Very easy on the eyes indeed. As the spike goes down, Reign starting to run away with this map. And now Bobo have to retake from 2 men down. This is going to be tough.
Scroll, well, gets off to a good start. Scroll able to take out My Shoe as well, but quick trades. Reign playing the winning positions and playing the winning trades here for the moment. They pick up Pistol yet again. Reign on a tear to start this series off. Of course, we got into this one a bit late. Kit in the last one was a bit of a marathon, a bit of a race to the finish line, and neither team wanted to give it up. Of course, all 3 maps, Order, Fun, Crew, and you know, this one has the potential if Bobo are able to bounce back, but they have to bounce back now. Bind, they don't want to be giving it up to Reign, because Reign, I feel, a team of momentum, especially with IGL minimized at the helm. Very scary stuff.
I mean, I'd have to agree with that. We've seen Reign grow and blossom, and that's one of the things that I would say is testament to their gameplay. But Bobo pushed down the B side. My Shoe gets 1, but that's going to be a bulldog down, so lots of firepower from Reign is now on the deck, being picked up, well, not actually picked up by Bobo. They weren't able to push out that far, but that's a roll of the dice, Tony, if ever I've seen one.
That's shaking things up. You can see that Reign forced into this one. Bobo didn't. They've just got pistols, and it's just Elsno. Spike, well, far away from being picked up by Elsno. Jump peek. This guy just seems to put up the numbers for the side of Bobo. And definitely one to lead the charge, 15-10. 17-9 for Exos. There's something about these Brimstones, I tell you, that just do different in the server.
You know, it's been a pretty smooth road so far. There hasn't been too many, you know, S-bend turns or anything like that. But Tony, that round we just saw there, I reckon was a pothole, because Reign would not expect that. They were not expecting that at all. Bobo threw 4 men down towards B long, and they just mowed down Reign. Both teams collided, and I'll tell you what, Bobo, all of a sudden, that may have just reinvigorated them, re-energized them. Now, again, they try to push over towards this B side.
Of course, Prowler comes out for Scroll off the elbow position, and you can now see Reign trying to flood themselves into the site with the minimal amount of util and the minimal amount of weapons they have. Dragon able to find the wallbang on a My Shoe to start it off, and you can see that this player's getting deep to it. Elsno getting so close to a player or two. You can see swing through the smoke, and Elsno takes out Noz deep in the spawn side. Scroll is going to toss out another Prowler. Has so many to play with. Scroll looking for the spray trade, so we'll be able to find the shots and finish it off. Is signed. Takes out Punda. Wraps the round up just like that. Bobo, they lost a few guns, but in the tail end of things, they won the round.
Yeah, all things considered, that's a big win for them. 2 rounds in a row. This could be the start of something fantastic, but Reign, they've still got a couple rounds buffer to play with, and now they'll buy themselves back in. So well done to them. They are a team that is made of class, Tony, it must be said, and they've come from literally nothing, and now they find themselves playing off here on the massive stage, the biggest stage in the region, in fact, the VOT, the VALORANT Oceania Tour. And now Bobo, though, starting to get a little bit of a wind about them, a little bit of steam in that engine. And they've got an ult to play with as well. Scroll does have the Nightfall, which is a very strong ult here on defense.
I have to say, Rain is one of those rags to riches kind of stories. You know, we saw the disbanding of 2 teams to make this team possible. Iconic and With You With Me both departing so that this roster could come to fruition. And Punda, he's taking his opportunity. He's wasting no time. Takes out 2 players, teleports out scot-free. Rain with a 2-man advantage now to take this B side.
That's exactly what they needed. Someone to come up with a big, massive play because, let's be real, Dragon's been doing it for a couple rounds in a row now. That's what Bobo needed. That may have just been the leader that they were searching for. And yeah, Punda, off the back of Yoru and the rest of the Rain lads, just melding just supremely over towards the back of that B side. They take the spike plant. Now NiceAxe does have an operator, so he'd be a fool to try and run it down against 3 members. The spike's just going to do its thing, but Rain, good news to come out of that round is they built up a couple ults as well. You've got Exus there leading the charge here on Brimstone, which is a different story. On Bobo, you see Noz down the bottom of the leaderboard. So that's the difference between the 2 teams here at the moment, and that's probably why Rain are on top. You see Exus playing from the front. They also built up the Yoru ult as well. So that's another thing that they'll have in their back pocket. And you know what? The dimensional drift is dangerous when used, especially with this new Yoru.
Yeah, and I have to say, a different composition. Double Duelist still being run by Rain. We've seen a lot of these teams kind of move away from that double duelist, more single, and bring the util behind it, bring the fade, bring the chamber. Chamber, kind of a pseudo-duelist, if you can call him that. You can use the rendezvous very aggressively, but also very smartly. Senpai, Bobo's coach, calling yet again another tactical timeout. Rain haven't needed one, it would seem. They're just so in tune with how they want to play Bind. And this is not what I was expecting, especially out of a team that's made a lot of adjustments recently. Of course, we saw Easter out for Exus. We saw Panic out for Minimize. And it's been strength to strength rebuilding from the ground up from Rain. And it just seems to be in their nature to rebuild when it all goes awry.
Well, you know, to make an omelette, you need to break a few eggs. And unfortunately for those players, they find themselves out. But in comes the new blood, the sauce, the salt and pepper, if you will, and they're currently at the top of the leaderboards here. Exus and Minimize, 18 frags for Exus, dominating the server. Minimize bringing it up on 11, but everybody from Rain, like we said before, they are contributing. Every player has hit double-digit frags, which is what you want to see. Their score has also hit the double digits, so the light is at the end of the tunnel for them in this first map of this best of 3. Their economy is in a pretty good shape as well. The only thing they need to contend with is that Bobo have 3 ults, and generally they've been a pretty good defensive team.
Yeah, Bobo have been quite adamant in some of their holds in their previous games, but of course, a different look roster means a different way to play NiceAxe. No, he doesn't change up his play style at all, and Bobo need to keep him on a leash. They force him to rendezvous out. NiceAxe, unfortunately, not going to find a pick, and he's going to be tagged extremely low for his troubles.
Exus thinking about throwing down a few smokes. Does have the orbital as well, so just have to wait and see. Bobo on defense. It's very easy to be caught with an orbital as well as the stun coming out as well. So just teams need to be wary of that. 3 smokes now going down on this A site. You see Punda initiating the dimensional drift as well as the orbital bombardment coming in. They're throwing everything that they've got at this bomb site here at Rain. Maishu gets 2, starts this rampage off with Signed and Noz. 3 players of Bobo remain. The spike is going to go down. There's so much coverage. It's an absolute hotbox on this U-Haul at the moment. The Nightfall does go out, and NiceAxe down to 1 HP courtesy of the Haunt and the Decay. Spike is going down, but will they decide to retake? Probably not, because Scrawl just gets taken down. Punda holding the showers. Couple players going out. Fake out now draws the shot. And Dragon coming through the A main. Gets dunked upon. Gets 2 in short. El Snow is there and waiting, but NiceAxe again with this operator in hand. This time he only has 24 HP, so probably going to run away with this one.
Yeah, and it's a little bit of an interesting thing to note. Maybe NiceAxe not really head in the game right now. You saw he's attempted to shoot at these fake outs twice, not used to playing against the Yoru, especially Pundas, who, you know, he's been doing work. He's been finding his entries, he's been finding his plays. He steals away the op. NiceAxe falls to his former legacy teammate. And Rain, they've got 11. And they're staring down match point already in this first map.
Yeah, very, very close. 2 more rounds will get them the dub. Bobo still with a mountain to climb. They've got to, you know, basically not cut the rope. At the moment, Noz is at the bottom. He needs to lift a little bit. So does Signed, so do Nice Hacks. They need somebody to step up because Rain at the moment are all over Bobo. It doesn't matter if it's a retake situation, if it's a pre-plant situation, but Rain have got the answer to whatever Bobo are throwing at them. Their defense is just getting penetrated through. The best round that they've had is when they did exactly this, Tony. They went down that B side as a unit, probably got the round when they shouldn't have. Dragon with the overdrive out. Exus just says no, applying the brakes. And now Bobo, a man disadvantage. The Bombot having an absolute spasm over towards the back there.
Yeah,
that was interesting.
Yeah, I've never seen a bot move like that. Maybe a Roomba malfunctioning. Of course, one clean floor there that'd have to be outside of the fountain there, but there's a lot of dead bodies. There was a lot of early fighting going on, so blood-stained floor, it would seem. Rain, 2 players left after the chaos, and Bobo, 2 players left after the chaos. Signed and Nice Hacks, unfortunately, not able to get any of those guns that were dropped. Guns still in the hands of Minimize and Mai, but of course Minimize doesn't have any armor. This is a little bit of a rough take to go for. 5 HP, no armor. Maishu full HP and full shields. They're now walking on the side with 30 seconds, need to clear every single corner. This is great discipline from Minimize. I have to say, from what we saw in our last series, if your player's not checking corners when you should be, this is what we want to see.
Well, Signed is sitting there as well, and he doesn't exactly fare much better. He does have the fault line which goes out. Other than that, the Rolling Thunder is online. Maishu into a good position here. Signed actually going to be caught napping if he's not careful. Meanwhile, making his presence known, Nice Hacks comes in from the garden area, full HP. Basically, he hasn't, this gun hasn't gotten dusty at all so far. Now, Rain, they need to go in. Maishu just timing out the opposition here. The defuse going to go in. Rolling Thunder across from Minimize. Just delays the defuse a little bit. Nice Hacks goes in, gets caught. Now 5 HP, doesn't matter. Maishu gets the job done and puts Rain on match point.
The cover of the concussion, perfect there from Minimize, and gelling with Rain well already on day 1 of their officials. You can see 12-6 already on Bobo's pick. This is a blowout, a different story than what we saw out of our first map. We went triple, quadruple, 5 times OT. It went deep first map. Rain, they want a different story. They want a blowout game. They want a quick 2-0. Getting late for a few of their players. They've been waiting a while. Elsno definitely wants to go to bed, I imagine. He's got uni in the morning, probably. Paint shells are out. Elsno, Bombot, speaking of the devil, the showers. He's going to be looking for Dragon. Looks to tap the orb to bait it, but he's baited well, and, well, he's baited himself into falling. Punda, gate crash to the back of the site, cutting through. Punda's just taking apart and picking these Bobo players like did Sherry's. Takes the teleport with his team, and they're all the way over to B already.
Yeah, since his rework, Yoru is legitimately scary, and in the hands of somebody like Punda, he becomes even more scary. Becomes a stuff of legends, as there's only one player now standing between Rain and a victory here in this first map of this best of 3. 12-6 is the scoreline, soon to be 13-6. You would imagine Exus, Maishu, and Punda have to contend with Dragon. Yes, he is the best fragger at the moment for the side of Bobo. If anybody can do it, he can. But he's taken this one very calm, very collected, very slowly, knows that 3 players is no easy feat. The fast lane is actually going to go out here. Will he try to stick this? Is there enough time? The spray comes in, positions revealed in garden, but it's not going to be enough. Exus finds the dome, and Bobo fall in a heap. 13-6 is the final score. Rain with a 1-map advantage.
What a game it was. A standout performance. Rain looking to run it up in this upper bracket here for the Oceanic Championships. They don't want to fall. They don't want to have to face Honey Badgers, who I believe have just recently signed Autumn. So that's it's going to be an interesting one to note, of course, going into when we see Honey Badgers. But what a game it was. It was Rain as a team together. You see Exus just jiggling it so perfectly to keep Rain's lead going. And then Bobo, of course, they had some moments of brilliant. Scroll, the one to look at, of course, the one we had in our head-to-head as a player to watch for here for Bobo. But Exus, I can't believe he just gets away with these 2 picks here in this corner.
Yeah, some of the stuff that came out was absolutely freaky. The tour de force from Chamber, whenever that was online, was always dangerous. And just the swings back and forth in these duels, not only the rounds themselves, Tony, But, you know, all the way down to the nitty-gritty itself, it was very blow for blow. And how about Crash Jobs catching that? You love to see it. 9-6 here as we go into this replay here. This was the big push that came through from Punda, the counter push. That's exactly what they needed, Rain. They were up against the ropes at that stage, it must be said. And now you can see this push coming in here onto this site. Tony, it will be Rain going through into map number 2 with a slight advantage. But if the first game is anything to go by, we have got a long way to go yet.
And I have to say, for, you know, a former teammate, Minimize, was very respectable against the side of Bobo. We saw maybe a little bit of course, at the start, but then it was all business there for the side of Rain. And now we go to our second map just after a break. We'll be seeing second map, Bobo versus Rain. You don't want to go anywhere. You don't want to miss it. We'll be right back. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to go live soon to our second map. It's Bobo versus Rain, and what a clinic it was. Of course, I'm Two-Tap Tony, that's Kid Fox. We have been at it all night, Kid. It's been a long one. You just mentioned it's coming on 11 p.m., 1 a.m. for our New Zealand folk out there, and for wherever else you are. I imagine it's very early or very late. This game, this series, might be a contender, though. We need to see Bobo bounce back after such a heavy one-sided affair out of the side of Rain on Bobo's pick.
Yeah, I mean, Rain are stepping up, and they're a team that you cannot discount. They are here for a reason. They have just gone from strength to strength since their inception, and they are showing no signs of slowing down here at the moment. They are running all over their opposition, and Bobo just really did not have an answer for them. But now we head into this next map. It is Haven, where, you know, with 3 sites to attack, this is where things can definitely be shaken up a little bit. And of course, as you mentioned, big shout outs to our Kiwi brethren over there across the ditch at the moment. 1 a.m. still going strong, and we are not going to stop yet. Let's just say that. Let's get it on map number 2 very shortly.
Yeah, Haven, a little bit of an interesting one to look at in terms of how these teams have played recently. Of course, Haven, pretty strategic kind of style of map. Of course, Bobo have kind of gone even in terms of their statistics recently, 12-12 overall. Of course, that was with ticks, not with nice hacks. We now, of course, have a Bobo with nice hacks who looked a little bit weak. I had to say, some of those entry peaks that nice hacks was going for, the team just looked a little bit out of sorts in terms of following up with nice hacks aggression.
Yeah, especially when Dragon was trying to push in onto that site as well. It was textbook basically. It was the same thing every time. It was the fast lane coming out of Hookah, and it was expected. They needed to change things up a little bit. You know, if you throw something at the wall and it doesn't stick, well, you throw something else, and that's what they just didn't do. So Bobo, they need to change things up coming into this one, because at the moment they find themselves basically their last chance. This is the second map of this best of 3. They need to take this one, or they're going to be done and dusted and going down into arguably the lower bracket of doom against the likes of Honey Badgers, and then potentially Order of all teams.
Yeah, of course, that's if Order are to beat Bonkers down there in that lower bracket, or maybe they just get upset there. We see some crazy kind of run Bonkers beat Order, Fun Crew beat Order. That'd be a crazy storyline to look at, of course. But, you know, it's interesting to note as well. Of course, we've got our notes here, Kit, and it's Bind was the worst map in terms of win-loss ratio for the side of Rain, a 31% win rate overall. We now, of course, go into their best map of Haven, strongest on the defense with a 62% win rate. And, well, they have to start the attack. Bobo, the defense, and immediately know where we see the speed of lock-ins here. Bobo, they're so sure they're coming.
I mean, this is a huge map for Rain, though, isn't it? 80% win rate is absolutely nutty, and they love a Cypher on this map. They love a KO on this map, and you can see that already. KO being locked in. They're hovering the Sova, and their tried, true bread and butter composition on this map is a Cypher, KO, Omen, Raze, and a Sova, and that is what they're hovering here. That's Rain at their best. So if you haven't had the chance to see Rain yet, if you haven't been tuning into the Summer Cup or any of the other tournaments here on at LPL, then this is the map that you need to pay attention to. There it is, the Omen locked in, the Raze, the Cypher probably to boot as well, but Bobo with a few tricks up their sleeve as well. We're seeing Astra start to make her way back into the meta, and Noz going to be playing her.
Yeah, it's Astra meta yet again. You know, it's interesting to see Astra got nerfed quite a bit in terms of the last few. But yeah, she definitely got hit hard. A bit's a bit of an understatement. Astra got hit hard in the last few patches, and you know, it's always interesting to see still teams bringing her to light and still showing that she can be a capable agent put in the right hands.
It's that global map pressure. I mean, no other agent has that. I mean, you have similar capabilities, you know, but it's more short range. You know, even the Brimstone Smoke is shorter range. The Omen Smoke is shorter range. That, you know, Astra just has a lot more broader coverage, you know, especially on a map like Haven. You can stick one site from basically one end of the map to the other. And Cosmic Divide, you know, we saw the value Cosmic Divide has on basically any map. Not only does it nullify the vision, it nullifies the sound as well if you're playing in close proximity to that wall. So expect to see big things out of the Astra. Maybe it's the trump card that Bobo need to keep their hopes and dreams alive here in this tournament, because at the moment it's the Rain show, and this is their map, and they're going to be playing at their best on their textbook bread and butter composition. Bobo, they need to bring their A game.
Yeah, they're definitely going to have to bring their A game, and you can see different composition. We get to see Punda on the Raze, and that's what I'm excited for, though. It's Elsno to start it off. Frenzy comes in quick with two. Nice Hacks able to shut down Elsno before he goes at a feeding Frenzy for a few more picks. Nice Hacks as well, finding my Rainer just walking out into the util and a heavy stacked up mid map hold here from the side of Bobo. Quick trade back. Nice axe falls to minimize, and you can see the Sheriff, the head onto the shots. Dragon falls, and so does Punda. Bobo get aggressive on the pistol, and it pays off.
Yeah, Rain probably should have had that. They got 2 very early frags there, courtesy of Elsno and his frenzy, but the way that Nice Hacks was able to push up straight through mid, and just that double window can really be the undoing of you if you decide to clump your team in there, which is exactly what Rain did. All Nice Hacks had to do is saunter his way down mid, throw a paint shells up into the already smoked off double window, flushed out the KO of Exus, and you know, since then it's history. You can see the scoreboard. It says 1 round to Bobo. Rain probably should have done a little bit more there.
Yeah, Elsa started that off, and then it kind of just all fell apart. Almost collateral. Dragon. Oh, Dragon. Okay, a triple. He gets his treasure. Looking for a more. And else, Extra, sorry, will shut it down. Dragon though. That's how you rip the headhunter. That's what we've been waiting to see. The Chambers we spoke so highly of in the previous matchup. We didn't get to see that come to fruition. But Dragon, a definite coveted Chamber player, and well, that's how you use that ability. Take notes, ladies and gentlemen.
So Rain on the back foot here, but now it's bonus for Bobo. They did that one relatively comfortably, so this one won't hurt them too much. But Rain have the firepower, but have a look at this Bulldog that we see favoring from these teams quite a little bit of late here, Tony. We often see one team opt for the cheaper option. Recon Dart now going to be very nicely placed over towards A long. Gravity Well going to go in, not really grab anybody, but Rain on attack. They're very strong here. We just haven't had the chance to see that yet. Now maybe, now they've got firepower, we might be treated as they go push in towards sewers, but Dragon is there with the tour de force. You don't really expect that, especially at that angle.
And we can see now drone from Scroll getting the info for Bobo. Dragon, there it is. Tour de force downrange to find 2 more picks. That's not what you want to see right now if you're Rain. Bobo, Dragon firing off and lighting up the kill feed. Force check the corners, Exus taken, so is Punda. Spike down A, minimize the only remaining member caught on this lurk, and well, Bobo, they're not going to expect him for the moment. Maybe they will. You can see eyeing up the heavens is Scroll. Some shots coming out preemptively from Signed, and Warbait hit their mark down to 78 points of HP and 5 bits of shield, and a Warbait shot for Dragon. Another triple. Lights up the kill feed as Dragon's on a tear. 8-1, and we're only 3 rounds in, and it's all 3 bound by Bobo.
That's it. We are only 3 rounds in, and already Bobo have this game by the horns. Dragon, you need to stop him. Somebody check him PC. 8-1 is his KD at the moment. This is how you start things off. Chamber stepping up to the plate, and Rain just on the receiving end of some well-placed tour de force shots. Now the operator in play as well. So Bobo, maybe this is their map too. Rain, we spoke a bit about their impressive record here on this very turf, but at the moment you wouldn't think it. Bobo are taking it to him.
Yeah, Bobo, for a rough one. Shaking it off, and Noz able to find that pick on the Punda. Drops off Dragon operator. My shoe finds the shot Signed though, and they can secure the spike plant here, but Dragon out headhunter for another. My shoe falls, and Noz is looking for another, but it's another shot from Exus with the Sheriff. Dragon headhunter, 5 bullets still in the clip, misses a few. 3 shots, pulls out the Ghost, and that does it better. That works like a charm. 4K, 12 kills Dragon, and 4 rounds Bobo. This man is unstoppable to start this one.
Well, this is the round here where Rain need to compose themselves. They've got the coach waiting to throw in the towel and just tell them to breathe a little bit, should they decide to, but maybe they will after this round, depending on which way it goes. They've got an ult to play with. It is going to be the Null Command, which is a very, very strong ult, especially on the attacking side on a map like Haven. You can cover almost 2 sites, nullify all the utility, and when you're going up against the likes of Chamber, who has the Rendezvous, the Astra Cosmic Divide, I mean, it is a very strong ult, but Rain, they need a round on the board. That's what they need right now. Forget everything else. They need to do the basics right. They need to find the frags, get the plants, and just basically get this train rolling out of the station.
I need to, as Taylor Swift would say, shake it off. Let's see. You are powerless. Alchemy going to be brought in the play, and an empty C site given over for the side of Rain if they choose to take it. Minimizing 4 from an aggressive peak there from Nice Hacks, but Spike will finally go down. Exos to plant it yet again. Rain have the site this time, but Bobo could come in quick for this retake as they funnel all of Rain down towards C-Long.
Yeah, we saw Punda have to give up his position there off the top of that box because, you know, long is the play. They've set up the proper plant for it. Now they have to play to that strategy. The Astra coverage is there, though. That's the only problem that they've got. The paint shell's going to land firmly on top of Punda and Dragon. The rest of Bobo do the rest. Exus and Maishu, the last 2 remaining members of Rain. There goes Sign and Dragon combining. And where was this Bobo on the first map, Tony? That's the question I put to you right now. Where has this team come from? Dragon is unstoppable here, and they just look like a completely different unit.
I'll tell you what, I read a tweet during the break, of course, and suss out how everybody's been enjoying the matches so far, and Senpai said, map one curse, it's okay, it always happens for Bobo. Shake it off, go next, and we are seeing that full effect. Elsno calling a tactical timeout here. Rain are thinking about what's their next plan of attack, because it just, none of it has been seeming to work. It's just Dragon fracking up a Storm. He's got more kills than we've seen rounds so far, 14 and 1.
We rarely see a 5-zip scoreline, Tony. I think the last time that this happened was actually in the final map of, was it the best of 7?
Best of 5.
Grand final? Best of 5 grand final that we had, but it was fraught with overtimes. It felt like a best of 7, and it went the whole distance. But that final map, believe it or not, was an absolute stomping with a very similar scoreline like this, 5-0. And at the moment, we didn't expect this out of Bobo, considering how dominant Rain were in that first map. And now Rain on their home match with their home composition being taken to school here by Bobo.
And Coach Mythica in the server with the Rain gentlemen thinking long and hard about what they want to do here. Elsno going to be bringing out the Spectre, a few light shields across the margin, Guardian as well for Mai. We've seen some taps, some impressive ones at that, but the shots need to land for Rain. They need to make a shake-up, and maybe it's Punda hitting the movement all the way to Suet. Get deep and aggressive early on. Hunter's Fury early from Scroll, finding 2 players. Rain, they were so confident in going for this peak. Punda got so deep, Asua, so early on, but again, Bobo seemed to have every answer to every sort of question that Rain are asking.
What you mean, Taki?
What is happening? Bobo, flawless round. They've got money to play with, just smouging on top of their gold piles at the moment. Rain, they're on Struggle Street. They've cobbled together some kind of buy for this round, full shields and rifles, but then the story after that is a bleak one in terms of their economy. They've got 3 ults. Come on. They've got everything going for them here at the moment. They've got everything going, Tony. And at the moment, it is all Bobo who just cannot... Like, they're unshakable here at the moment. Rain, what can they do?
I absolutely don't know what they can do right now. It's a hard question to ask. They are back to a buy, though. They've got a few ultimates to play with. You can see the Hunter's Fury being expended to go for an aggressive pick. Force Nice Hacks off the top line to just drop off and hit the shot anyway on Exus. You can see another paint shells showstopper. This one doesn't land. It's marked, but still, it's Bobo holding it down completely. It's Rain in Struggle Street yet again. They have found an empty C site. They need to look to plant the spike down, but Bobo, they've got 5 members ready and willing to retake at a moment.
Minimize going deep in towards the garage area. It's a 3-on-5. He's going to get taken down by Noz. Well, they just can't do the simple things right at the moment, Rain. Maybe they let that first map victory go to their heads, but Bobo, they have awoken, Tony.
Enemy remaining.
They have awoken and they are unstoppable. The curse of Bobo has fallen across this server, and Rain are on the receiving end of it. Spike going to get defused here, but Ice Hacks through the smoke. Managed to find the frag, and now the scoreline is 7-0.
I mean, kid, as they say, you never want to poke the bear. And, well, Rain, they've done it. They've poked the bear, they've prodded it too many times. The bear's angry. Bobo are out for blood. 7-0 start Haven. It's the most dominant we've seen a start in quite a while. And it's Bobo, the ones to do it. The ones that got absolutely rocked on that first map. I had to say, impressive stuff out of Rain, but They've gone missing. They've gone MIA. Somebody call up Boots and Dora, because they're going to need a map to guide them through the next few rounds of this half. Of course, 5 remaining. Rain only pistols and a stinger, but we've seen some magic stuff happen with just pistols.
We most certainly have, but tell you what, this is magical here. 7-0, didn't think we'd be seeing this in the VOT. Rain, need to make something happen. They're on an eco. They've got a stinger. That's basically it. 2 ults. Oh, Jiggle Peek coming through. Operator shot sucked out there from Dragon, but dealt damage, but not really too much to contend with. There are pistols and a stinger on the other end of that, but he still doesn't really give up his position. Normally see a chamber miss a shot and then rendezvous out, but no, not Dragon. When you've got a 14-to-1 KD ratio, you can afford to be a little bit aggressive. There it is. Gets the frag onto my shoe. He was not rendezvousing out until he got at least one.
You can't really blame him, but Dragon, this man just doesn't miss. God, I wish to have Dragon's consistency sometimes. My rate games would probably go better. Else no, the only one remaining, stuck behind an astral smoke in a world of hurt, about to be met. Bobo, ooh, shot aside. The Dragon to swing, another 3, 17-1 for Dragon. 8-0 Bobo.
Absolute raid boss here is Dragon. You cannot stop him. He's got money for days, so do Bobo as a unit. That whole team is just cashed up. Rain, meanwhile, we saw them. They were just coming into that round with pistols. One stinger did not pay off for them whatsoever. They're no order. That's Order's territory. Rain, meanwhile, we need to start scratching our heads, I think, a little bit, because this is their map. Their best map as well, Tony. There's absolute scenes here being put to the sword by Bobo. 8-0, and Dragon. This map is just his own at the moment.
That's his world, we're just living in it, as the quote goes. Of course, we want to apologize for all the technical difficulties we've been having so far. Of course, hopefully you guys bear with us, and hopefully you're still keen on watching the game right now. 8-0 Bobo start. Rain back to rifles, and we're going to shake up the rest of this one. They need 4 rounds. They need them 4 in a row to keep the confidence flowing. They're going to have to wait for a tactical timeout for the next half. They've got a few ultimates, though, to play with. Punda, we need to see some more impressive satchel, aggressive play coming out. He's known for it on this map. We just haven't seen it yet.
Two flies, the Nightfall. Oh, Punda! Very nice use of the showstopper there. Takes down Skrull, and this is what Rain need. They've finally got a man advantage for probably the first time since the first pistol round where we saw that twofer with the Frenzy. Now the spike gets stuck, and this is where the work needs to be put in by Bobo. Yes, they've got money in the bank, but money doesn't aim for you. This is where Dragon goes in now, has got the operator, misses the shot. Now they just need to rethink. Nice hacks, though, does not. Takes down Exus. It's now a 4-on-4. The Bombots just exchange. They kiss each other in the middle of the map there, but Elsno, all the way down in the Hell area, gets one. Misses the spray down onto Sign. Looking through that Cosmic Divide, though, was Dragon. He gets the frag onto Minimize, but Maishu and Punda are there. It's all up to Noz. Rain get around on the board.
And they finally stop it in its tracks. The train has been thwarted from going to a speeding finish here. Rain, they find their first. Bobo, cashed up for days. Plenty of money for the rest of the half. It's not really much else you can say, but Rain needing to find more rounds like that. A great hold underneath Heaven there from Elso. I have to say, it's been the shining beacon in this so ever dark game that Rain have been faced with.
Yes, it's a tough one for Rain, to say the least. Maybe just the fatigue, the time of this game just getting to them at the moment. Good recon dart down towards the back of A if you're a defender. In comes the util. I believe it might have been the cage coming out there from Minimize. Aldrone goes in. We'll spot Dragon out the back there. They try to swing onto him, but he's able to reposition. Now we'll have the dart go in. Sorry, the knife from KO. And rare misses there from Dragon. 2 in a row, but Skrull holding the right angle here. Oh, the null command coming through. He gets 1, gets 2, swings down onto the 3rd, but Exus holds firm, takes him down. Dragon still waiting there, is unable to rendezvous away. Ooh, does actually get nicked by the paranoia. And the teleport to follow that. So good use of the shrouded step. Exus swinging under the site, though. Sign is there and waiting. Shorty comes out from Dragon. Oh, that is just BM at this point. Dragon with the shorty, taking down Elsno, and they take their score to 9-1.
It's not what you want to see. Rain, they found a round. but not able to convert a second. Bobo back into it, Rain back to Eco, and you don't want to be staring down at Eco. It's second last round of a very dominant Bobo half, and well, maybe first map curse exists. Senpai, I should have never doubted.
Maybe the Kiwis of the team are just struggling to keep their eyes open at the moment. The Rain lads need to put in work. It is an absolute marathon. Nothing comes easy in this 30k prize pool. Isn't just going to fall into anybody's laps here, Tony. 1 minute and 30 seconds remaining as we get into this round. In fact, the 11th round. And so far, the story is being written and narrated by Bobo. 19-2 Dragon. The man with the pen in hand at the moment. Like I said, it's his world. We're definitely all living in it. And at the moment, you don't want to be Rain as a side character in this story. Nice collab there from Sign. He gets 3, knows that there's more. Just on the other side of that Astra smoke. The spike is down. He has a little bit of a spray. Noz is going to deny him the ace, but Sign is still there and alive. Dragon, who else to get the final frag of the round? Flawless round, in fact, here. It's 10-1, Tony. We're not even at the halfway point yet.
Last round before the switch, you hear the announcer. 10, Bobo, 1, Rain, 20-2. I don't think we've ever seen such a one-sided performance from a chamber in well, the whole game's entirety. Dragon, this is just a clinic. This is just surgical precision. Nobody can stop him right now. Dragon, absolutely atop the board and proving that, you know, it's been a while since we've seen Dragon at the top of the board. He's kind of had his moments of doubt, his moments of kind of shied away from that aggressive entry player, but he's back. It's the Dragon of old. We know it's the Dragon that we saw from different rosters, the rising star and the young prodigy that he is, and all of a sudden, Rain, it's already 3 players dead to right, and we're not even a minute in.
No matter what Rain try, Bobo, they're just there. Every single time, Bobo, when the chips are down, both of these teams go head-to-head. Every single engagement is going Bobo's way at the moment. They only lost 1 member in that round. It's 11-1 as we head into the half, Tony. This is absolutely insane what we're seeing. Considering Rain took that first map in such a convincing fashion, now that we're heading into a timeout coming in from Elsno, why not? They need something here. If you're Rain right now, Tony, what do you say? What can you say?
If I was Elsno, I'd be wanting to go to bed. I'd be ringing up the sub. Hey, yo, Rain, where's the sub at? I'm out. I'll
Calling in sick tomorrow? Yeah, no, I can't make it in tomorrow, boss. Yeah, no, I just can't do it.
Yeah, Rain, they're gonna need a lot. They're gonna need, I feel, pistol, mental boom to come through if they can get this pistol. For Bobo, they take pistol, the game's out, just like that.
Pretty much. That's it. It's GG. It's do or die, and I've never seen a tougher path for a team to take in a round. Honestly, there is literally only one more way this could have been worse, and if the scoreline was 12-0. At the moment, Rain in a competitive match, especially at this level on this stage, they are not performing to their potential. They know that. They'll be disappointed. They're more than happy to put this one behind them, you would think. They'll basically give this one away to Bobo, you would think.
Yeah, you'd have to kind of surrender it. Of course, they can use these last few rounds as a, you know, shake it off. You can talk about the mistakes made. You can talk about everything that went wrong this game. But I feel like to dwell on it would be a mistake for Rain right now. They kind of just want to get it out of the way. Frenzy stack up. They're forced into the pistol. Rain to the defense. Bobo to the attack. You can see 3 ghosts here for the side of Bobo. Scroll, Noz, and Nice Hacks just want to get it done and dusted and take us to our third.
Which will be interesting to say the least. Didn't think that both of these games tonight would have gone the whole distance. I'm glad that they have. Oof, Bobo at close range. There's 5 members there, and Punda just didn't know who to aim at. And poor Rain are just left to lick their wounds after this. I wonder what JTXU Elsno said to the boys in that timeout. What the boys said to each other in that timeout. Maybe we'll ask them, and maybe we'll put the results up on the answers rather up on Twitter. Have a look at this goblin position coming out towards the back of A here from Bobo. Exus holding this one nice and firm. They check the corner. Look at that. Every single person covering a different angle. Every corner checked. No nook left unsearched. No cranny left unshot at. And now Rain What can they do? The answer, not much, because Bobo have taken this A site.
Shocks come over to stop the plan for the moment. Now Elsto's looking for a lineup. He pings where the plan goes, but Minimize might able to find some quick picks back. Elsto too to find Noz. Finds nice hacks, and now it's down to the 1v1. Things get interesting. Dragon has wrapped to spawn. Elsto drops down, takes a heavy amount of damage for a softened up headshot from Dragon. 23 kills and a clutch to boot to its match point in the second map. And I'm scared for Rain right now. We go to Fracture next, and I haven't seen Rain on Fracture, but I definitely know what Bobo's capable of on that map.
Yeah, and they have to force here too, Rain. They have to throw everything that they've got at this, or otherwise they're basically giving this game away. And they are. They're throwing everything. 3 players on 0 credits. Minimize, investing into that Cypher util. Can't buy anything else. Good on Rain for not giving this one away. They could have very easily just ran it down with Classics, but they're not. They're coming in. Jiggle Peak even. Coming down towards the C site. Fault line just going to displace Maishu a little bit. Only has the Marshall. This is good stuff here from Bobo. They go in. You can see the recon being gathered. Nice hacks, paint shells. We'll find Elsno. They converge all the way through the back of the D side spawn here. Now Minimize tosses out the cage, takes down Noz in the process. So here come Bobo. Scrawl and Nice hacks combined, but Exodus is there and waiting. One more for Scrawl, and Sign does the rest. Guardian in hand. GG. Go next, Tony. Just like the first game, we are here. It is 1 apiece.
And it's not 13-0, but it's 13-1.
in quite a convincing fashion as well. I believe it was 13-6, the final scoreline. But then Bobo, where was this team? 13-1 on Haven, throwing absolute haymakers. But now we're going to go across to Fracture. And like you said, Tony, we've seen what Bobo can do on this map.
Yeah, Bobo, the most scary team in terms of when it comes to Fracture statistics, of course. You know, they haven't played it too much recently in the past 3 months, but one of those early adopters, currently 2-1, 3 overall maps played on Fracture. And here we go. We're live into it. The last map of this best of 3 for the night. It's Rain versus Bobo. It's Bobo to attack. It's Rain to the defense. And you can see a few different picks here, of course. Going to rock the breach this time. Exos the KO, I've been waiting for it. He will deliver. Elsa going to be on the brimstone. We'll see Punda minimize yet to lock in though. Bobo, they've got their eyes on the prize. Dragon, after such an impressive chamber game, swaps over to the Sage.
Yeah, the Sage is very, very important on this map, and you can see the way that Bobo are compromising their team here at the moment. They know how to play it. You got that breach, which is basically a must pick alongside that Sage. Meanwhile, Rain, they don't really know what they're up against. They've chosen the KO, which arguably can have very, very important impact on this map, but without that extra added utility that a Sage wall provides, it's basically, you know, you have to pick Viper on on Icebox almost. That's how important Sage is on this map, as is Breach. I would say they're on the same sort of tier. Good to see that both of these teams are using the Breach, but the one that really is drawing my attention is the KO here for Exus.
Yeah, it's going to be an interesting one here for the side of Rain. Recent inject, minimize, going to be rocking the chamber for this game. Bobo, rocking a different composition, you know. Of course, Scroll, time ago, used to play the Sentinel role. Back to the Cypher for this final map. Nice Hack's going to be rocking the single duelist here. You can see, Bobo, they've got a different style of play, and that style of play is the single duelist composition with a ton of util around it. And as we gaze upon the final map to decide who moves on through this upper bracket to face down at Fun Crew in the upper bracket final, and who goes on to face Honey Badgers in our lower bracket. Only time will tell, but it's been a close one so far, Kit.
Absolutely, my man. And like we said, that is one hell of a lower bracket to go down, but at least they have the second chance. After tonight, it's basically do or die. Now, a bit of an aggressive push here coming through here from Rain. They've gone all the way through the A side to the attacker side spawn, and they've basically been turned around here because they would have heard the footsteps go, and A side is now completely open. All of a sudden, Rain are being caught napping.
Yeah, that's it's an interesting Sage wall too to cross for free over towards the spawn side and just completely wrap A uncontested. You can see now Rain looking to contest back with a read, seeing the shots come through. It's Exos and Punda trade, but Scroll, he's put some blows in, he's done some damage, and he will be rewarded for set of blows. Dragon with the pistol whips it out, and 2 for Dragon. Maishu and Elsto for Exos on a slither of HP down to just a margin. Dragon walking it up, and Exos looking to stick it. Fully pros don't fake it, Dragon knows it. 3-0 start Dragon, 1-0 start Bobo. They find pistol get again.
Yeah, I mean, having a look at Rain's Fracture stats, look, arguably, there's not much of it. They've only played this map twice. They've lost both of those games. So, yes, you can say that there's not much there, that it is a very, very new map to the competitive field, especially here in OCE. But look, you're up against a team like Bobo. That really is no excuse. You should have put in the work on every single map. And have a look at the lineup here that we see quite often from a Sage. We saw Fueshist do this in the first game of the night here. Tony, line up this wall to prevent any sort of aggressive push that Rain just might be thinking about doing, because they did exactly that on the in the first pistol round.
And Stroll, he's caught a few people. He can hear it. Bobo, they fly through. Nice axes up through rope and all the way to spawn. Next sight's on the taking it again for Bobo, and this time, Rain, they've got a few players here, but they're stuck behind a smoke over at drop. Paint shells come out. Nice Axe is just keeping these players at bay. Dragon able to find Bunda, and you can see that just Bobo have been uncontested in these side takes so far, and they just continue to put the ample aggression on. A flash comes out, Nice Axe missing a few shots there. Fault line as well to cover, so actually to pick that one up. Dragon finds Exus, and all of a sudden, again, a quick paced round. Rain weren't expecting this.
Yeah, the Headhunter out from Minimize, but it is not going to be enough. A flawless round on the board here for Bobo. So Rain, maybe they only had one game in them. Maybe they gave that their all, and then all of a sudden, they just hit the wall, Tony. You know, when you have a long day, and they're just like these teams have been doing here, and they've been sitting down for a long time, you get to about a third of the, 2/3 of the way through your day, 2/3 of the way through your wait, and then all of a sudden you just lose all your energy. You were good, and then you weren't. That's exactly what's happening here to Rain. It's sad to see, but they're not down and out yet. Very early stages of Fracture. Now the bonus comes across Bobo. If they take this round, it'll be basically a tit-for-tat story of what we saw in the first, a tattletale story of what we saw in the first, second map. It's getting late here.
And it definitely is getting late, and I'm interested to see how many strats Bobo can show us here, especially fast strats like that A wrap, and of course just a straight up A exec. You can see Rain actually 4-stack this B site as to opposed to A, and all Bobo need to do is find Minimize up top. They could be finding themselves a free site. Minimize Vandal in hand. Here's the wall from Dragon, but will be able to hit the shot rendezvous out, and there you go, Minimize. Good for one, and able to get out scot-free. This is Rain's read safe to do. Spike planted though for Bobo in the post for A main. And so many players deep in this position. This is going to be a great position to hold for them.
Scrawl uses his cyber cage to go back towards the round side of Dish. Aftershock now coming in. This is why Breach is very strong. Now the fragment comes in, but Punda taking the high ground here. Spot Scrawl on that approach through from the Dish side. And now Rain may just be able to take this round back. They have the man advantage. We saw Dragon come in just before the spike went down. Aftershock now coming out. Nice Hacks though holding the corners, and you just see Rain a little bit unpolished on this map, but when it comes down to the Dukes, they're doing it tough and they're getting it done. The spike, do they have time on the clock to stick this one? I don't think so, Tony. They're going to have to bail from it. Bobo, they lose the firefight, and that is bad news for Rain. They're in two minds about what they want to do. Everybody falls, crumbling to dust, and Bobo, that was their bonus. They take it.
The bad news bears Bobo. Definitely have had their coffee. Of course, we draw a comparison to the logo. Of course, we weren't sure whether to use it tonight, so of course we've got the lovely Valorant logo instead. But I believe Bobo on their Twitter at least have got a nice little cute bear holding a coffee. And well, Bobo they definitely had their coffee. Dragon especially. I want to know what this man had for breakfast. 6-1 on the stage to start this one off. The final map of the series, very late, especially for a young prod like Dragon. Coming on almost midnight. Luckily it's school holidays, and this man's got nowhere else to be but in the Valorant server. But Rain, they're actually able to find an early pick on a Nice Axe.
He's definitely got his nose to the grindstone. Oh no, they push through and the showstopper goes out, but the blind did all the work there. Noz gets two, Scrawl gets one for himself as well, and Rain just falling over in a heap. The Brimmy Stimmy goes out and they hoof it all the way over through the spawn, over towards the B site. Minimize is there and waiting, spots one player through the smoke, but Noz continuing this rampage on 3. Dragon with the spike in hand, and that is just not what you want to see. Crash will catch you lacking, that's for sure. And your Cash will catch Signed, getting the frags where he needs to be. Rain, now, what can they do here, Tony? Have they fallen asleep? Have they given up? Or have Bobo just emerged?
It's Bobo, I think, they were a level 1 Canopy to start that game off. And then, well, Kakuna, the second game, B-Drill with a Sting this third one. Bobo, definitely a different sort of evolution that's been shown throughout this series. We saw it from a team like Order. You get kicked down a mountain, you get your ice picks out, you start climbing. And Bobo, they did more than that. They caved in the mountain. They made the mountain to their level, and, well, they stood atop of it, looking down at Rain after that second map, and as to what to come here is only time will tell. Rain down 0-4, and Exus the only one really putting up any sort of a fight.
as they once again try and get the frags. They do so this time. Well done, Rain. Punda and Minimize both getting themselves on the board. Bobo now have to push in. They utilize this Sage Wall, and that's the power of it. Dragon just peeks his head over the top, gets a frag. But he is still spreading his wings, yet to be clipped. But there are 4 Rain members trying to do exactly that. Now, you see the fragment going out, but Dragon is still sitting there back and waiting. Forget everybody else. We need to keep watching Dragon sign, though, off to the side. Minimize tries to go up the rope. Spike going to go down, courtesy of the man of the hour. Minimize, though, coming through the backside, and Minimize swings just at the right time. Sign, Rolling Thunder goes in, catches one. There's 2 members remaining. Has a bang, doesn't know where they are. Flashbang coming through here, but a fault line being charged up, ready to go. Spots 1 member, but Maishu threads the needle through that bangable Radianite box. And Rain, at least it didn't take them 8 rounds this time, Tony. They get their first round on the board.
Yeah, starting to show signs of improvement. As you said, it didn't take him 8 this time, it only took him 4. First round on the board for Rain. And interestingly enough, of course, this actually almost breaks the economy of Bobo. They still have money to buy into this one. But they're going to be a little bit weaker if Rain are able to pick these up. And if they look to go even, Rain could steal away a lead. But of course, that's all semantics. Got to think about the era now. Dragon 8 and 2. Highest top of the board. Minimize, though, with that tour de force. A few ultimates aligned for Rain that could look to be expended in this future round.
Yeah, they heard a bit of the rope action going on as well, so Rain know exactly where Bobo are going to be pushing in from, or so they think. Again, that wall not being... Sorry, Dragon not throwing up that wall or checking it as they push through B with relative ease here to Rain. Satchel Pack from Niceax up towards the top. Eats a bit of his own paint shells for his troubles. Punda did get the frag onto Sign, so great opening work here from Rain. All of a sudden, things just start to look up for them. With well-man advantage now. Dragon still in play. Minimize tour de force out. Spots 1 player, and before he just rendezvous away from that one, but Exus, Knowles just walks firmly into his crosshairs, and that is an easy frag. Rain now, 3 players
here
are standing between them and a round victory here. Dragon, Scrawl, and Nice Hacks. But Scrawl, speak of the man, manages to get the frag there on a Minimize. Neural Theft now coming across. Going to be spotted. Ooh, Scrawl knows that Brimstone is directly above him. Slowing Orb now coming out. 40 seconds remaining in this round. Bobo need to make a decision on what site they want to take. It's going to be A.
Yeah, they've got the wall up, so why not? You can see that Rain, they're trying to walk back in, but they need to bust a bit more of this wall. Dragon caught on the flank, able to trade 1 back, though Niceax finds Elsnow, and, well, for the moment, Rain 2 apiece to 1 of Niceax, but he's got 1 low player and a full HP Exus. The spike is planted yet again, pops the showstopper early, short fuse that this has, but he is able to pop it point blank. That takes out the low HP Maishu. Now he just needs to play cautious. Niceax, you don't need to overswing, you don't need to do anything too crazy. Just play the time like you did before. You will be backing off. The time is of the essence. Exus is starting to run out. He needs to either stick or he needs to run, and run he will. Niceax has won it. Time alone favors Bobo yet again. 5-1 clutch, and Exus falls. No gun saved. Rain. This is just unfortunate. It's getting so rough for them, and this has got to be breaking their mental too.
Yeah, it is tough to see, and there you can see Mythica throwing in the towel. I mean, this is a very much needed tactical timeout coming across here. Rain, that's the 2nd time they've let the spike taken them out at the end of the round, Tony. You can see that they don't play this map as often as Bobo do. Bobo, they're just waiting. They can hear what's going on. They know almost know exactly what Rain's going to do, when they're going to be pushing because they're trying to be aggressive on defense, what angles they're going to be holding. And it just seems like Bobo themselves know a few nooks and crannies on this map that Rain just do not.
It's just maybe Rain aren't expecting the angles, and you know, Bobo doing a lot and not expecting it to maybe work so well. They'd have to be absolutely confused how they've come to such a strong lead into this one. Of course, you can see Coach Mythica talking to the Rain lads, really sorting out their headspace right now, because they lose this game, they fall to the lower bracket. They have to face down Honey Badgers, who I have to say, Kit, a scary team on paper, especially with the recent addition that they've gotten. Honey Badgers could look to make that lower bracket run and look to do some work down there, especially against teams like Rain.
Yeah, but we'll just have to wait and see who ends up there. At the moment, it is going to be looking like Rain, but it's still, you know, relatively early, but the momentum firmly in favor of Bobo. Have a look at that wall. That's exactly what I'm talking about. Spots 1, spots 2, spots 3, Dragon! Oh, just claws Rain. And now, it's just JTXU, Elsno, the last remaining member. Wow, Dragon. That's a wall that was relatively, you know, new up until recent competitive tournaments revealed it, and all of a sudden the pro player strats were revealed. Some of these angles, some of these lineups are absolutely insane, but Elsno, he's managed to get 3 so far, but it's all he will get as Noz puts the final nail in the coffin there for Rain. So did that one rather expensively, did Bobo, but they'll be more than happy. Like we said, have a look at this scoreline. It's 6-1, Tony. They've got money. They've got cash to play with. They could donate and still come into the next round with a full ammo belt.
Well, hopefully they donate. I imagine Bobo are some very charitable lads. They look like they could, you know, maybe drop a gun over to Rain or 2. Of course, Rain, they've got to buy this one. They might need it the next one.
Tax time's coming up.
Tax time's coming up. You can never have too much cash, kid. And of course, hopefully that you know, Rain, they know how to do their taxes and know how to sort their funds. Bobo, 12-4. Battle Sage.
Boy, Matsy's good for that.
Definitely. We'll have to call him up, get him in. Insider job. Noz able to find Punta to start this one off. An explosive entry. Bobo is the Brimstone.
Bit of a soft flash there from Exus. Ground being covered from the Bobo lads over towards A here. We can see this KO doing work. Thinking about another underarm flash. Noz going to get this spike down. All caught with the util out. That box is 100% bangable as Rain are learning. You would think Elsno and Minimize, 2 members remaining. Minimize picks 1 out. Still 4 members remaining. The spike is down and it's working in favor. Have a look at Minimize. He is on that zip line and he is all the way on the other side of the map. He's left Elsno out to dry here. And he says, what do you mean, man? I'm all the way away. I am nowhere near you. I'm basically on another continent right now. And he says, yeah, all right, I'll come back with you. We could have retaken, but Minimize with that operator in hand, considering how much he invested into that. Have a look, 50 credits remaining. We want to be coming into this next round when giving Rain some kind of hope, some basic chance at taking this next round.
It's interesting to note, taking a look at our head-to-head that we had this evening. It's been Scroll a bit quiet. Of course, he's doing his job all right. My shoe nowhere to be seen. Normally, we see the man topping the board, putting up numbers for Rain in their games, but he's taking a bit of a back foot. Bobo a different beast, and 7-1 scoreline attack side for Bobo. That's been absolutely almost flawless. For the side of Rain,
this is a nice one.
There's flashes in the pan, there's glimpses of hope, but they're going to need a little bit more.
We're going to need more than a glimpse. You know, it's you can basically get a gold flake or the gold nugget, and we are going to need the gold nugget here at the moment. Have a look at this. Nice hacks. Just satchel packs his way down the A corridor, and they all just line up for him. He gets 2. He's still going. Signed there as well. Dragon finally has the brakes applied to his rampage. There's 1 player remaining. It's Minimize. He has an operator. But other than that, not much. The rendezvous is set to be played with. He's got the lineup, but little does he know. It's been a long night, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much for staying with us. Kitfox and 2Tap bringing you all the action here at the VOT. The first one was a 3-mapper slapper, complete with a quad overtime in there. Now we find ourselves here 6 hours later, almost 6 hours later, as Rain and Bobo duke it out here. And after a convincing first map on Rain's side, it was all Bobo. That second map was more than convincing. That was a statement. And now here on Fracture, you can just tell that Rain do not play this map anywhere near as much as Bobo do.
Yeah, as you can definitely see that the confidence is lacking. We saw it from the get-go. The first round, pistol, wall straight split over towards A. Rain didn't know what hit him. Second round, aggressive A's sake. Rain didn't know what hit him. Rain still don't know what's hitting them right now. They're getting hit left, right, in the good night. The lockout punch is sure to come from Bobo. 13-5. A res online still for Dragon. Hasn't needed it. Bobo, they're just looking all sorts of sharp right now against Rain.
They are. I mean, you could tell in Rain's draft they were a little bit confused. You know, the must picks of this map, arguably the Sage, especially you know, on defense, it's so strong just to stem a push. You can even split a couple teams down the middle if you get it in the right position. I've seen that happen a couple times, but there's a good start. Minimize taking down Dragon as they try to get a little bit aggressive over towards the B side. They can afford to do so. They've got rounds and cash to play with. In comes the Orbital Strike as well as the Rolling Thunder. Just displaces Minimize into a different position. He will have his Rendezvous taken out. The Bombot having another spaz attack. This is interesting. We've seen this a couple times where the Bombot looks like it's been made in Russia and just stand on one spot and just have all kinds of wheelies and stuff. Anyway, we're left wondering what's going on there. Signed and Noz, last two remaining members of Bobo. Rain, as the dust settles off the back of all those util and ults, it's come up in their favor, but Noz, nice little cheeky one there on the Minimize.
Yeah, and the interesting part about that was Noz was keeping the entirety of Rain over at that B side. They were so sold that the hit was going to come through, and well, the plant goes for free down in A main. I know exactly where Noz will be coming from. Sign going to be holding from main. Flash comes out. Noz don't need to beat that just yet. And beautiful shot. Sign gets Funda on the drop. Almost finds a second. The lineup was there if wanted. Rain able to become a second. That's two. That's one more than the last game.
And now they're going on a little bit of a scavenger hunt. We're going to retrieve that operator, just delaying the defuse there. So well done, Rain. 2-8 is the score line. They still just a little bit on life support, let's say. Keep their hopes alive for now. 8-2. Bobo firmly in control of this game, but the economy tells a bit of a different story. Rain just able to take guns away from the opposition here when they need to.
And of course, a few more rounds of the half left underway. Bobo, they'll happily take an 8 and call it a day there, go to the defense and hold strong from there. Of course, for the side of Rain, they want everything right now. They'll happily take those final 4. Minimize getting spammed up down to 12, but still patience flows through this man's veins, and able to hit another shot started off. Nice hacks falls yet again. The aggressive playmaker for Bobo taken out of the mix, but the resurrection comes in. Finally, we see it used by Dragon, almost like nothing happened, except that Minimize took a lot of early shots.
At least he didn't die. Minimize is still alive and kicking, albeit ever so slightly. Does have the operator, which is an extremely powerful piece of hardware to have on this map. Bobo, they did have to invest the revive like we just saw, so even though that's gone against them, this round buffer that they've got is just it's hard for Rain to climb up this mountain at the moment. Yes, they got the previous round and a nice frag on that first initial take there. Exus does actually have the 0 point and uncover quite a few members. We see the showstopper now coming out, thrown out by Punda. Just gets one.
The damage still is dealt. It's Bobo finding the first 2 picks.
He's alive, but not much longer because Elsno, they line up for him.
30 seconds left. Last player standing.
And beautiful trade back there. Dragon able to find Minimize, and now it's left to my shoot. 1v suit.
Spike is looking like it's going down here, so Bobo looking to aggress here. Flanking around coming in from Maishu. Apologies there, ladies and gents, but flank coming through from Maishu is not going to be good enough. And Bobo do get the frag on the board. There it is, ladies and gents. Last round of the half. Tony, are you back? Yeah, looks like we're just ironing out a few creases here, but let's get back into this game. You can see Bobo dominating as we now head into the pistol round. Oh, well, not yet, sorry. We're getting a little bit ahead of ourselves. Next round will be the pistol round, and maybe we'll see double digits, which is a rare sight, especially on a stage like this. You know, I've said that before tonight. It's very rare that those words ever come out, but Rain just unable to basically find any kind of footing whatsoever after this first map.
It's very rough to see Rain just struggling at every hurdle and Bobo just absolutely blowing them out. Of course, apologies for the technical issues. Apologies, we had a bit of a malfunction there in the comms. But of course, we're back, Kit. Apologies for talking over you. I couldn't really realize what's going on. But of course, we're back into it last round before the swap, and Bobo a absolute standoff performance here on the attack.
No hard feelings, my man. It is what it is. But as we head back into this one, we turn our attention, and it's the Bobo show here at the moment. First map, they got dunked upon. Let's be honest, but you know, the story's been different since then. They've been the ones doing the dunking. And Rain, just I don't know, maybe it's the fact that this game started a little bit later because we were taken to 3 maps plus 4 overtimes. But that's really no excuse. You're playing with the elites. You need to be able to, you know, go a few rounds, especially when it comes to Beyond Midnight, which we're 10 minutes away from. Minimize getting a frag there onto Stroll. So Rain with 2 very early opening frags. Bombot goes out, Aftershock, and now Bobo are actually caught in a very precarious position here. They're pincered in, and Rain carved them up like a Thanksgiving turkey. That was a very difficult scene to watch if you were a Bobo fan, but well done to Rain. They're still in this. 9-3 is the score, albeit but barely. Tony, Bobo, that was rough.
Yeah, that was it was something else. Maybe kind of just like, all right, we're feeling charitable. We'll give Rain some signs of hope. They need pistol yet again, kid. It's the same story. What we saw in Haven, as we're seeing on Fracture. Of course, Rain though, they've got a few more rounds to collect themselves. Bobo, no, it's 16-7 Battle Sage this time for Dragon. This man, he just does it all. Duelist, Chamber, Sage even.
Let's be real, any agent's a duelist if you play it right. Dragon making that statement very, very true here. It was basically his map on Haven, and now we see him this time on, albeit on a different agent, different role, but that is a lineup and a half there from the KO 0 point, and Rain waste no time, straight into it, so maybe they have stratted a little bit on this. Exus definitely has. And now that A site is blown wide open. Spike is going to go downski, but Dish is where the action is as Dragon and the rest of Bobo push in and they take Minimize with them.
Yeah, they get revenge on their former teammate for the last round. Rain, great post-plant position here. Of course, for the side of Bobo, the great aftershock takes out Elsno as he finds one on a nice hacks the wall. Gonna be busted down. This denies everybody here in this post-plant position towards a main. Maishu forced to get out there, but the spike is being stuck completely to Succession. Defuse comes through and the kills to follow suit. Beautiful wall from Dragon and a beautiful stick. Bobo find double digits off of the pistol.
Well done, Bobo. They are now on the home stretch here, 2-tap, and so are we. It's been a long marathon slog here, and I could not think of anybody better than to do it with other than yourself, but at the moment, it's looking like Bobo are looking to drive this game home and put Rain to the sword, send them down to the lower bracket, arguably the Gauntlet of Doom, where they face the likes of Honey Badgers, potentially Order as well, but we are getting just a little bit ahead of ourselves. There are still potentially 3 rounds to play here, but the way that Bobo are playing these should be over relatively quickly because Rain, even though they lined up a very nice 0 point, Satchel Pack there coming out there from Nice Axe. And Rain again, opening 2 frags of the round. Bobo, they've done this. They've done better with a worse situation than this. But here they come. Dragon at ground level takes 1, takes 2. But Elsno gets 2 for himself now. In comes Noz, Elsno, Punda, and Maishu. 3 remaining Rain members going up against Noz, who's just more than happy to sit back a little bit. And even though he does have a Spectre in hand, recovered from Rain, and sorry, he does have a Spectre in hand, rather. All the Spectres Rain have been recovered from Bobo. He's more than happy to sit back, say, you know what, we've got 7 rounds to play with. If I don't get this, so be it.
So be it. Be Noz, though, happy to take away a few guns. Even if he isn't able to win this round now, takes a few bit of bullets. Always gets sprayed down mine. Luckily, that was a bit more of a distance. If that was closer, you would have expected Noz to win that. 10-4, Rain hanging on by the skin of their teeth. Bobo happy to go for this wild ride. So they're just going to be saving it up in this one. Shorty for Noz, but other than that, nothing too crazy from Bobo's purchase.
Back into this round, Bobo 10-4, commanding scoreline. And you can see Elsno with that ult, that orbital, that ever so strong that ever so strong ult can displace and clear out any sort of nook and cranny on a map like this. Could be pivotal to Rain. Maybe manning this comeback train they've got around. Stranger things have happened, but Bobo, like we said, round advantage in their favor. They're on a slight eco here. 2 shorties in play and a frenzy. But that's not going to let them, that's not going to phase them too much. As we see the 0 point now coming out. Going to actually spot one member. It's going to be Dragon up to the top. Top fragging this server at the moment. He's going to be have all kinds of pepper thrown his way. The aftershock is there as well and finally gets flushed out like a rat down a drain pipe. And they runs headfirst into Exus and the rest of Rain, who take this with a firm grip, this A site now, Tony.
Yeah, also, they able to find one on an ice axe too. Bobo, of course, as we said, just an eco round for them. They would have loved maybe a kill or two, but they're not going to be getting anything. Punda going to be taking out Scrawl. You can see that's, of course, Noz, shorty in hand. Maybe looking for a play to get up. Drop Exos though with the null, with the 0 point knife. Exos has got info of Noz. I don't think anybody's going to be peeking. Noz, the paint shells too. Checking the corner. And he'll be looking to walk up. Noz holding headshot line. He's just going to fall with Spike, give himself up. And Rain, able to pick up another round, 2 in a row in subsequent success. 5-10 go the scoreline.
Great work there. Another round on the board here for Rain. They're still in this one, albeit doing it tough. That ult's still available on the board here for Elsno as well. That all-important orbital dragon, though, has something that Rain don't, and that is a revive. The Sage, also important on a map like this. That wall, very, very strong. The revive online as well. Now, ult's very, very close to coming up as well here. Noz and Signed not too far away from this party, but Dragon currently leading the charge here on 19 and 10. Bobo looking to round this one out. All they need is a few more rounds, but defense just seems to be their kryptonite a little bit, because 2 consecutive rounds for Rain is the most that they've strung together so far on this map.
There you can see Concussion comes out, Rain go for the explosive, execute the smokes to cover the cross. Bobo, well, they're more than happy to retake this one. Of course, Sage res available. You can see Molly comes out towards Canteen aftershock. Bobo dumping their util, and it's doing damage here. 2 low players, Rain fall back. Minimize holding it so graciously towards this arcade. Sitting in the back of it, able to line it up as they're forced to check the corners. Dragon able to pop the res here tonight. Saxon orbital strike out from Elsno. They're forced into this heaven, into this tower. Nice trades it, but it's quickly traded back by Rain, who are playing this so well. Exus and Punda combined
round
frags.
For Rain, very crisp. So 6 to 10 now is the scoreline. Rain all of a sudden starting to just make us wary of their presence, I suppose is probably the best way to describe that. All of a sudden we didn't know who they were, where they were coming from in the first stages of this map, rather. The first half they only cobbled together 3 rounds, but now here in the second half, 3 on the trot for these lads is definitely nothing that we can discount here. Elsno, Punda and Minimize leading the charge here, 15, 14, and 11 frags respectively. But Dragon is what Rain need to go through here if they're to be successful. 20 to 11.
Yeah, 20 to 11. Dragon, the raid boss status man that he is. A one-man army last game. And, well, Bobo maybe don't quite really need a one-man army. They're a team after all, but they're happy to take it. You can see, though, Rain, last few rounds have gone their way so well, and can't really blame him. Dragon going for a sheriff shot. Cheeky little peek wall towards B. Of course, that also stops Rain from going that way for the moment. You can see aggressive over towards the satellite dish, but Rain are just sitting in spawn.
And now the rotates coming through here. Rain still got 5 members to play with, but so do Bobo. And we know what they're like here on defense. In comes the Brimmy Stimmy off the back of the null command as well. Lots of util just to delay that push coming through here, but the satchel packing Punda comes through and takes down Sign. Great start, and it's all Rain lighting up the kill feed. Noz, the last remaining member, only has a sheriff. He says, hey guys, what's going on over there in the mid? And ooh, Elsno with a fierce swing, takes him down. And Tony, is this the comeback train? 4 rounds in a row, and now Bobo calling the timeout. They're broken, they're shattered, their mental's in tatters. Oh my God, call the police. No, it's not that bad. But Bobo, they are a little bit rattled, to say the least, at the moment.
Look, I'd be as well. Bobo, they had such a strong lead going into that first half. They looked so flawless. They took the pistol 10 just like that, and it's been nothing since. Rain have just had their number. It's been split execs, great util usage, and forcing Bobo to take some strange duels that they probably don't want to take. Timeout in. Senpai is thinking long and hard. Bobo, they want to wait for moving up through this upper bracket. Of course, a few rounds separate them in glory. Rain, a few rounds separate them in a tied scoreline. 3 is the magic number. 10-10 would be the scoreline at that. And then we'd have a game on our hands. Rain, they looked so down and out after that last one, and they looked so down and out in the first half. I really want to know what Coach Mythica said to them.
Well, we may find out, Tony, because remember, the winner of this map is going to be here for an interview. Hopefully, we can cross our fingers if these players are feeling ever so gracious, but we understand it is very late at the moment. We've just passed midnight here in Australia, which means over in NZ, the poor Kiwis, it's 2 a.m. for them. I know for a fact that they're still up. We've got some here bringing you this broadcast right now. Shout out to all the NZ LPL crew bringing this to our Twitch and TV screens here. Rain pushing through Dish this time, which is something that they've done once or twice before, but it didn't go too well for them. Now that the momentum is in their sails here, Tony, just maybe Bobo aren't expecting it.
Yeah, you can see the power of the Brimstone just completely smoked out of the sight. Showstopper comes from Punda, short fuse, and pops at short range. Noz falls already, and Rain and they have control of the A site. Nothing a Scroll or a player from Bobo can do about it. Minimize is going to be holding this flank for 2 players to come. Nicex getting aggressive. Some shots coming through. The aftershock forcing players off the line. The flash comes through for Scroll to come swinging from sand. It's traded out by Minimize though. Bobo looking to walk it back up though, and Dragon could be looking to do it. It's just going to be the push come to shove. 2 players to main, 1 to drop my shoe. A great wrap and a great position to be taken up, especially with so many players falling towards A main.
Just have a look at the util bait coming out here from Dragon. Almost had Punda lined up there, but the fault line got the frag in the end. But now, this is where Rain start to look a little bit dangerous. We joked a little bit about the comeback a few rounds ago, Tony. We thought it was unheard of. We thought it was practically impossible, but here we are, and Rain have clawed their way back. 5 consecutive rounds on the trot now. Bobo, in the second half, they've only picked up 1 singular round to get them into double digits. It's all been the Rain train since then. And Minimize has that tour de force online, opting not to use it. We spoke a little bit about their composition and how Bobo definitely have the better one on paper, but at the moment, Rain in these last few rounds are playing out of their skin, but echoing this, Dragon runs it down towards that B side, picks up the frag. That's all he'll pick up though.
That's all he'll pick up. I thought also I was going to get that spray transfer. They're really testing his reflexes in this late one, because they're also going to be holding now the flank to Scroll. Noz coming his direction in just a second, tuck in the corner.
Spike planted.
Going to be picked up. Scroll looking to wield it perfectly, but the swing comes from the bait shots. Rain found 9 and could look to find 10. Bobo, that was an eco. It's by now, and this is where Bobo need to stop playing around. Playtime's over. It's getting scary serious here.
I mean, it got scary serious about 2 rounds ago. Now, I mean, yes, that was an eco for Bobo, but have a look at this piggy bank situation. The shekels are all in the triple-digit marks. If they lose this round, Tony, I reckon they're probably going to lose the lead. We may see this one go down to the wire, but Bobo, it's not a seesaw-style gameplay. This is just, you know, they've gone up one side of the mountain and back down the other. It's literally an up and down here at the moment. And Rain, where have they been for the last map and a half?
Seems they've gone missing. But they're back, and they're here, and they're ready to play for that upper bracket spot. You can see, currently, Elster jiggling it out. Being cautious of a peek from Bobo. They have opted to put some aggression towards the satellite dish this time around, but Rain happy to sit and spawn for so long. I have to say, a very interesting style of default that they're going for. Maybe a minimize implementation on the lurk, finding Noz over towards Arcade starts it off well once again for Rain.
Well, at the moment, Bobo's problem is that they've got Dragon and nobody else. You know, he's more than double the score of his next closest competitor on his team. It's Noz and Signed equal 10. And then Scrawl on 9, Nice Hacks 8. He's just but one man at the moment. Sign does take down Minimize, so that relieves the pressure a little bit. There's still 4 members of Rain to contend with, and they're all coming through the midsection. Oh, they should have had more than that. Scrawl just whiffs the shot. The Rolling Thunder now going out. They all line up for him. Dragon didn't know which way to shoot. He was spoiled for choice there, and now Bobo looking shaky. What is happening here, Tony? Rain 6 rounds in a row beyond midnight in a best of 3 map 3. They've leveled it up, potentially looking at taking the lead here now because Bobo can't claw together a buy.
This is where the greats are formed under pressure and absolutely in disarray. It was 10 rounds found so quickly by Bobo,
that goes there,
and it's been evened up. It's 7 straight rounds here for Rain, and of course, as you said, Kit, they've broken the economy. No buy here for Bobo. Spectre and a few Sheriffs across the margin for ultimates. I doubt Bobo are going to expend them all too heavily. Nice Hacks, he's having a rough one to say the least. 8 and 19, the numbers you don't want to see from your all-star duelist right now.
I mean, Dragon, he's a duelist within his own rights. 23 and 15, but 4 ults to play with here for Bobo. Rain, how does this round unfold here? Minimize going to actually run into Scrawl and Noz there in the underpass if they're not careful. Spots one, the swing out. Minimize gets both of them. Noz and Scrawl fall, and Bobo probably should have had that with 2 members there. You would think they just baited each other out, and nobody played for each other, but they get 2 quick ones back here to Bobo. Elsno pushes in. It's now 3 on 2. Signed and Nice Hacks with the work to do here for Bobo. Rain trying to get this spike down over towards B. Satchel packs from Nice Hacks over towards above the smoke at B side. Orbital strike now going in to just delay this plant. It's, clear out a corner. It's not going to be enough. And now the flush out comes and Sign gets taken down, and that Rolling Thunder isn't going to get Bobo over the line, and Rain have just pulled the rug out here from Bobo. They've taken the lead here, Tony, in words that I never thought I would be saying here at 10 past 12 on a Thursday morning. Rain from what? 9 rounds? 8 rounds down have taken the lead.
And not only have they taken the lead, they're 2 away from closing out this series and moving on through the upper bracket to face Fun Crew of all teams. Very crazy stuff. Bizarre, what twisted world we're living in right now, kid. It's a different one than expectations were for this champs bracket. And, well, it seems where the greats are made. Noz! That's where the greats are made. An ultimate orbital strike knew that Rain have been playing so passive in their setup. They knew that they just sit spawn. It's like, you know what? All right, they're just going to sit spawn in the corners. I flush them out. Orbital strike takes 3. 2-man advantage now, Bobo.
Almost 4 as well. Exus, 30 HP. Minimize, the only one with a full health bar on the side of Minimize at the moment. Bobo, that was that luck? Or was that just, you know what, I know for sure where they are?
It's absolutely... I'm curious to know. We'll have to ask them about that one if they are able to claim it this game. But Rain, of course, still 2 players to fight for it. Minimize up towards drop. Exus through to main. 3 players of Bobo await the retake. Hey, this is going to be a rough site to take and hold if you're Rain right now.
Tell you what, whatever sauce they're serving up over at Rain, I want some. Because this is a comeback for the ages, but is it just going to come down to 1 well-placed orbital strike, Tony? Surely not. That would just be a great injustice considering the way that Rain have been playing. The Rolling Thunder now goes out and actually puts Minimize in a good position there, but the old shaky shakes is not where you want to be on the end of that Rolling Thunder. Now Bobo with 4 men will take this to 11-11. We said the time for play was over, Tony. That was well in the past. That was several rounds ago. It's just like only now Bobo seem to be getting our message.
Yeah, it's been a while, maybe a bit of delay on our end to theirs, and well, Bobo, that might have been a series-changing ultimate there. That orbital strike finding 3 players. Shout out to our observing team at Crash, catching that one so quickly. It's got quick hands and quick on the cameras. 11-11, all tied up scoreline. Rain and Bobo both have buys for future rounds here. This is going to be up to the execs. This is going to be up to the quick picks. It's minimize a quick little play towards Dish, but not able to find Trap.
The packs go in. Lots of utility over towards Dish. Exus opening frag onto Noz. Rain, even though they lost that round, they are still got a lot of steam in the tank here. From those previous rounds, they picked up, I believe it was 7 in a row, and they're looking to continue that. They dropped 1. Yes, here they come. The boys are back. The kill feed lights up red. Minimize, Punda, Dragon, the last remaining member here for Bobo. Gonna eat the paint shells, heals himself back up, has a revive. Nobody to revive. They're all the way on the other side of the site. Gets detected by the knife, but manages to dome El Snow. He can do it. He's the raid boss here, the menace, the boogeyman here for Rain. He may just be delayed out here. There's a fault line. They know exactly where he is, and Dragon makes the tactical decision to back off here, Tony. This is a big moment.
And I respect it. You can see that signed $800, not much to his name. Might be able to squeak out a buy in the next one, but of course they want to keep the money for the buy. They want to keep the spirits high. They take away Xsus's gun, but he's got plenty of cash. And 12-11, 12 match point and series point here for Rain. 1-1 went the scorelines. Very one-sided for our first 2 maps, but this one's a bloodbath. Kid, we'll be seeing Tony, either Rain or Bobo in that upper bracket. Only time will tell. Maybe in overtime if Bobo can push us to the limit here.
Surely not. Surely not. Bobo, they were a dominating force in this first half. Second map, where have they gone? Missing persons report, Team Bobo, please. Call Crime Stoppers. Somebody needs to drop these guys a line. They haven't got an orbital to take down Rain here, and this second half has definitely been the Rain show. There's no ifs, buts, or maybes about it. They're sitting in the back position where they were burnt to a crisp by the orbital a few rounds ago. Good lineup coming through here from Exus as the 0 point. Actually not going to reveal anything. But we will hear the showstopper now coming through here from Punda. Makes a run over towards Connector. Scroll takes down El Snow, but here comes Nice Hacks. 2 for Nice Hacks. In fact, Bobo was still in this. Tony! We're going to overtime.
Snap back to reality. 12-12, overtime. First team to win 2 rounds. 14 the magic number. 5K per player. Half-charged ultimates. And a lot to play for. The upper bracket slot on the line, or the lower bracket spot against Honey Badgers. Rain, Bobo, not done with this game yet, and I have to say it went such in favor of Bobo. I thought it was going to be done like that. But Rain, they fought tooth and nail to be here in this Oceanic Championship, and they're fighting tooth and nail for that chance to represent us overseas in the APAC LCQ.
Right there.
Absolutely. Absolutely. There's so much on offer here. One of the biggest prize pools that this region has ever seen. And now Rain, the team that came out of nowhere, cobbled from the ashes of, various teams. 2 main teams, in fact, find themselves here after what was looking like to be a blowout here on this final map. They find themselves rather in overtime here against Bobo, who that last round was dominant, Tony. It was a statement round, it must be said. Just they play in waves. That's all I've got to say here for Bobo. They push in onto this side here. Bobo, nice hack, satchel packs around the corner. My shoe gets taken down. Punda backed himself away here. Now throws out the paint shells. Knows that he needs to be careful. Punda takes the fight to him. In fact, it was nice hacks who ran up to Punda, but he did fall. Now it's a 2-on-2 here, Tony.
Take a breath. Spikes down and Noz is sitting on top of it, covering it completely. Minimize Looking to walk up, no signs, maybe towards this ramp, maybe towards the gate scene. Minimize able to isolate the fight to Noz, and it's not the way you want to be playing the 2v2 right now. If you're Bobo, you can see the shots hit, signed, flick onto the box. He's looking after Shock, and now Minimize, he can't tap that spike, he needs to go for the fight. 59 HP, Minimize, Sign just needs one bullet, make it 2, and make it a headshot, why not? Sign, 3k in the round, clutch up Bobo now match point. Rain, we're 1 away, now we need 1 more to take us to another overtime. Bobo looking to meet Fun Crew in that upper bracket now, and Rain, I still think they've got it in them, kid. I don't know about you.
Oh my god! I love my job. I love this game. But this match is pure pain right now. 6 hours. 6 hours plus we've been at this, my man. And I tell you what, it's been fun. We're hungry. Let's just say that. But no, Bobo and Rain, both, you cannot split the teams. We thought that this was going to be a one-sided affair. We thought that, you know, we thought many things throughout the course of this series here, Tony. We thought given the first map that Rain would at least turn up to the second. The fact is that they didn't. And the fact is that we thought that Bobo were going to absolutely curb stomp them in this third map. It looked like that was going to happen. All Bobo needed to do was pick up 4 rounds on defense. They were unable to do so, and now we find ourselves here in overtime. 1 more round as this timeout ticks down. Noz making sure we go the full distance because Bobo are looking to round this out and send us to bed with one hell of a dream to be had. And will it be a good dream or a bad dream, depending on what side of the fence you sit on and which team you support?
And the hopes are for Rain and the hopes are for Bobo. Who we see move through and who we see fall for a second chance. Bobo, all they need is 1 more round and they get to start the defense here. Look very dominant in some of their holes, but also very lackluster in a few of them, as now Rain, they pull it out this fast beat exec, and it's, well, 1 player up to the site, Punda on their lonesome Exus, able to find Dragon on the entry, but quick trade back for Noz. Puts in an even standing this wall. Not going to allow Minimize to take too aggressive of a position. We'll be looking to hop over it and through it. Nice axe. And Sign to clear out the angle. Fault line and the bait shells. They are looking to take tower off of these 2 Rain players. Elsto and Punda playing this one so perfectly. Punda able to jiggle out on the Noz, finding the shot to Nice Axe's Elsno. And Sign yet again. Clutch scenario after shot can look to tap half. As now 2 players swing, the jiggle comes out from Punda. The time is of the essence. The Sign can't really stick this with 2 players coming. They're looking to jiggle it out. Again, they're showing too much skin, but it doesn't matter because they've got the HP to work with. Rain pick it up. 13-13, we go to another overtime.
Overtime.
Yet another overtime, Tony. Here we are, another one. We'll see who comes out. This tiebreaker has to be broken eventually. And when that happens, I tell you what, it's going to be one hell of a celebration for the winning team. And what better way to bring in the VOT, Tony? You know what? We've poked a little bit of fun at it, but this is what we wanted at the end of the day. This is what we wanted, not only for ourselves, the players, but for the viewers that have stuck through this one hell of a broadcast so far, as now the Bobo lads are just struggling a little bit. They're struggling a little bit because they're on the receiving end of some of this util from Rain, and now they just delay their approach inevitably, but now it's slowly.
Teleport's ready. See. Nice hacks on Co. Bobo. Slow walk through the halls here. Minimize the one to stop it. As the wall goes up for plant, Minimize hasn't been checked for the moment. I don't know if Isaac is going to expect this just yet. Will be able to check that corner slowly with that slow walk from Dragon and Bobo. They've got sight this time around. Nice Axe could look to sit on top of the spike, or he could look to sit in the back of it. RG and Rain going to come in for the reset. The shots are coming through towards the door. The players are swinging from said door, and well, Bobo, they got it unlocked. Nobody walking, nobody getting it through this Bobo ironclad defense. It's just Elsto forced to scroll. It's a team ace across the board. Everybody getting a piece of the pie. Bobo Match
Switching
in
sides.
series point yet again.
Match point.
15, the number they're after. Rain 14 is the number they're after to keep their streak and hopes alive. Such a hard-fought game it's been, kid.
Oh, that's one way to describe it, my man. As Rain, literally out of nowhere, have managed to take us to overtime, and now make it a double overtime at that. Bobo, one measly round is all that they need. They couldn't get 4 of them in the second half. Now they need 2 on the trot. They've started off with the right foot forward. Now they need to march on and get this dub across the line. Dragon is playing out of his skull here, 29-18, looking to drop the 30 bomb. And why not? What better way to do it than getting your team over the line? Because that lower bracket, like we've alluded to, Tony, is not a place that you want to be.
Yeah, it's a scary place down there, sent to the dungeon. Neither of these teams want to be in that situation. It's Nos to find the quick one onto Elsno, but Scroll, he's got to check for the moment. Able to pick a quick one up on a My Shoe. Now, it's a 3v3 for the post plan if they can get the spike down. No, Nice Axe has anything to do. He's just going to walk up. Plant goes down. Exus takes one out. Nice Axe falls. Minimize able to take Dragon. It's signed back again in the clutch, but this time a little bit lower HP. 38, the margin. Spike planted perfectly for these 2 players in main. Gonna attempt to wallbang the box. And Jumpy comes out, trying to bait the shot. Signed. No longer suppressed, but now needs to take these fights. Minimize finds 14-14. Rain aren't done yet.
They are not done yet. We are not done yet. Triple overtime. And Mythica now calling in the tactical timeout. Might just call in sick tomorrow, Tony. Absolute scenes here. Absolute scenes here in the opening day of the VOT here. What an absolute spectacle. The first map going the whole 3-map way as well, complete with a quadruple overtime. And you know what? We may as well finish this thing the way we started. Am I right, ladies and gentlemen? We may as well have a full 3-map fiesta and maybe a quadruple overtime. We find ourselves now in triples, but 2-tap, you're back.
Yeah, it seems to be a rough kind of audio that we're going for here. It's tech issues, always bound to happen. And it's getting late into this series, kid. I don't want these tech issues right now. I just want to cast the game. Have clean audio. I don't want to overtalk. I don't want to talk over you. 14-14, 5k per player, half charge ult, submits operator. Thought about here by minimizing. Will actually probably keep it.
It'll be interesting to see which way, how this game unfolds here, Tony, especially in this overtime, because, it's such a tit-for-tat game. Rain, we counted them out. They were cooked. And Bobo were about to take a bite out of them. But then all of a sudden the turkey bit back, and then Rain out of nowhere still continue to keep their hopes and dreams alive, still taking us to this overtime. And you know what? We'll dance. We'll see your shenanigans. We'll ride it through with you and have a look at Minimize now. In this underpass, operator in hand, Rain all the way onto this B site. Very, very heavy presence for them. Oh, sorry, A.
Flash out. Holding some good form here, of course. Bobo looking to attack this site, and the open are a lot of these Rain players. They can look to shut it down, but the smokes come in, the execs through. This time Rain have got the site on lock, and they're not budging on muscle. It's going to be a quick 2 from Mypunda. Signed though, able to trade it back, Scroll, and Signed out of nowhere have the site after such a heavy investment of players. Rain, and they lose it over to Bobo, and the spike goes down to the back of the site. Minimize with the open hand, a shot missed. Call given, Elsno walks up, holding an aggressive angle. Holding a very, very cautious one. Signed finds Minimize, and it's Elsno. Now trapped, Rolling Thunder comes through, and Elsno is going to be long for dear life. Signed, Rolling Thunder, 3k finds Bobo.
Switching sides.
Match and series point yet again.
Rain had that. They were in such a good position. They had the man advantage. They had the site on lock, and then Bobo just able to push back in and out of nowhere again, pull the round out from underneath Rain. Now they find themselves yet again on match point. Triple overtime here. This is the third map of the best of three, the second best of three for the night that's gone the distance. Thank you once again for being patient with us. It's been one hell of a bumpy ride, but here we are, Bobo. The light is at the end of the tunnel. They've got one hand on the victory here, on that dub, and that 1 foot closer to the LCQ.
Yeah, of course they're going to have to make a run through the bracket before they can dream of that LCQ dub. Fragment comes out, middle of the B site here. An aggressive position, forward one from Niceax. We saw it not pay off so well in regulation, but overtime it's a different beast. It's Niceax going deep once again. Rain caught off guard. Spikes down A main, a swing to sand, and Punda takes outside to minimize, finds Niceax, and now batten down the hatches. Scroll, you're the only player left at this A site, getting wallbanged up down to 56. Molly and paint shells. Scroll dead to right, minimize. Gonna be playing the close box, but Dragon checks it. 2v2 for the read's sake. The spike is not going down just yet.
See our man Crash catching all the action. Dragon, though, we've spoken a lot about him. In goes the showstopper. It's not going to be enough. And Dragon, the man of the hour, the man of the series, manages to get Bobo over the line in less than convincing fashion, Tony. But a dub is a dub. They take the map. It went the whole distance, but they edge ever so closer to that $11,000 first place prize and an LCQ spot.
What a game it was. Just this fracture map alone had the whole story here. Such dominance being expended by Bobo. You see great boost wall here. We saw a similar one from Fun Crew. And of course, Dragon, he saw that one. He's like, you know what? I'll do that one too. Great wall, great usage, and great team play. Bobo able to expend it and really claw it out after Rain had the makings of a comeback and the makings of a reverse sweep there in Fracture against the side of Bobo. But of course, the game goes to Bobo at the end of the day. And Kid, I have to say, Rain, the way they played that series, though, you have to feel for them.
You do, and I don't want to say you don't because that's a little bit rough, but they were down and out for a long time on that map. It must be said, but credit to them where it is due to come back and claw, I think, 8 or 9 consecutive rounds in a row when everybody has written you off. Just goes to show you why we love this team, Tony, why we are excited about this team. You cannot discount them at all, and this game right here on screen is just is testament to that. But my man, I do believe that we have a very special guest joining us.
Yeah, we've got Noz. Oh, sorry, we don't actually have him yet. We got a little bit of a misjudge there.
Teased a little bit.
A little bit of a tease, but yeah, we'll get Noz on the line in just a second to talk about that game. And I imagine Noz has got a lot to say. Noz, how are you after such a long series, my friend?
Honestly, it was kind of fun. It was fun getting back in the officials and playing again.
It's good to hear. Of course, you guys had a bit of a rough bind, I have to say. Not what I was expecting out of a team of your caliber. Of course, bind kind of slipping through the cracks there. And, you know, it was your pick, Rain taking it in convincing fashion. How do you shake off after such a rough, one-sided first map, I feel?
We just have a joke in our team. First map curse, so every time we lose the first map, we know we can bounce back, and we're good enough to win out those long series, even if it is close or even a stomp. So,
take me what was going through your mind when you came into that second half on the final map there. You've gone in, you are on double digits, you're basically on the home stretch, and then all of a sudden you see Rain. They take the second round off you after pistol, and then on, I think it's 8 or 9 rounds in a row. At what point did you start to feel scared?
Honestly, I don't think we were scared at all. Every time out or every round, we're trying to adapt to the other team, seeing how they play, what they're doing, what we can do to counter that, and play our own game at the same time. There's a lot of misplayed rounds, I guess, with solo plays. But other than that, I had a plan the whole time and we stuck to it and we got there in the end.
Yeah, of course.
I respect that.
I respect it too. Thank you to joining us for this interview, Noz, and look forward to seeing you in the upper bracket final against Fun Crew.
Thank you.
There we
Tony,
go.
my man, we are here. We've finally arrived. The game is done and dusted. For those of you that didn't catch the first map or have just joined us for whatever reason, let's take a look at the brackets. You've joined us at the tail end of the broadcast, but this is how the games unfolded tonight. You could see coming up very, very shortly, you could see the way that they unfolded. Order being taken down. The story of the night here, Tony. The OCE champions find themselves in an extremely unfamiliar position down there in the lower bracket. And it's all about Fun Crew and Bobo here at the moment. They're cruising on through in the uppers, but that lower is something that is it's dangerous. It's scary, not only to look at, but can you imagine being in there right now?
I'd hate to be in anybody's circumstance, especially Bonkers, you know. Poor Bonkers having to face down an upset heavy Order, and probably an Order that's looking to go on a vengeance here in the lower bracket, look to tear every team to shreds on their way to a potential qualification for that APAC LCQ, but they have to go against some heavy favorites in that lower bracket too. Of course, we've got Rain down there, we've got Honey Badgers, we've got Bonkers. Order are gonna have to go on a tear, but Kit, it's been an absolutely insane night of Valorant, and it's gonna be an insaner tournament now that we've seen this bracket come this way.
Absolutely, and like I said, mate, it's been an absolute pleasure doing this alongside you. If you like what you saw, ladies and gents, we're always keen for a chat. Hit us up at our Twitters. They've been popping up below our faces on screen. There it is, at KitFoxBunton for myself, and at 2TapTony for my man over here alongside me. But that's going to be it from us, ladies and gents. Tony, any final words?
Good games, good times, and plenty more big moments to happen, guys. We'll catch you tomorrow, same time, same place. It's the VOT Oceanic Championship.
Por isso que eu vou te botar no jeito hoje, viu, Binho? Ô, dó. Já passou da hora, né, pai?